The story begins with the bird star currently being a planet that consists of several countries. On the planet there is the country of Choi and the country of Lee. These states often fought for their territory. The winner in a war is the one who has the strongest fighting spirit. This makes it possible to destroy heaven and earth. Only a person who has a mighty spirit and guardian can change his destiny and become a hero. Such a hero can withstand 10,000 enemies. 5 years ago, Lee State and Choi Country started a war over territory. Rogue's boyfriend's father was part of a country organization called Assassination. In the war he became a traitor. After the defeat, the country took second place. The winner was the country of Choi. Rogue's boyfriend's father's reputation has suffered greatly. The family was kept in the village under strict surveillance. Junior Rogue became cold-blooded. His family members were rejected by relatives and friends. The guy had loneliness and hatred for his father and the people around him deep in his heart. 5 years later, the main character was in the meadow with his rivals. A dragonfly was flying around. The insect was flying on the city outskirts. Old and abandoned buildings could be seen. The dragonfly flew above the ground and did not suspect that below it people were preparing for a fight. The frightened guy in the white hood prepared to fight off his rivals. The dragonfly flew around the guys. One of them decided to attack the guy in the green jacket. Suddenly someone ran up from the side and hit the fighter with all his might. He fell to the ground. The main character appeared. It was he who crushed the fighter with a powerful blow with his fist. Rogue stood and looked angrily in front of him. He was ready to fight on. The guy looked around angrily. He looked at the other competitors next to him. A warrior in red clothes approached from behind. Rogue stood and calmly looked at the guy lying on the grass. A bright glow appeared around the protagonist's hand. He prepared to fight further. The soldiers were scared. They did not dare to attack the main character anymore. A warrior with an earring in his ear shouted to Rogue that he was the son of a traitor and deserved to die. The main character stood and calmly looked at the warrior opposite him. Rogue looked at his opponent with a dissatisfied and dull look. The warrior looked closely at the main character. He decided to attack him immediately now. The fighter asked his opponent angrily, "Will anyone be able to come to Tom's aid now?" Rogue became worried. He realized that he now had a very hard fight to fight. The main character turned his head to the side and noticed that a group of people was standing not far away. Rogue noticed people standing behind him. The citizens looked at the guy and talked about something. The woman stood next to the man. She quietly called the main character a vile bastard. Rogue looked at the woman carefully. She didn't take her eyes off him. The main character realized that people around him called him different names. The main character breathed a sigh of relief. He had completely calmed down and was ready to fight. Rogue burst out at his opponent with an evil smile and said that he was already tired of waiting. The warrior got angry. He clenched his hand into a fist and prepared to strike his opponent. The fighter looked at the main character with hatred. He would be very annoyed. The fighter's hand lit up red. He prepared to strike immediately. The warrior shouted in warning that his brother was a second-level war hero in Zhongying College. Rogue began to activate the spell on his hands. He told his opponent that he was pulling some kind of bullshit on him. The main character suggested that the opponent finish quickly, since it was time for him to go to dinner. The warrior very angrily shouted to his opponent that he would now send him to hell. The main character prepared to bravely repel the fighters at the same time. Rogue began to make fighting movements with his hands. He wanted to gather the energy to strike. Bright blue energy appeared around the protagonist's hands. He prepared to take off. Rogue kicked off the ground and ran sharply at full speed to the side. The main character scaredly pushed away at full speed and flew upward. The warrior was scared. He realized that the main character would try to attack him at full speed. The fighter shouted to the main character that he would now taste his fist. Rogue ran up to his opponent at full speed. At this time the fighter swung his hand. The warrior swung with all his might and tried to hit the main character in the throat. Rogue very quickly, sharply, and in time dodged to the side from the blow with his hand. The fighter was surprised. He realized that the main character was very clever and defended himself in time. The main character sharply straightened the fingers on his hand. He prepared to finish off his opponent. Rogue managed to very quickly and with a professional fighting blow direct his hand to his opponent's throat. The main character very angrily shouted to the fighter that he had finally been caught. Rogue grabbed his opponent by the throat with a very powerful grip. The warrior felt how from the powerful grip he began to choke. He did not have enough air. Rogue threw his opponent to the ground with a professional and powerful kick. The main character crushed the fighter with all his strength to the ground with a powerful blow. People around looked with excitement at the main character and his victim. Rogue angrily told the fighter that he could punch him or punch him in the throat. You don't even need to use a guardian spirit to do this. The main character angrily warned the warrior that he would be dead very soon. Rogue angrily asked his opponent lying on the ground, does he really want to continue? The warrior was out of breath, due to lack of oxygen. He answered the main character that he did not want to continue. The fighter repeated louder that he no longer wanted to fight. The rest of the guys around heard him. Rogue loosened his grip on his hand. The fighter was able to breathe easier. The main character stood up. This time he decided to pardon his opponent and leave. Rogue said goodbye to the warrior so that he would never meet his eyes again. Guy walked up to the fighter lying on the ground and asked if he was okay. The warrior was very angry. His friends helped him rise from the earth. The fighter looked after his departing opponent with an angry, dissatisfied look. The warrior shouted displeasedly after Rogue that he would pay him for everything. The fighter looked after the departed guy with a hateful gaze for a very long time. Main character approached his house. He told his mother that he was back. Rogue looked very carefully inside the house through the open door. The main character took a closer look and noticed that his mother was collecting some fragments from the floor. The inside of the house was a complete mess. The furniture lay overturned on the floor. The main character excitedly called his mother. He realized that something had happened. The woman heard the guy come into the house and turned to him. The mother joyfully told her son that she would now finish cleaning and leave. Rogue asked the woman if the village people were causing them problems again. The main character clenched his hand into a fist with displeasure. He decided to ask his mother about his father. The son asked his mother displeasedly, why are they still responsible for their father's actions? The main character remembered once again that his father betrayed his country. The son asked his mother displeasedly, why didn't their father take them with him? The woman approached her son and hugged him tightly. She wanted to calm him down. The mother called her son by name. There was a long pause in the room. There was a lamp shining on the side of the ceiling. The woman wanted to tell her son about his father. She still held him in her arms. The mother told her son that his father did not betray the organization or the country. The son reminded his mother that she always says the same words to him. Rogue said displeasedly to his mother that she constantly repeats the same thing to him. Tears appeared in his eyes. The woman stood and continued to hold her beloved son in her arms. The main character was in his room. It was night outside the window. There were boxes near the window. Rogue was lying on the bed. He looked up at the ceiling in front of him with great attention. The main character looked at the image of a fighting warrior on a poster on the ceiling. The warrior had blonde hair. Behind him was an image of a magical bird. The main character knew that he was now looking at Phoenix. This man was a member of the most powerful organization in the country called Murder. Phoenix, in the war against the 5 dynasties, killed 500 people alone. He used his fighting spirit called 100 Birds. This fighter is one of the 5 most powerful heroes of the war. The main character raised his fist to the ceiling. He continued to look closely at the poster. Rogue said happily to himself that he would like to meet Phoenix at least once in his life. The guy thought about it. He looked up in front of him and was lost in memories. The main character realized that his father would also be glad to meet the Phoenix fighter. The guy remembered his bright childhood years. His father carried him on his shoulders. In the minds of the protagonist, the image of his father was already fuzzy. He had forgotten his exact appearance. Rogue lay on the bed and looked ahead thoughtfully. He was deep in thought. Suddenly there was some noise from the street. The main character suddenly came to his senses. Rogue jumped up on the bed and asked excitedly, "Who is here next to him?" The main character turned his head to the side. He looked carefully at the street. Rogue realized with displeasure to himself that some people were still trying to do something at night. The main character thought to himself confidently that he no longer wants to endure this. Guy went out onto the balcony. He looked around carefully and it was night all around. Rogue looked ahead with great attention and excitement. He decided that there was someone on the street. The main character shouted into the darkness for strangers to come out quickly. There was a noise among the trees. Someone's footsteps could be heard in the distance. Someone's legs appeared. The stranger walked between the trees and headed towards the house. The main character looked closely and noticed in front of him a fighter already familiar to him. Rogue stood and looked opposite at his opponent. There was silence all around. The main character asked the fighter dissatisfied, does he really want him to beat him again? The warrior angrily shouted to the main character that he would definitely pay now. The fighter stood and prepared to repel another attack from the main character. Rogue got very angry, he prepared to finish off his opponent as quickly as possible. A strong trembling ran through the main character's body, a bluish flame appeared. Rogue shouted at the fighter to get out quickly. The guy shouted loudly for the evil warrior to get out of here as quickly as possible. Rogue looked at his opponent with a very angry and dissatisfied look. The warrior stood calmly near the night trees and had no intention of running away. The main character noticed that his opponent was not at all afraid of him. Rogue accelerated and prepared to strike the warrior with all his might. The fighter suddenly called out to his brother in a loud voice. There was no one next to him at that time. The main character was surprised. He clearly saw that his opponent was standing completely alone. Suddenly a very powerful burning blue fist appeared above the warrior's head. Rogue was scared. He realized that now a huge fist would attack him. Rogue watched in fear as a huge burning magical fist approached him. The blow was very strong. The main character was abruptly carried to the side and fell to the ground. After the rogue fell to the ground, huge clouds of dust rose around. A huge and burning fiery fist swept swiftly over the ground. Next to the warrior stood his huge, tall and menacing battle brother. On top of the fighters was a huge blue monster. There was a reddish flame all around. The demonic warrior asked his younger brother if the rogue had offended him. The fighter shouted to the main character that his brother was a second-year student at the National Military College. The main character commanded himself to move. He was lying on the ground. The guy felt that he could not move, his body didn't listen. The older brother angrily told the main character that he was hurting his younger brother. The warrior angrily shouted at Rogue so that he should not even think about mercy. He said the guy was going to die. The main character lay motionless on the earth. His rivals looked at him silently. Rogue raised his head above the ground. He realized that it was very difficult for him to breathe. The main character realized that he could not beat his opponent because of his older brother. The main character extended his hand in front of him. It was hard for him to breathe. He couldn't help himself. The warrior angrily shouted to his older brother to quickly kill the guy on earth. The elder brother looked at his companion with displeasure and suspicion. The fighter once again angrily asked his older brother to kill the rogue. The warrior said slyly that if the guy was killed, no one would know about it. The fighter joyfully told his older brother that people would glorify him as a hero. Brother thought. He realized that his companion had said a completely truthful thing. The fighter looked at the lying protagonist. He decided to finish him off as quickly as possible. The elder brother angrily told his companion that he was completely right. Rogue fearfully realized the look in front of him. He realized that he could not defend himself now. The elder brother slowly walked towards the main character. The fighter sternly told the guy to blame only his father for everything. The elder brother angrily shouted to the main character that he would grind him into powder. The younger fighter was very happy. He looked at Rogue angrily. The guy barely understood the view from Earth. The fighter stood and very angrily looked down at the lying guy in front of him. The blue demon accelerated and hit the main character with his fist. The fighter was pleased. He shouted that his opponent had been finished off with great force. The elder brother looked carefully in front of him. He said that the main character turned into mincemeat. Gradually, the dust after the impact began to dissipate. There was no one on Earth. The older brother was surprised. He realized that the main character had just disappeared somewhere. The warrior looked carefully and saw in front of him an empty hole in the ground. The fighter could not understand where the guy had disappeared. The body was nowhere to be seen. The younger brother joyfully said that there was nothing left of the main character. The fighter was very scared because he did not understand what had happened. He called his older brother. The elder brother himself was in great bewilderment. He glanced at his companion. Suddenly the fighter noticed something very bright next to him. He became worried. A red luminous feather floated and fell very slowly from above. The guy looked in surprise at the pen in his hands. He couldn't understand where it came from. The elder brother became wary. He noticed a bright glow above him. Burning red feathers fell from above. The fighters below did not understand what was happening. The fighter looked ahead in fear. He saw feathers falling from above and could not understand what had happened. The elder brother was also very surprised. He did not understand where the feathers could come from. Suddenly the sound of huge wings was heard from above. They burned with red fire. The Phoenix warrior descended from the sky. He held the main character in his arms. Roan looked at the warrior next to him with a liberating and joyful look. The main character remembered the poster that hung on the ceiling in his room. Roan was convinced that he saw the fabulous Phoenix warrior in front of him. The main character was almost unconscious. He thought about 100 phoenix birds. The warrior descended to the ground. He looked carefully at the people in front of him. The moon was shining high in the sky. Tongues of bright pink flames were visible from above. Roan looked at the man next to him with an exhausted look. He recognized him for sure. A fighter named 100 Birds Phoenix held an unconscious guy in his arms. The older brother was scared. He thought excitedly to himself about the Thorn of Wan. The fighter could not understand in any way who the main character turned out to be in reality. The Phoenix fighter with red eyes looked down at the man in front of him. Phoenix looked at the guy next to him with a silent, menacing and cold gaze. The older brother waved his hands in fear. He said with a smile to the Phoenix that it was just a joke. The fighter explained that this could not be a joke, when a soldier used the power of a guardian spirit against an ordinary person. Phoenix angrily told the man that he would revoke his second-degree rank. He will be punished accordingly. The guy was very scared. He realized that he was now in serious trouble. The fighter was scared. He realized that he would no longer have the same strength after meeting the Phoenix. The older brother noticed how the fighter began to move away from him and fly up somewhere. The Phoenix flew up in the yellow flames. He carried the main character in his arms. The man on Earth looked after him excitedly. A reddish glow appeared in the sky. It began to spread to the sides. A burning meteorite shower began to fall abundantly from the sky onto the Earth. The main character, together with his companion, ended up in a swamp. Next to him sat a huge frog with 4 eyes. The marsh toad croaked and stretched out its paws towards the lying man. Roan lay unconscious with his eyes closed. He did not react in any way to his surroundings. The guy came to his senses. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up in front of him. Roan turned his head to the side. He wanted to look at his savior. Phoenix sat on the ground. He was playing with a little bird on his shoulder. The fighter's attention was completely absorbed by his red chirping bird. The main character looked silently and intently at the fighter. A joyful Phoenix told the guy with a smile that he had finally woken up. The main character fell to his knees and began to thank his savior for his help. He promised that he would do everything he could. Roan excitedly told the fighter that he was his big fan. He even has posters all over the room. Phoenix thought joyfully to himself that the main character had already fully recovered in 2 hours. The main character looked excitedly at his interlocutor and asked in fear, "What's the matter?" Phoenix stroked the joyful bird. He told the guy that everything was fine. Phoenix explained to the main character that he punished his older brother, who studied at the Eastern Academy. The man also said that he used an energy shield to protect Roan's mother. The fighter, standing on his feet, promised the main character that this would not happen again. Phoenix told the guy with a smile that he could show him his offenders. Roan responded dissatisfied to the man that he no longer wanted to see the faces of these bastards. The main character looked ahead with a dissatisfied look. He was silent. Phoenix looked at the guy with great attention. He understood what his thoughts were. The fighter asked the main character, "Does he still hate his father?" Roan looked at his interlocutor with a sharp and unpleasant glance. The main character said displeasedly to the warrior that there was no need to mention his father. He explained that he himself could protect his mother. Roan remembered his father. He wanted to say something very rude. Roan angrily shouted that his father did not deserve to be remembered by anyone from his family. The warrior said in a reasonable voice to his interlocutor that he had once known his father. Phoenix told the main character that he continues to look for evidence for his father. Roan turned around and said in a dissatisfied voice that he absolutely did not care that his father was a traitor. Phoenix thought about it. He thought about what the main character had experienced. When his father left, little Roan did not understand why everyone around him began to hate them. Every time the guy looked at his mother's face, he did not see hatred on it. The woman looked at him only with tenderness. Roan looked at his mother's smile. He didn't understand why she was smiling. As a child, the main character was constantly bullied by the neighbor's children. Later, when Roan grew up, he found a fighting spirit and was able to resist. This is exactly how the main character's difficult childhood passed. Roan played alone all the time. His goal was to protect his mother and not remind him of his father. The main character said that he doesn't care where his father went, even if the man became a statesman. Roan continues to hate his father even now, as before. Phoenix decided to address the guy with important words. He put his hand on his chest. The fighter told the guy that his father loved him more than anything in the world. Phoenix told his interlocutor that he would soon be convinced of everything for himself. The vapors of a strong wind spread across the clearing. The main character looked at the man with excitement. Roan, after a short pause, asked Phoenix what he meant. Phoenix told the guy that the academy could save him. The main character was silent. The surprised protagonist did not answer the Phoenix. He kept thinking about the academy. The special academy is outside the jurisdiction of any country. The goal of the academy is to find the strongest super warrior seeker. To the main character, all the information about the academy seems very exaggerated. Roan said that the dean of the academy is very strong. He can take full advantage of a group of super dangerous people. The Combat and Legendary Sunset Academy is located at the junction of 4 countries. Phoenix explained to the main character that his father studied at the academy. Students are not allowed access to other similar institutions. The fighter said in a reasonable voice to the main character that he would then understand everything. Roan perked up. He shouted in a loud and excited voice that he knew. Phoenix looked happy and silently at his new acquaintance. The main character happily asked the fighter if he had a chance of getting into the academy. Roan said in a joyful voice that he had a chance to get out of this place. He can learn like other people. The main character happily explained that he had the opportunity to change his mother's life. Phoenix told the guy that he was leaving tomorrow morning. Tomorrow will be the last day of admission to the academy. Roan was scared because he had to leave tomorrow. He remembered his mother. Phoenix told the main character that he explained everything to his mother and that he did not need to worry. The main character told the man that he would prepare for tomorrow tonight. Phoenix thought that no matter who caught Rogue's eye, no one could stop this guy. On the second day, the main character was driving through a deserted area to his academy. A bus was speeding along the road into the desert. There was no one else on the road. The bus began to gradually slow down. There was going to be a stop soon. The vehicle stopped after he passed a stop sign. The main character told himself that he had arrived. He got off the bus into the street. Roan looked at the sky through his hand. It was shielded from the bright desert sun. Roan looked ahead at Sunset Academy with great excitement. He decided that this place would save him. Roan looked around in surprise in the desert. He couldn't believe that the academy could be in such a place. The main character looked in front of him in surprise. He could not understand that this was the academy. Roan saw a small red chick sit on his shoulder. He called him by his name Xiaogo. As a farewell, Phoenix handed the chick to the main character and told him to take it with him. Roan looked at the map that Phoenix gave him. She turned out to be useless to him. The main character thought dissatisfied that it was very hot for him in this place. You can die that way. Roan walked through the desert. 3 hours later he still had not reached his goal. It was hard for the main character. He walked heavily through the desert and passed the body of a killed monitor lizard lying on the sand. Roan felt very hot and heavy. Suddenly he thought that he was walking the wrong way. The main character shouted to himself with displeasure that he followed the map, but found nothing. Roan felt tired. It was hard for him and he wanted to die. Suddenly the guy noticed something in the distance. He looked closely and stepped to the side. Roan saw a small wooden building in the desert sand. He couldn't believe that this was Sunset Academy. The main character decided to himself that he was seeing an ordinary hallucination in front of him. The guy pulled himself together. He needed to get to the building as quickly as possible. Roan ran at full speed across the desert to the academy building that he saw. The main character stopped. He saw a crowded and small building in front of him. Roan noticed an old woman sitting near the broken house near the entrance. The old woman sat quietly and knitted. She did not suffer at all from the heat. The main character asked his interlocutor, how can she just sit and knit in the desert? The old woman did not react in any way to the words of the passerby. She sat and continued knitting. Roan explained to the woman that he needed Sunset Academy. He said he wanted to join there. The old woman opened her eyes. She looked calmly at the guy opposite her. The woman did not react in any way to the guy's words. She continued to sit and knit. The old woman turned to the guy and asked, why is he going to the academy? The woman looked sternly at her interlocutor and asked, is he really going to study? Roan enthusiastically told the woman that he was recommended to the academy by his mentor named Phoenix. The woman sat and continued to knit calmly. She did not react in any way to the guy's words. The main character stood and watched as the old woman in front of him continued to calmly knit. The old woman with a smile invited the guy to go inside the building and see if there was an academy there. Rong was surprised that the old woman invited him inside the old house. He decided that she was joking. The woman calmly answered the interlocutor that he simply had to enter this small house. The old woman calmly told the guy to go inside the house and look. The main character thought. He decided to listen to the old woman and go inside. Rong walked up to the threshold with a decisive step and opened the doors to the building. The woman sat calmly and looked ahead. She knew the guy would go further. Rong looked around the empty house. Standing on the threshold, he asked, "Is there anyone inside?" The guy looked to the side and noticed that the house was completely empty. The glass in the windows was broken. The main character said to himself in a surprised voice that the house was empty from the inside. The old woman told the guy in a shrewd voice that his answer to the question was the best. Unexpectedly, the woman called the main character by name. He was very surprised. Rong turned around and asked the old woman with excitement, "How does she know his name?" Suddenly the main character felt as if the floor was disappearing from under his feet. He looked down sharply. Rong was frightened to notice how a huge pit opened up below him. The hole below was huge. The main hero couldn't even grab his arms to the sides. For a short moment the guy looked down. He already felt that he was beginning to fall. The main character, with a piercing scream, began to fall down into the unknown at great speed. The old woman sat calmly near the entrance to the house and knitted. She heard the guy scream. The woman continued to sit calmly on an armchair near the house. Rong suddenly saw light from below. He rejoiced and decided that he was saved. Rong got scared. He decided that he would now fall down and die. As a result, the guy fell out of a hole in the ceiling down into a new dimension. At great speed the main character fell down. After the fall, clouds of dust rose. Rong was lying unconscious on the ground in an incomprehensible place. Everything around was covered with dust. The red chick did not fall down. He flew over the ground and looked for his owner. Xiaogo excitedly examined the huge hole in the ground. He said his master fell. The main character abruptly climbed out of the hole in the ground and looked around. He was very beaten. Rong shouted upward in an angry voice that the old woman wanted to kill him here. The main character heard a voice. He was informed that he had passed the first part of the selection process. Rong heard a message that suitable people were being selected in the form of a competition. Rong saw a crowd of people in front of him. The voice told the participants that the ways of victory are not limited. At the same time, a ban on murder is introduced. The main character saw a huge number of people. They were of different ages and physical characteristics. A voice from above welcomed all participants to Sunset Academy. The main character was lying on the ground and looking up at the academy building. Rong looked ahead with great excitement. He couldn't believe his eyes. The guy saw an unrealistic academy building. It was big and tall. The group of fighters turned sharply to the side. They noticed someone approaching from behind. The young fighter turned back. He said he noticed some fresh meat. The guy happily said that at Sunset Academy everything had become very bad with the students. The young guy decided to beat his opponent with a skill called Stone Fist. The huge brute calmly told the young fighter to break him completely. The big man silently and angrily looked down at the guy next to him. The young fighter was scared at first. He decided that it would not be easy for him to defeat such a big opponent. The guy smiled. He decided to try to beat the jock in front of him with one blow. The young fighter hit his opponent in the chest with his hand to knock him down. The guy shouted to his opponent that his powerful fist was destroying internal organs. The young fighter told his opponent that even an elephant would have died from his blow. The fat man survived the blow. He extended his huge hands and grabbed the young fighter. The big man grabbed the young guy with all his strength and pressed him very tightly to himself. The young guy angrily shouted at the big guy to let him go. The jock pushed the young fighter even harder towards him. Energy flowed through his muscles. The jock pressed the guy even tighter with his powerful arms. His bones began to crack. People around were scared. They realized that the young fighter was about to die. The main character was frightened to realize that the big man had broken the young guy's spine. The big man calmly stepped aside. The guy's body lay on the ground. Someone said that Taegon is famous for his strength. He is the most powerful candidate. The main character looked with excitement at the group of people in front of him. He felt a strong pressure. Rong looked ahead excitedly. He realized that he was very interested. The main character said to himself that the sunset at the academy now seemed fun to him. it turned out that in his home village there were only weaklings. Rong thought cheerfully about what Wan would tell about the Sunset Mysterious Academy. The main character thought, he really wanted to know what the academy was like. Rong said confidently that he would kill everyone in his path. For him this was the last chance. Huge black crows with red eyes were circling in the sky above the academy. Inside the Samsa Academy, in one of the rooms, a man was beating a guy. From a strong blow, the guy flew to the side and a crack appeared in the wall. The young man lay unconscious near the wall. There was a huge dent in the wall. The man looked at the unconscious guy and screamed in fear. There was a bluish glow around the man's body. He told the guy that he was a naughty boy. The owner of the room with glasses said displeasedly to the guy that he always makes him angry. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The man, after a pause, told the guest to come in. A guest in a suit opened the door for everyone and called the man in the room the director. The director turned back. He greeted the guest and called him Mr. Gao. The guest warned the man that the exam was about to begin. He asked the director if he wanted to take a look. The director answered his interlocutor that he would not go to the children's exam, he's busy. Gao informed the excited director that the son of a very important person would come to the exam. The guest also said with a smile that the heir also came this year. The director joyfully said in response to his guest that he was very happy. The director said at the very end of the conversation that this should all be fun. Many people were on the street. The announcer announced that the exam was about to begin in the first stage. Crows will be the props. Rong was surprised. He didn't understand how crows could be a prop. The announcer announced that there were hundreds of crows in the college. Each participant must catch a crow that is carrying a package on its paw. The announcer explained that each participant must remove the paper from the bird's foot. The package must be kept with you. For all participants, the method of obtaining convolution is not limited. They are given 3 hours to do everything. The announcer explained that only half of the crows have a bundle on their leg. The main character realized with excitement that there were about 1,000 people around him. As a result, a very low probability of passing. Rong was surprised to notice that his opponents were not at all worried about the complex rules. The Xiaogua chick squealed that it might even be necessary to kill. The announcer told all the participants on the street to get ready for the start. The crows fell silent and calmed down. They looked at people with red eyes. The participants stood together and prepared for the fight. They all had fun. Rong looked ahead with great attention. He prepared to catch crows. The announcer ordered the march. At the same time, black birds scattered over the area. Crows sat on top of the wires between the buildings. People needed to catch them. Gao shouted joyfully, standing on the roof, that it all had begun. The director stood next to him. The director said in an excited voice that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The man looked down with an angry red gaze and told him not to let his 2 boys down. The director licked his lips. He thought very contentedly about something of his own. The main character walked through deserted buildings. A green lizard was sitting on one wall. Rong looked around the building with great attention. He couldn't find the bird he needed anywhere. The main character said displeasedly that in half an hour he still had not found a single crow. Rong looked around annoyed. He knew that the birds could not be so small that they would be difficult to find. At this time a black crow appeared. The main character realized that he could catch her. Rong happily and contentedly said to himself that he had finally seen the crow. The main character pushed himself out of his seat and climbed up the drainpipe. The bird in flight noticed that a man was approaching it from below. She became worried. The main character sharply extended his hand to catch the crow. She jumped aside. The bird screamed in fear and sharply rushed to the side to escape. Rong excitedly shouted to Crow that he would catch her anyway. The guy extended his hand to grab the bird. He managed to pull out several feathers. Rong was surprised. He couldn't understand how the bird had just managed to evade his attack. The main character extended his hand to try to grab the crow again. Rong grabbed the metal handrail with his hand. He decided to go higher. The main character jumped sharply to grab his hand further away. Rong rose to the roof with sharp and quick movements. He continued to watch the bird. Rong activated the energy in his body. He prepared to jump up. The main character was watching the crow. He wanted to use the power of his guardian spirit to catch the bird. Rong kicked with all his might. He needed to jump higher. The main character jumped up and in flight extended his hand to the flying bird. Rong extended his hand upward. He joyfully decided to himself that the bird had finally been caught. At this time, a big man suddenly jumped up from the ground. He was flying high up. Tae once again kicked with all his strength to jump even higher. The big guy, after a strong jump, broke a window at the top of the building with his back. The main character at this time was reaching out with his hand to the bird. Rome did not have time to notice how his opponent was flying towards him from the side. The jock broke the glass, shards flew around. The main character turned to the side with excitement. He realized that there was someone next to him. The big man in flight pushed the main character away with his hand with all his strength. He flew to the side. Tae extended his hand and grabbed the crow. He was able to get her. After the jump, the jock began to go down with the bird in his hand. The main character flew to the side. Tae landed safely on the ground with his loot. Clouds of dust flew around his hands. After a strong blow from the jock, the roan flew to the side into the building. The main character fell to the floor in the building and raised a bunch of dust after the fall. Tae was happy. He noticed that on the bird's paw there was a package that he needed. The big man extended his hand to the bird's paw. He wanted to take off the paper bundle. Tae held the piece of paper in his hands. He jokingly thanked the bird out loud. The jock released the frightened crow from his hands and told it to fly away. The main character, after falling from a height, was carried to a garbage can. The guy came to his senses. He began to climb out of the pile of garbage. Roan was able to get up and stand on his feet. He decided to try to deal with the big man. The main character accelerated and rushed at the jock at full speed. Because of the high speed of the running guy, the garbage near the tank scattered in all directions. Tae looked and was very surprised. He didn't expect the main character to be able to get back to his feet. The jock got into a fighting pose. He prepared to fight off the guy's attacks. Roan told his opponent in an angry voice not to rush to leave so quickly. The jock became wary. He looked with great interest at the guy approaching him. Roan informed his rival that he was not going to give him the package. Tae looked at the main character and became amused. He laughed quietly to himself. The big guy told his interlocutor that he was a giant from a Thai gang. The jock's body began to burn. He shouted to the main character that he would at least die with dignity. Tae happily told the guy that he couldn't summon the spirit of war. He will finish off his opponent with the help of a copper wall. Roan swung his fist and hit the big guy in the stomach with all his might. The main character was surprised to notice that his blow did not bring any benefit. Tae didn't even move. The big guy said angrily to his opponent that he was only tickled by the blow. The jock shouted to the guy that it was useless to attack him. He swung his fist. Roan looked at the big guy with excitement. He prepared himself to defend himself from the blow. The guy raised his hand in time to protect himself from Tae's fist. Roan moved far to the side after being hit by the big man. He was able to restrain himself. The main character excitedly thought to himself that he felt pain in his stomach. Tae looked at the guy and said that his speed alone would not be enough for him. The big guy looked angrily at the main character and said that he was wasting his time on him. Tae shouted to the main character that he would now teach him a lesson. He swung. The main character jumped to the side very quickly and sharply. The jock hit the ground with all his might. Roan dodged and noticed how a piece of stone from the earth flew past him at high speed. The big guy looked at the guy and asked if he would give up. Roan prepared to attack. He shouted to his opponent that he would take the initiative. The main character accelerated and flew forward to kick the jock off his feet. The main character flew at his opponent and pointed his leg forward. Roan hit the big guy in the face with a very powerful blow. He didn't have time to dodge. Tae looked angry at the guy and said loudly that he was going to die. The jock angrily threatened the main character that he would completely disappear. Tae shouted that he would use a technique called sleeping mountains. Roan became worried. The jock hit the ground with all his might. A bright fire appeared. He shouted to the guy that he would grind him into powder. Tae asked his opponent in an angry voice how he liked his reception. The big guy looked around and didn't notice the guy. He decided that his opponent had turned to dust. The main character told the jock that he was really strong. Tae was very surprised that the guy was still alive. Roan stood up. He told the big man that he was the second strongest opponent he had met. Blood was dripping from the protagonist's hand. He turned to his rival. The hero called the surprised jock a piece of crap. Tae still couldn't believe that his opponent was alive. Blood dripped from Roan's hand. He threatened the jock that he was going to kill him now. Somewhere deep in the mountains a girl was walking with a man. The man said that entry to Sunset Academy is available worldwide. The girl turned to her companion named Emperor Lus. She said they could still catch up with the person they needed. The man had a tattoo on his arm, he was dressed in black clothes. The girl told her interlocutor that this was the beginning of the exam. Emperor Lus replied to his companion that they needed to hurry. The main character stood on the street in clouds of dust. There were no people visible around. Rong stood and looked angrily at his opponent. Tae turned around and looked at the main character in surprise. The guy promised to beat the jock to such an extent that his own mother would not recognize him later. The big guy looked angrily at the main character and called him a walking surprise. Flame tongues appeared around the jock. He told his opponent that he had spent a lot of time on him. Rong became worried. He realized that the jock would use his special fighting spirit. Tae said that his fighting spirit won't last long, but this is enough to finish the guy off. The jock shouted to the main character that he would show him his fighting spirit called the Stone Beast. Rong prepared to attack his opponent. He came to tell him something important. The main character prepared to use his best and signature move. A bright yellow flame could be seen around the big man. He prepared to attack the guy. Tae told the main character that he should have thanked him for his fighting spirit. The evil jock waved his hand. An image of a huge monkey appeared in front of him from above. Rong got scared. He realized that he felt very strong pressure from this opponent. Tae approached his opponent and swung. The guy sat down and covered himself with his hands. The main character stood still. He could barely contain his opponent's magical attack. Rong planted his feet on the ground. It became more and more difficult for him. The exhausted guy coughed. Blood began to trickle out of his mouth. The big man angrily told his rival not to cough up blood, because it was not good. Tae clenched his fist with all his might. He prepared to finish the guy off with one blow. Rong swung his arm with all his strength to finish off the big guy. He jumped back. The main character tried to hit his opponent again. It hit him in the neck. Rong jumped back in fear. Tae prepared to attack his opponent. The big man was very angry. Tongues of flame were visible around his body. Tae extended his hand forward. He asked the main character in surprise, "What did that just happen?" The big man angrily shouted to the main character that he felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Tae swung to finish off the guy with a blow to the head. Rong managed to defend himself with his hand in time. Rong looked fearfully and excitedly at his opponent's hand above him. The main character swung his hand and hit the big guy on the shoulder with all his might. Rong swung his hand to hit his opponent again. Rong hit his opponent in the neck with all his might. The big guy shouted to the guy that his blows looked like mosquito bites. He prepared to strike back. Tae activated a skill called Destructive Mountain Earthquake. The big man waved his hand. He asked the main character, "Is he still coughing up blood?" Rong felt weak in his body and coughed. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to hold back enemy attacks. The main character hit the ground with all his might. It began to crack under his feet. Rong swung his hand to hit the big man with all his might. Tae asked the guy angrily, "Does he really feel like an insignificance?" The jock jumped up and joyfully shouted to his opponent that he was going to die. Rong accelerated and rushed with all his might towards his opponent with his arm outstretched. The main character prepared to knock his opponent down with a blow from his left hand. Rong, with the help of a very strong blow, was able to hit Veezile in the face. Tae punched the main character in the stomach with all his might. The main character flew to the side at full speed after being hit. After the fall of the Rong, clouds of dust rose on the ground. Tae remained standing in place. The main character lay motionless on the earth, unconscious. He was hit very hard. Rong began to pass into himself. He gathered his strength and extended his hand in front of him. The main character turned his head to the side. He prepared to get to his feet. The jock angrily asked the guy what he wanted to do next with such pitiful attacks. Tae shouted angrily to his opponent that he no longer needed his fighting spirit. Tae told the main character that he would not be able to hurt him if he concentrated his fighting spirit into one blow. Rogue from the clouds of dust said loudly to the rocker that his iron wall was crushable. The big man looked in front of him in surprise. The main character said that everyone has a weakness. The larger a person is, the more weaknesses he has. The jock was surprised that the guy was still alive. Rong began to approach his opponent. He told Tae that although his body is solid, it still consists of flesh and blood. The main character looked menacingly at the jock and said that he still had some kind of weakness. Tae shouted angrily to his opponent that he would not be able to destroy him. Rong looked carefully at the jock and asked if he had ever been stung by a bee. Tae asked the displeased guy what kind of bee did he tell him about. The main character said that when a bee stings a person, it becomes more intense after a while. After this, the area around the puncture swells. Rong angrily told his opponent that he had already stung him in the most vulnerable places on his body. Rong told the frightened opponent that if the injected spirit escaped in an instant, his body would suffer greatly. The guy angrily told the jock that it was time to suck the spirit out of him. He was very scared. He shouted to the guy to wait a minute. The main character activated his combat skill called Edge of Pain. The big man was twisted from the powerful blow. He could hardly stand on his feet any longer. Tae developed a slight bloody cough. He could no longer fight. The surprised jock couldn't understand how this could happen to him. Tae could no longer stand on his feet. He fell to the ground. The main character watched him carefully. Rong told the jock angrily that he told him about this at the very beginning. The main character took the paper package from the hands of the big man lying on the earth and left. The girl and the man approached a cliff where there was a huge waterfall. The girl asked the master how they could get inside if the entrance was behind the waterfall. The man thought. He did not know what to answer to his little companion. The girl reminded the young master that he might be late. The man pointed his finger to the side and called his companion the name Xiaoxia. The young gentleman raised his finger up. He prepared to use spells. The water was rapidly falling down. There was no visible passage through the waterfall. After activating the spell, the water parted and a passage appeared. The man said that Xiaoxia talks a lot. The man told his companion not to move. He extended his hand over her head. Xiaoxia even closed her eyes out of excitement. A ball of fire appeared around her. Xiaoxiu noticed in fear and surprise that she was flying above the ground. The man walked on the water. He told his companion that they were already at Sunset Academy. A crow with a red look, suspecting nothing, flew up to the lying big man. The bird calmly sat on the man. She considered him dead and was not afraid. Tae suddenly came to his senses and looked around in surprise. The big guy grabbed his head. He was unhappy because he had underestimated the guy. The jock thought to himself that the main character at first seemed weaker to him than the rest of the participants. An unfamiliar guy on top of the building told the big guy that the bird shit on his face. The young fighter looked with great interest at the take lying on the ground. The spirit of a fighting ninja with red eyes appeared, who was armed with swords. Tae was surprised. He couldn't understand why the real Zhang Ying was in the evaluation area. The warrior went downstairs and told the jock that he really screwed up in the battle with the guy. The jock asked his interlocutor, how can he help him? Tae excitedly thought to himself that he felt the strength of the guy next to him. The jock looked at the warrior and realized that he had a huge difference in levels with him. Zhang said that the main character is very interesting. This guy injects his fighting spirit energy into weak spots and then he pulls it out. Zhang said in a cheerful voice that he wanted to compete with the main character. Tae was unhappy. He realized that the warrior who had come had ignored him. Zhang asked the muscleman what he was saying about his iron wall. Tae said in a frightened voice that he would never dare to activate the skill. It was simply an attribute of his fighting spirit. The warrior told the jock that he wanted to see his fighting spirit with a high defense attribute. Tae was very surprised. He could not understand what the warrior wanted from him. Zhang decided to attack the big guy. He said that his iron wall was just scrap metal. Mr. Gao stood in the director's office and listened carefully to the information through the earpiece. He listened and asked his interlocutor to tell him the information. The director calmly drank tea. Gao listened in silence with great attention to what was being reported to him over the communication. The man eventually told his interlocutor that he had received the information from him. Gao informed the director that Zhang Ying's spirit had been spotted in the assessment area. The manager became worried. After a short pause, the director said with a smile that this happens every time. He added that all this, in a sense, is also an assessment. Gao informed the interlocutor that this time the candidate was killed. He added that it must be one of the Class A wanted criminals. Suddenly the director spat out the tea in fear. He shouted that the drink was hot. The leader turned around and asked excitedly whether he was really a Class A criminal. Usually criminals are divided into several classes. Class A attackers kill a lot of people. The director put the cup on the saucer. He said that he cannot be sure of all the assessees they accept. The leader told his companion that they needed to go. He doesn't want to be blamed by the old dean. Participants were in the assessment area. The announcer announced that the people had only 30 minutes left. They need to hurry up. The main character continued to fight against his opponent in one of the buildings. Rong attacked the guy with punches, he retreated back. The main character beat his opponent with all his might, he was forced to retreat. The frightened fighter did not understand where the main character got such an oppressive spiritual attack from. Rong continued to advance, he shouted to his opponent not to be distracted. The fighter was scared, he noticed that the main character swung his hand to hit him from below. Rong hit the guy with all his strength with a powerful blow with a swing of his hand in the stomach. Rong threw the enemy far to the side with a powerful blow to his stomach. The main character said angrily to his rival that it was very dangerous for him to be distracted. Rong swung hard again and hit his opponent in the stomach, he shouted that it was all over. The fighter was unable to recover from the powerful missed blow, blood sprayed from his mouth. The guy fell to the ground, the main character looked angrily at his defeated opponent. Rong carefully ensured that the fallen warrior could no longer rise to his feet. The main character looked at the fighter's body and said that he had already become the fourth. Rong said that the closer the end of time comes, the more people try to attack him, they all want a pass from him. The main character looked at the warrior's body, he said that we need to end this because it is all tiresome. Rong thought about it, various memories began to surface in his memory. Rong's memory recalled what his father had once told him when he was little. The man told the kid that channeling the spirit into the body has different effects. The main character thought to himself that his father's words inspired him very much. Rong remembered Phoenix and his father, he knew that his father was a member of the murder organization. The main character happily thought to himself that Phoenix should be the strongest of all. A warrior came up from the side and patted the main character, he said the guy pulled off a wonderful trick. Rong turned sharply to the side and looked excitedly at the stranger. Zhang said with interest to his interlocutor that he really liked him. The warrior looked angrily at the main character and said that he had been looking for him for a very long time. The main character asked Zhang, did he really come to pick up his pass? Zhang looked at the guy with interest, he realized that the main character was completely different from other people. The warrior slyly told the main character that he was absolutely not interested in his pass. Zhang was heading towards the main character, he said he wanted to take it apart. Rong angrily told his opponent that if he wanted a fight, he could just come over. The main character realized that he must use the power of time to understand, then all this will not be a problem for him. The warrior looked angrily at the main character and said that he was a very small boy. Zhang pointed his fingers in the direction of his opponent and made the sound of a shot. The main character fearfully noticed how a small bullet was flying in his direction. The bullet flew past the main character's head, she brushed his cheek. Rong felt to himself that his cheek was wounded, he was very surprised. Rong touched his cheek in fear, he realized that he had been wounded by spiritual energy. Zhang joyfully and angrily shouted to his opponent that he could smell blood. A blue glow appeared around the warrior, he said in a satisfied voice that only such a smell could intoxicate him. Zhang pointed his hand to the side, he asked the main character for forgiveness for wanting to take him apart. A bluish sword began to appear in the warrior's hand, he told Rong that he would respect the main character when he did this. The warrior held blue swords in his hands, he told the main character that his name is Moon Ben. Zhang looked at the main character with a hateful gaze and said that he would be his killer. Rong became worried, he realized that his opponent would use the Zanpakuto against him. The main character swung, he realized that he could not allow his opponent to take the initiative. To begin with, Rong covered his entire body with spirit for better protection. The main character realized that he needed to concentrate, next, he must find the opponent's weak point. Zhang told the guy with a smile that he was using spirituality, which was not interesting enough for him. The warrior told his rival that he would show him how spirituality works. Zhang attacked the main character using Amitabha's needle skill. The main character was frightened to notice how a bluish sword was flying towards him through space. Rong got scared, he realized that he would not be able to run away or somehow fight back. A flying magical sword pierced the guy and carried him far to the side. Rong felt severely wounded, blood sprayed from his mouth, he didn't understand what was happening. The main character looked scared and looked at his opponent, the warrior had bluish lightning in his hands. Zhang sent a bluish lightning bolt from his left hand towards his opponent. The warrior in a sly voice told the main character that he would not be able to avoid an attack of this level. Rong grabbed his stomach, he had a bloody cough. Zhang told his interlocutor that none of his tricks would work. The main character felt severe pain. He did not have the strength to fight any further. Rong held his hand near his stomach. He felt that his abdominal cavity had been pierced. Zhang told the main character that he doesn't care how much it hurts. The warrior angrily told his opponent that he should already know something about spiritual power. Zhang told the main character that he does not yet know the meaning of spirit. The main character's method of attack is simply to direct spiritual power to different parts of the body. The warrior explained that spiritual direction in different parts of the body has different effects, but not everyone knows about this basis. Zhang explained that advanced people use spirit and mind to integrate into the desired form. Zhang pointed his hand to the side and told the main character that this was already a concretization. Rong became worried and scared. He realized that a dangerous attack was now flying towards him. The main character suddenly jumped to the side. He dodged the blue lightning. The warrior said with an evil smile to Rong that this time he was able to dodge. Zhang beckoned with his finger and a beam of his energy began to return. The blue lightning suddenly turned around and flew back to its owner. Rong turned around in fear and noticed how lightning pierced his body in flight. The main character was scared. He realized that his body was severely injured. Rong grabbed his body with his hand. He could no longer stand and fell onto all fours. The main character felt severe pain in his body. He had no more strength left. Zhang told the guy that when he has a deeper understanding of spiritual power, he can control its direction at will. The warrior looked angrily at his opponent and wanted to remind him of a certain person. Zhang clutched the blue sword in his hand. He prepared to attack the Rong. The warrior asked the main character, didn't his father teach him anything? Rong couldn't even get up at that time. Zhang swung the sword and activated a spell called Dance of Glory. The main character was carried far to the side by a powerful magical blow. The Rong flew backwards at high speed. At the last moment, he remembered that even in this world he could not hide from his father's reputation. The young gentleman on the city street became wary. He felt something important. The man looked around. He realized that he had just felt a strong spiritual attack. The girl was fiddling around the man's body. The man called Xiao Bao and told her to come with him. The girl found a small package in the man's clothes. She was delighted. Xiao was holding many packages in her hands. She said joyfully that now they have more than 20 passes. The man told the girl that 2 passes would be enough for them, the rest can be thrown away. Xiao replied that she would do so. There were bodies of people lying everywhere on the street. At this time, the director and Gao suddenly landed on the ground from the roof of the building. Gao looked slyly to the side and said that they had found the people they needed. The leader said slyly that such strong spiritual energy was easy to find. He felt that the other party was not afraid of Luogi College. The director looked at the warrior. He asked with interest, when did the problem guy return? Zhang stood with his magic sword in his hands. The manager explained that he knew the guy would cause them trouble. The director could not understand who Zhang was fighting with. It was rare to see this guy so serious. Suddenly the manager noticed someone's body lying on the ground. He took a closer look. The director noticed that right in front of him, the rogue guy was lying unconscious on the ground. Gao told his supervisor that he would go down and take the guy with him. The director abruptly moved his hand to the side. He didn't want his subordinate to leave. The director looked slyly in front of him and told his interlocutor that he needed to see what would happen next. The leader thought to himself that the 2 guys had finally met. He wanted to see what the son of Ghetto could do. Zhang turned around and looked at the main character. He told him that he got a little carried away. The warrior explained to his interlocutor that he was impressed when the guy mentioned his father. Zhang asked the main character, didn't he remember a few techniques from his father? Rong lay on the ground and could not get up. He couldn't believe that all his efforts were in vain. Zhang looked at the guy and said that he didn't understand anything. He only used a weak attack. The warrior waved his hand in the air in front of him. He shouted to his spirit to come out. Zhang shouted about Amitabh and as a result a demonic warrior appeared. Zhang looked at the main character and invited him to talk seriously. Rong lay and could not get up. He recalled that he trained a lot. Gao asked the director in surprise, does he really not want to intervene? The leader was silent. He looked very warily at the battle between the guys. The warrior activated a magical skill called Amit Bahrain. Zhang pointed his finger at the body of the main character and blue lightning flew towards him. A huge number of deadly lightning bolts flew towards the main character. Zhang looked angrily at the guy lying in front of him. He wanted to tell him something. The warrior told the main character that he was very disappointed. Rogue lay on the ground in a pool of blood, motionless. Zhang turned his gaze upward and asked the director and the man how long they planned to watch. The warrior asked the interlocutors standing on the roof if they were interested in the main character. The director asked Moon Ben if he was afraid that the dead would blame him for all this. The warrior smiled at his interlocutors and said that he was helping them get rid of garbage. Moon told his interlocutors that they should respect him. He is a graduate of Luogi College. Rogue lay there and felt that his chest was very cloudy. He realized that this would be his last chance. The main character remembered his mother. He realized that he could not change his fate. Rogue suddenly felt that he hated everyone around him very much. Rogue was lying on the ground. In one of the flashes of consciousness, he felt that he hated everything in the world that made him unhappy. The main character decided to move. The piece of blue glass that was in his body cracked. Rogue thought once again that he hated this world as much as possible. The main character stood up. He was in great pain because pieces of glass were sticking out. Rogue made an effort and smashed the pieces of glass in his body with a strong blow. The director was surprised. He realized that the main character was ready to go against the dean. Gao closed his eyes in surprise after seeing everything that was happening. Zhang turned sharply to the side. He noticed something fly past him. The girl walked behind the man along the street. She looked ahead. Xiao unexpectedly ran into her face into the young master's leg. The girl told the master in a whiny voice that she had hit her nose. The man became worried. He looked around and noticed a very suspicious smell around. Rogue saw everything in front of him in some kind of black colors. The silhouettes merged with each other. The main character angrily decided to himself that if possible, he would kill them all. The main character stood on the street between the houses. Birds were flying above the city. There were very dark swirls around the rogue. His eyes glowed with red fire. The warrior joyfully looked at the main character and said that he did not let him down. The director looked at the guy and asked with interest, "What kind of fighting spirit is this?" It was getting darker and more dangerous around the rogue. The leader decided that he saw in front of him a demon from the underworld. Zhang joyfully shouted to the main character that he had shown himself to be the son of Ghetto. The main character got angry. He didn't like that the warrior mentioned his father's name. Rong extended his hand to his opponent and shouted at him not to mention his father. The main character extended his hand in front of him. He used a powerful magical grip. A bright red spot appeared in the guy's hand. He prepared to attack. The director shouted to his companion to quickly dodge. The main character attacked his opponent using magic. Rubble of the building scattered in all directions. Dust covered the director and the man. Gao said in fear that it was a terrible spiritual attack. The director said in a satisfied voice that Moon Bin would cause them even more problems. The warrior began to run back to protect himself from the main character's attack. Zhang realized that a very violent attack was being directed at him. It was not the same as the previous ones. The warrior was surprised to notice how the main character jumped to the side and prepared to attack. Rogue extended his hand forward to hit his opponent with all his might. Zhang received a very strong blow to the face. He did not have time to defend himself in time. After a powerful blow, the warrior flew into the building and debris scattered around. The warrior's body broke through the wall of the building. There were huge clouds of dust all around. Zhang jumped out of the hole in the house. He shouted to the main character that he made him bleed. The warrior waved his hand. He used a special magical skill called Dance of Glory. Rogue blocked the energy. With the help of his finger he was able to block the flow of blue energy against him. The warrior swung his blue sword to hit his opponent. Zhang was surprised to note that the main character was able to stop his attack. Behind the main character stood his huge demonic spirit. He stopped the attack with his finger. The director was surprised. He couldn't believe that the main character stopped Moon Ben's attack with just one finger. The manager took a closer look. It seemed to him that the main character was even unconscious. Gao said that the main character is supported by his intense desire to kill Moon Ben. The director saw something very exciting. He got scared and worried. The main character's eyes glowed red. The manager said it was hatred. The warrior cheerfully told the main character that he could excite him even more. Zhang told his rival angrily that he was interested in his fighting spirit. The warrior asked the main character if his father could be proud of him. Rogue got angry. He didn't like that the warrior mentioned his father again. A bright red glow appeared in the protagonist's hand. He prepared to attack. Rogue shouted to his opponent that he would kill him so that he would shut up as soon as possible. Zhang was amazed, he could not understand how the main character attacked him. The director could not understand where the main character got such terrifying energy. Gao was surprised at how powerful the protagonist's blow was against the warrior. The young master came out of the alley and looked carefully at the destroyed building. The master looked around, he didn't notice any of the people around. The man became worried, he couldn't understand why the smell bothered him. The master realized that the smell made him worry and fear. Shao asked the young master in surprise if he was okay. The man did not turn around, he answered his companion that he was fine. The girl sadly thought to herself that it was very rare for her to see the gentleman in such a mood. The spirit of the protagonist extended his hand forward and prepared for another attack. Rogue looked at his opponent and decided angrily that he would kill him now. Zhang took a fighting stance, he prepared to repel the guy's next attack. The warrior very angrily demanded that the main character show him more blood. Zhang activated a magic skill called Extreme Dragon Dance. The director was delighted, he was excited because Moon Bin was getting serious again. The warrior rushed at the main character in a big way to finish him off. At that time, a stranger jumped down from the top of the building. The old woman with flaming eyes shouted that she would not allow the guy to be offended. The director was scared and surprised, he glanced to the side excitedly. A golden Buddha with 1,000 arms appeared in the sky, the warriors all scattered to the sides. A golden magical Buddha shone around the old woman, she shouted that she would not allow the guy to be offended. The woman's eyes glowed brightly in anger, the people around were very scared. Gao was very scared, he shouted that the deputy dean had arrived. The director shouted in fear that he saw Grandma Gaia in front of him. The main character was surprised, he immediately recognized the old woman he had seen before. Rogue was surprised to realize that he saw in front of him a grandmother who was sitting in front of the house. Moon looked in front of him in surprise, he did not expect his grandmother to appear at that moment. The warrior sat down on the ground, he tried to attack his opponent with a blast wave. Zhang was surprised to realize that the old woman stopped his attack and Rogue's attack with one movement. The warrior saw in front of him the deputy dean, whose name was Buddha Gaia. The main character decided not to give up, he launched another red attack in front of him. After the attack there was a very strong explosion, a bright red flame appeared above the houses. Gaia was very unhappy, she looked to the side with a groovy look. The director and his companion barely made it back from the explosion. The girl was very frightened by the explosion, she was almost knocked off her feet. A young gentleman stood nearby. Zhang happily thought to himself that if he had not started a fight here, he would not have seen the ability of the old traffic policewoman. Gaia angrily told the director and his companion to quickly get down from the building. The head and the Gao very politely and humbly greeted the deputy dean and bowed to her. Without delay, not for a second, the old woman hit the man in the face with all her might. Gaia, without wasting any time, hit the director's face with all her might. Gaia grabbed the director by the clothes and asked him if he really wanted the college to be destroyed. The old woman asked her interlocutor, doesn't he understand that the main character cannot control his strength? Gaia explained that Rogue doesn't even realize that something like this is happening, uncontrolled power hurts a guy the most. The old woman angrily accused the director that he was actually indulging this uncontrollable force that was driving the guy crazy. The leader answered the old woman with a smile that they just wanted to find out what the power of the Rogue was. Gaia hit the director with her hand, she shouted to him that they could no longer trust him and leave the college in his hands. The old woman asked angrily, what should she tell the dean now? Gao fearfully repeated to himself to the side, that all this is not his fault. Zhang appeared at the side, he told the old woman that the vice dean's spirit was still as good as before. Zhang was very beaten, he tried to look at his interlocutor with a smile. Gaia was very unhappy, she looked at the guy next to her with a suspicious look. The old woman promised that after she finished with the mess, she would return with Moon Ben. Zhang calmly told the old woman that he just wanted to see the fighting spirit of Geto's son. Gaia answered the guy that he had not changed at all, she explained to the warrior that he had the wrong thinking, she explained to the warrior that the Geto chose Phoenix, not him. Zhang wiped away traces of blood from his face, he did not answer the old woman's words. The director thought to himself that the rumor turned out to be true, Phoenix and Moon were once students of the protagonist's father. The warrior answered in a calm voice that he had long ago forgotten about these two dogs. Gaia told her interlocutor that it was not entirely convenient for him to fight against the main character. The warrior calmly answered with a smile to his grandmother that he hated talking to smart people. Guy looked at his interlocutor with disbelief. She didn't tell him anything. The old woman angrily commanded the two men to take the unconscious rogue to the medical room. Gao saluted the old woman and said that they would definitely do just that. Gaia ordered the director to compile a list of applicants for this year. The manager replied with a smile that he almost forgot to do it. The old woman hit the director in the stomach with all her might. She didn't like that he was acting nice here. Zhang decided to tell the old woman about Rogue's fighting spirit before leaving. The warrior said that the main character cannot control his strength. He felt it when he fought him. Gaia stopped. She silently and carefully listened to what the warrior was telling her. Zhang said judiciously to his interlocutor, so that his rogue spirit appeared out of nowhere. The warrior explained that the protagonist's fighting spirit could have its own separate life. Gaia looked angrily at the warrior and told him in response that all this was none of his business. Gao was looking for the main character among the ruins. He said the guy must be around here somewhere. The man was delighted. He shouted that he had found the guy. Rogue sat unconscious near the broken wall. Gao looked at the main character with great attention and distrust. Zhang told the old woman that he would kill Rogue immediately. Gao at this time prepared to help the guy. The candidate's assessment took place in complete silence. Those who passed by were quiet. The losing students quietly left. The losers were desperate and the winners were unhappy. This was the reality of Luogi College. The main character came to his senses. He opened his eyes and noticed a blurry image in front of him. Rogue was lying on the bed. He looked carefully in front of him and gradually came to his senses. The guy tried to sit up on the bed. He felt very strong pain in his body. The old lady was sitting next to the guy and drinking tea. She told him that there was nothing serious about him. The main character told his interlocutor that she was that grandmother at the wooden house. The old woman told the main character that her name is Gaia and she is the deputy dean of Luogi College. Rogue was very surprised. The woman told the guy that the injuries on his body were not that big of a problem. She explained that it would hurt a little, but then the guy would be able to get out of bed and move. Rogue looked at his hand. He said that after sleep he always feels healed. Gaia asked the main character, was it really Phoenix who sent him here? Rogue explained to his interlocutor that Phoenix told him that this would be his only chance. He promised that he would not let his teacher down. The old woman angrily shouted at the main character to stop. The guy fell silent. Gaia was unhappy. She couldn't understand what Phoenix was thinking about. It was deep night outside. The moon was shining in the sky. There was complete silence around. The main character was very surprised. He realized that Phoenix was also studying at Luogi College. Gaia explained to the main character that Phoenix is his father's student. The fighter Moon Gen was also the son of Rogue's father. The main character became worried. He asks the woman to give him the opportunity to think everything over. The old woman stood up. She told the main character that he still doesn't know much. Gaia stood near the exit. She told the guy goodbye that he passed the exam. Rogue was very surprised. He watched with great excitement as the old woman left. The main character was silent. He didn't even know what to say to his grandmother for all her words. Rogue, with tears in his eyes, thanked his interlocutor excitedly. Guy turned around and told the guy that all his questions could wait until tomorrow. She wished him good night. The next morning the main character woke up in his room. The sun was shining on his bed. Rogue opened his eyes and looked ahead with a sleepy look. The sun hit his eyes. Zhang sat near the main character's bed. He wished him good morning. The main character took a closer look and noticed that the warrior he had recently fought with was sitting next to him. Rogue was very scared and amazed. He couldn't understand how Moon ended up here. The main character jumped up sharply and asked Moon what he wanted from him here. Zhang told the main character with a smile that he just didn't want to wake him up. Moon explained to his interlocutor that from today he would be his instructor. Director asked the old woman sitting at the table why she appointed Moon as the protagonist's instructor. He explained that he was a wanted Class A criminal. Gaia explained that there is nothing wrong with Class A criminals. She added that half of them are the same as him. The old woman told the director not to look down on Moon Bin. This warrior's strength was equal to that of the Phoenix. Guy explained to the director that he simply didn't like Moon Bin. The leader said that no one can match the power of the Phoenix. The woman explained that Moon Bin was also a ghetto student. She doesn't know what the guys will achieve together. She is looking forward to this moment. The woman remembered the conversation with the warrior. Moon told her that he had one condition. Zhang said seriously to the old woman that he wanted to be alone with the main character. Gaia was writing something down in her notebook. She thought to herself that Moon Bin was the best choice for the main character. The director looked at the old woman and asked what she was writing there. Gaia reminded the manager that he had forgotten about the tournament, which takes place every 3 years. The competition starts in 2 weeks. The woman explained that she was currently writing down the tournament participants in a notebook. The building of the Supreme Council was very tall. A meeting was taking place inside. In the meeting room, several people were sitting opposite each other at a large table. The man addressed Mr. Phoenix on behalf of the government. He said that he had the highest level of morale. The interlocutor demanded that Phoenix explain to him why he helped the rogue guy escape from state surveillance. A beautiful girl was sitting at the table. She was one of the 5 heroes. The first of the 5 heroes was also Phoenix. His morale indicator was 100 birds. Phoenix looked at the man and said that he would not explain anything to him. The warrior explained to his dissatisfied interlocutor that he had the force and the ability to do this. The state advisor sternly reminded the Phoenix that Tat was a member of the organization. This structure is under state control. The man slammed his fist on the table with all his might. He reminded the Phoenix that he was obliged to report his actions. The warrior was absolutely calm. He called his interlocutor a cutie. The advisor angrily shouted that they could not let the ghetto family go and allow these people to do whatever they wanted. The man explained to the Phoenix that if he had not intervened, the family members would all have died. The warrior looked displeasedly at his interlocutor with red eyes. He was silent. Phoenix launched several red feathers at the man at high speed. After the flight, the feathers dug around the advisor's head. He was very scared. Phoenix reminded the man that he had no right to tell him anything or raise his voice in his presence. Another advisor approached the man from behind and grabbed him with his hand to throw him off his chair. The man pulled his colleague with his hand to throw him to the floor with all his strength. Another advisor pinned the man to the floor with all his might. Cracks appeared on the floor. The advisor was delighted. He decided that he had adequately punished his colleague for his words. Phoenix silently watched everything that was happening. He didn't say anything to the man. The advisor asked the warrior for forgiveness for the behavior of his subordinates. The man adjusted his suit. He wanted to say something else important to the Phoenix. The Supreme State Counselor's name was Chi Chang. He told the Phoenix that everything that happened should not affect the real purpose of the meeting. He reminded about the infiltration project. The warrior answered his interlocutor that it was his duty to select new and good spies. Chang told the Phoenix that he would use his power for the good of the country. The woman said that after the incident with Ghetto, the murder organization completely collapsed. After this, 5 defender heroes were created. She explained to the advisor that they were not a substitute for organizing murder. Chang angrily told his interlocutors with a smile that they could end this. Phoenix turned around and headed towards the exit. He called his companion named Bud. The advisor watched as his guests gradually walked away from the room. Phoenix left with his companion. Chang thought about the previous conversation. The advisor thought for a long time about how Phoenix seemed to him in reality. Chang said that Phoenix is much more arrogant than he thought. He added to his subordinate that he could stop. The man told his leader that he was in a lot of pain and that he was very strong. Chang told his evil subordinates that they needed to make the great war heroes have fun for a while. The woman answered him that in the infiltration project they could include option B. Chang said very angrily to himself that Phoenix should not regret this. The warrior stood on the balcony. He silently looked down on the evening city. Phoenix was thinking about something of his own. He recalled a conversation with advisors. A woman appeared. She slowly went out onto the balcony and called Phoenix. The warrior turned around. He wanted to listen to what the Bud would tell him. The woman apologized to Phoenix for disturbing him. The warrior turned around and told his interlocutor that she was not bothering him at all. The woman with pink hair smiled back at the warrior. She didn't tell him anything. Bud explained to the warrior that the government's attitude was becoming more and more intriguing. Phoenix told the woman that the government's attitude was better than that of some government officials. The warrior said thoughtfully that the stronger the authorities become, the more greedy they become. Phoenix said that council members led by Chi Chang do not know how much support he has. They also don't know about his selfish desires. Suddenly the Phoenix noticed something flying through the air. He shouted to the guest that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The woman noticed a flying chick. she said excitedly that she remembered him. The man and the woman watched as a small chick flew towards them through the air. Phoenix told the chick named Juji that they had not seen him for a long time. The main character walked along the street with the warrior. They approached some building. Rong asked Moon with excitement, "Where are they now?" The main character and his companion entered a very old building. Rong said thoughtfully that he must find his bird now. Moon told his companion that they must now find the others. They were walking up the stairs in the building. On the top floor the young master greeted his guests. The main character was surprised. He looked at the stranger with great attention. The young master told his interlocutors that they were late. The girl bowed to the guests and said that her name was Xiao Buo. The man and the girl stood and silently looked at the guests who came to them. Rogue asked the young master very dissatisfied, "Who is he anyway?" The man examined the main character with great attention. He studied it. The young master noticed that the main character had enormous and crushing magical power. The man told the thoughtful guy that he had a very high fighting spirit. A warrior intervened in the conversation. He asked forgiveness from his interlocutors for interrupting them. Moon smiled and told his interlocutors that he still had a lot to do, but he didn't have much time. The warrior angrily demanded that the people around him quickly shut their mouths. The main character and the man looked at the warrior in bewilderment. Xiao also didn't understand what was happening. The warrior looked at his interlocutors with a smile and said that he would now introduce himself to them. Moon pointed his hand to his chest and wanted to tell details about his life. Moon told his new acquaintances his name. He will be their instructor for the next 3 years. He explained that he had one little rule. The warrior told his subordinates that he demanded absolute obedience from them. Moon threatened his interlocutors that if they did not listen to him, he would throw them out of Luogi College. The main character angrily shouted to the instructor that he could not trust him, since he tried to kill him. Moon patted the guy on the head and said that he had no malicious intent, he just wanted to see what he could do. The young master told the instructor that in Luogi College, all students must study on their own. Moon calmly explained to the man that he was only asked to be their instructor. A red bird sat and sang on the warrior's shoulder. He listened to her carefully. The phoenix was absorbed by the chick on his shoulder. He couldn't even distract himself. The warrior listened carefully to what the bird was telling him. His companion stood next to him. Phoenix joyfully exclaimed something to himself. He liked what the little bird told him. Bud turned and asked the warrior with interest, "What happened?" Phoenix answered the woman in a calm voice that nothing had happened. The warrior explained that the main character ended up in Luogi College. He thanked the Juji bird for his hard work. The woman looked in front of her and told Phoenix that everything happened exactly as he expected. Bud thought to herself that the warrior was still looking for clues about the ghetto incident. Phoenix looked at the evening city and said that there was something unusual about the main character. The woman turned around and asked, "What could a guy have that is unusual?" The warrior called his companion Yazi and said that they needed to go to Luogi College. The main character, along with his companions, was inside a destroyed building. The warrior told the main character that he was giving him his first task. Rogue was very unhappy. Rogue displeasedly told his interlocutor that they hadn't even had any lessons or an opening ceremony yet. Moon told his interlocutor that he was still very naive and sweet. The young master told the main character that he was very ignorant. The warrior explained that at Luogi College the teachers do not teach their students at all. Moon explained to the surprised guy that he would receive all his knowledge himself. The warrior explained that the college was simply a huge madhouse. The main character was surprised to tell his interlocutor that he didn't even know about it. Moon explained to the guy with a smile that college is completely different. The warrior said that Luogi is divided into 3 zones. All types of battles are prohibited in the safe zone. This is where the teachers and the assistant dean are located. The initial and intermediate zones are not aggressive, they are separated between themselves and the wall. The girl asked in surprise, "In what zone will the young master live?" Xiao said excitedly to her friends that she had to clean up now. The warrior told his new acquaintances that they would all be in the zone of military heroes. Moon looked at his interlocutors and said that this would be the place for their first mission. The warrior warned his worried friends that he would only speak to them once and they should listen to him. There are 3 main factions and 4 small groups in the war hero zone. The smallest group is called the Pros. She is considered to be the weakest. Rogue asked impatiently, should they really find out about the group during the mission? Moon told his surprised wards that they must wipe out their group from this place in 2 weeks. The main character could not understand how they could complete their mission in 2 weeks. They walked through the evening city. Rogue said dissatisfied to the girl that they would not be able to defeat military heroes in 2 weeks. The main character realized with displeasure that he was walking next to the girl. The guys left her alone and were chatting about something. Xiao looked at the document. She told her companion not to worry. The girl pointed with her finger where they needed to go. She said that if young master were with them, they would not need anything else. Rogue asked his companion how strong this man is. Xiao said with a smile to the main character that the young master is very cool. The main character said with a smile to the girl that he must now become stronger. Xiao told her interlocutor that the young master also wants to become stronger. They need to try all together. The girl looked at the map. She said they needed to turn right now to find the apartment. Xiao heard some noise in the alley. She turned to the side with great excitement. The main character asked in surprise, "Did they just hear a cat?" The girl answered her companion that they needed to go and look at the cat. Xiao ran forward into the alley. She began to call the animal very loudly. The girl looked into the alley. The main character asked what she sees there. Xiao was surprised. She noticed something very suspicious in the darkness. Xiao said that what she sees in front of her is not a cat. The body of a girl lay in the alley. It was late evening. The young master silently looked at the warrior next to him. The man could not understand how and why Mun Ben could come here and why. The warrior told his interlocutor named Zhai Van that he knew why he was here. Mun said with a smile that it would be very difficult not to notice a member of the Zhai family. The man looked sternly at his interlocutor and invited him to skip the formalities. Moon told the other person that the Zhai family became the largest family thanks to their fighting spirit and the god of despair. The warrior decided to tell details about the only spirit that could be inherited. The man listened carefully. The warrior said that the spirit can only be inherited through the blood ties of the Zhai family. Moon told his interlocutor that previously there were only 6 generations in the family. The warrior said with a smile that Zhai Wang is one of the 7th generation. The warrior told his interlocutor that he was desperately trying to become stronger in order to become an heir. Moon reminded the man that only the strongest are worthy of inheriting. Zhai turned and asked his interlocutor what he was trying to tell him. The warrior said with a smile to the man that he could make him stronger. There is one condition. Zhai turned around and asked his interlocutor, what condition is he telling him about? Moon very sternly and unequivocally demanded that the man defeat Rogue. Zhai remembered the main character. He became thoughtful and began to reflect. The man thought. He could not understand how strong the main character was. At this time, Rogue burst into the room. There was a little companion next to him. Zhai turned around and looked in surprise at the people who had come. Rogue carried the girl on his shoulders. He told the man that he returned first. Xiao greeted the master with a smile. Zhai said with surprise to the main character that he had no idea that he had such a hobby. Rogue put the unconscious girl on the sofa. Xiao she said with a smile to the master that he had understood everything wrong. The girl said that they found the stranger unconscious. The main character reported that someone dealt many blows to the girl all over her body. The main character said that the girl got into a fight. The stranger continued to lie unconscious. The man told the guy that he brought the girl here without even knowing who she was exactly. Rogue said that the girl could have died, so he decided to save her. He added that he was very tired. Zhai was silent. He looked displeased at the main character and at the unfamiliar girl. Xiao extended her hands to the stranger. She said she wanted to heal her. Rogue asked the girl if she knew how to cure the girl. The girl said that their spiritual family were subjects of the Zhai family. They provide medical support to the family for generations. Xiao Buo began to carry out some manipulations with the body of the unconscious girl. Rogue said with suspicion that Xiao might try to brainwash the stranger. Zhai told the guy that he didn't think so. The main character said displeasedly about the great and powerful master of the Zhai family. The girl continued to try to heal the stranger with her hands. The stranger's body lit up. Wounds on different parts of the body began to heal. The girl opened one of her green eyes. She didn't understand where she was. The main character joyfully shouted to the stranger that she had finally woken up. The girl turned her head to the side and looked carefully at the people next to her. Suddenly the stranger was afraid of something. She looked piercingly in front of her. Xiao was surprised and asked the stranger if everything was okay with her. The girl suddenly became angry. She extended her hand to attack the girl. Xiao was scared. She did not understand why the healed girl wanted to attack her. The stranger looked angrily at the little girl. Xiao stood there and didn't understand what was happening. The main character was unhappy. He asked what was happening. The girl was scared. She saw the stranger reaching out her hand to grab her. At this time, the young master arrived in time. He decided to stop the girl. Zhai grabbed the attacker's hand with his hand. She didn't have time to harm Xiao. The young master angrily shouted to the stranger to stop. Zhai looked down at the girl with a very angry and stern look. The stranger looked fearfully and questioningly at the people around her. Xiao clung to the main character in fear. Rogue told the girl how they found her unconscious and wounded. The girl asked the stranger if she was feeling better already. The girl looked at the girl with a frightened look and replied that she was better. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion. Someone broke into the wall with all their might. The main character covered his face with his hand. He didn't understand what was happening. The stranger looked to the side. She said in a tragic voice that it was all over. The girl said that the monsters are already here. Dangerous monsters entered the house through a break in the wall. The stranger shouted in fear that the evil monsters had already arrived. The girl looked in fear at the arriving monsters. The main character and his companion were also scared. One of the creatures extended his hand to the girl and said that she was very predictable. The green monster told his companion to calm down. He called him the third master. He said that they need to take the girl with them and the boss will reward them. The third master answered his interlocutor calmly, that all this is true. The fighter extended his fist forward. He said that in this zone, no one will be able to escape from behind. Rogue realized that in front of him was a member of a group that needed to be destroyed. A warrior appeared. He spread his arms to the sides and looked in surprise at the main character and his companions. The stranger called her interlocutors cowards. Someone hit her hard on the arm. The girl pushed herself away from her seat to escape. Suddenly something green lifted her up. Zhai looked to the side angrily and worriedly. He looked at the arriving monsters. The girl rested her hands on the ground. She decided to fight off the uninvited guests. The stranger was carried to the side as if by a very strong blow. The girl sat and rested her hands on the floor. She turned to the visiting monsters. The girl angrily shouted to the fighters to let her sister go. She said she wouldn't let them leave with her. The main character turned around. He could not understand which sister the stranger was talking about. The green demon told the girl that he thought she was blessed. The monster added that they kidnapped her sister to find her. The monster explained to the girl that the boss is very impatient, so he sent a third master after the girl to bring her back. The demon told the people not to do anything stupid. He warned that the girls would not protect them. The third master told the interlocutor that the wounds on her body had healed very quickly. The third master, together with his demonic companion, began to approach the girl. The monster told his interlocutor that she had already escaped once. He extended his hand to her. The demon very angrily warned his interlocutor that there would be no second escape. The main character suddenly jumped out of the way. He prepared to defend the stranger. The master was surprised that the guy jumped to the girl's defense so quickly. Rogue warned the intruders not to think they were dogs. The main character swung and hit the master with his hand. He caught the blow in time. The monster said with a smile to the man that he was not strong enough. The guy is just fast. The third master turned to his companion, nicknamed Long Tongue. He demanded that he take the girl. The monster was surprised. He noticed that his companion could no longer answer him. Then Zhai came up very quickly and cut off the head of the green monster. The man turned to the side and glanced angrily at the third master. The monster was surprised. He did not understand how the child could kill his companion. The third master looked at the severed head of the Long Tongue. He remembered that this demon was a junior military genius. The main character sharply asked the uninvited guest, "Where is he looking?" Rogue explained to the monster that the first strike was just a bait. The main character looked at his opponent and said that he was ready now. Rogue swung and warned the monster that he was about to strike a real blow. The main character hit the third master in the face with his hand with all his might. Xiao was very happy. She said the guy caught the monster. The stranger was very surprised. She didn't understand what kind of guys were next to her. The girl could not understand who the main character and his companion could be. Rogue said with a smile to the third master that it was not a simple blow. The demon's body began to crack and crumble. Pieces of it fell to the floor. Rogue watched with great interest as his opponent began to disappear in front of him. The main character said that he saw a fake body of a monster in front of him. Rogue shouted with loyalty to his companion that they needed to go after the monsters. The main character headed towards the open doors. there was no one there anymore. Rogue came out the door and said that he would go after the bastards. The girl shouted after the guy to come back quickly. The main character near the entrance shouted to the fleeing demon to wait for him. The girl was very amazed, she couldn't understand what kind of two guys were in front of her. The stranger was surprised, her legs hurt, she couldn't stand on her feet. The girl sat down on the floor, she was still thinking about what kind of people were in front of her. Xiao asked her interlocutor if everything was okay with her. The third master at that time was running at full speed through the night streets. The demon was very scared, he ran at full speed, trying to escape. The monster didn't understand where two guys could have come from, he remembered that he had a rescue hook. The monster remembered the blow from the main character, he realized that next time he would suffer greatly. The master was especially frightened by Zhang after he cut off the head of a long tongue. The demon thought to himself, what could have been worse, if he had not run away immediately. The monster ran through the streets, he realized that next time he would already be dead. The third master decided on the fly that he should tell his brother about everything that had happened. At this time someone appeared from the side in front of the running monster, he didn't have time to react. At the last moment the third master noticed as if someone from the side swung his leg towards him. Suddenly, Zhai appeared on the fugitive's way, he kicked him down with a flourish. After a strong blow, the monster flew to the side, he started bleeding from his mouth. The man stood angrily and calmly looked at the monster that flew away. The third master, after a powerful blow, flew far away and crashed into the wall. After the monster crashed into the wall, stones began to fall around. The third master could not stand on his feet, he could barely stay on his knees. The demon felt as if his intestines were completely destroyed inside. The monster looked carefully at the opponent in front of him, he saw the young master. The third master gathered his strength and wanted to say something to his opponent. Zhai greeted the demon in an absolutely calm and quiet voice. The monster called the man a bastard, he didn't like that he dared to hit him. The demon angrily shouted to the man that he was one of the leaders of the group. The third master summoned the ghost of ice bones to help him, a huge blue skeleton appeared. The skeleton extended its huge blue hand towards the man. The demon angrily told his interlocutor that he would die today in the name of. Bluish drops dripped from the monster's body onto the ground, puddles then appeared from them. Rogue was running down the street at full speed, he decided to help his friend as soon as possible. The main character ran with all his might, he was afraid that something bad might happen to his friend Zhai. The guy thought to himself as he walked that Zhai Wang was still a child. Rogue thought to himself and decided that his friend looked very cruel. The main character thought with excitement about the little girl who always walked next to the warrior. As he walked, Rogue remembered Zhai's martial spirit and abilities. The main character decided that he would paint his friend about the demon from the group 4. The guy ran into the alley, there was complete silence, he looked around nervously. Rogue stopped in the alley and said to himself in a dissatisfied voice that he had lost. The main character decided to go further along the alley and see what was happening there. The guy ran with all his might at high speed further between the dark houses. Rogue suddenly smelled a very strong smell of blood all around, he stopped. The main character turned his head to the side and looked carefully. Rogue saw his acquaintance standing nearby in the alley, he became very worried. The main character looked carefully in front of him, he couldn't understand what had happened. After a short pause, the guy addressed Zhai Wang in a calm voice. The main character noticed how the monster's body was hanging on the wall, a man stood nearby. Zhai said in a calm voice to his friend that he had arrived just in time. The man grabbed his hand and said in a calm voice that earlier he was just warming up. Zhai told his friend that the time had come for them to start fighting now. The man stood in a fighting stance, he looked at the main character and said that the battle needs to start. Rogue became worried, he realized that he would now have to fight his opponent. The main character saw a man in front of him who was preparing to activate his spell. Rogue realized with excitement that he would no longer be able to avoid the battle, he had to agree. The protagonist turned around and told his opponent that he agreed. At this time the warrior sat and rested, he lit a fire in his lighter to light a cigarette. Moon calmly took a drag from his cigarette, he was thinking about something of his own. The guy exhaled smoke, he sat and enjoyed his complete solitude. Suddenly the warrior had a thought, he grunted displeasedly to himself. At this time, a small red cat approached from the side, she meowed in surprise. Moon asked the cat with interest, does she really want some food? The animal jumped into the man's lap. She meowed while jumping. The warrior told the little animal that she was unlucky, he had no food with him at all. At this time, a red feather suddenly appeared from the sky, it slowly went down. Moon looked away, he became very worried when he saw the feather falling. The warrior told the arriving phoenix what to say now when they meet. Phoenix arrived and sat down next to the warrior. A girl arrived on the other side. Phoenix was silent, he sat next to the warrior and said nothing. The girl was also silent, she waited patiently for what her companion would say. Phoenix turned to the warrior and asked him with a smile if everything was okay. The main character stood at a distance against his opponent, he prepared to fight. Jai waved his hands, he prepared to activate his magic skill. The main character told his opponent that he was wondering what kind of spirit of war he had. The man looked calmly at the main character and said that he could begin. Jai took off, he picked up speed to hit the guy as he walked. The man was running very fast, he needed to activate his magic skill. Jai extended his hand in front of him to grab the guy as quickly as possible. Rogue noticed with excitement how his opponent's hand stopped right next to his face. The main character jumped to the side very sharply, he dodged the attack. Jai asked the surprised guy, "Is he really that fast?" The man looked away, he decided to try to attack his opponent again. Jai swung his hand, the main character deviated at the right time. The man told his frightened rival that they could learn from each other. Rogue noticed with excitement and fear how some kind of magical dust was flying at him. Magic dust came from the Jaya's hands, he launched it against his opponent. The man swung his hand to hit the guy again, the main character covered himself with his hand in time. From a strong blow, the rogue flew to the side, clouds of dust rose around. The main character asked his opponent displeasedly, why does he continue to fight with him? The man swung his leg to finish off the guy lying on the ground with an overhead blow. The main character jumped up sharply and managed to jump to the side from the dangerous blow. Rogue angrily told his opponent that he was ready to fight him. Jai looked at his opponent very angrily and with hatred. The man looked piercingly at his opponent, he thought about his name. Jai recalled his conversation with the warrior, he then asked him about the conditions. Moon told his interlocutor clearly that he must destroy the main character. The man thought for a moment, he said that rogue guy is very strong. Moon said that he was very interested in what kind of spirit of war the main character had. Jai explained telepathically to the guy that he wanted to defeat him because of the power that he had previously released. Jai looked menacingly at his opponent, he wanted him to release his war spirit. The man kicked off the ground, he prepared to hit the guy with a full swing. The main character raised his hand in time and managed to block the kick. Rogue managed to block the impact force, she was such that he flew to the side. The main character couldn't hold still, he was carried to the side by a strong blow. As a result, the guy flew off and crashed into the wall, debris scattered around. Jai moved forward, he angrily demanded that the guy show him the power that he had previously discovered. The man rushed forward, he extended his hand to grab his opponent. At this time there was a strong rumble, everything around shook and clouds of dust rose. The main character jumped to his feet and grabbed his opponent's hand with his hand. Rogue's eyes glowed red, he said that Jai wants to kill him now. His fighting spirit appeared above the protagonist's body, he realized that the man wanted to kill him like everyone else. The main character angrily shouted to his rival that he wanted to kill him, like everyone else, above him was his fighting spirit. Rogue held his opponent's hand, suddenly he felt a very familiar smell. The man could not understand what the guy meant when he said that he wanted to kill him, like everyone else. Rogue held his opponent's hand with all his might, he demanded that he answer him. The main character looked angrily at his opponent and really wanted to learn something from him. The man extended his hand forward, he prepared to strike his opponent. Jai hit the main character in the face with all his might, the wall behind the guy shattered. The man grabbed the guy's head with his hand, he wanted to tell him what he needed to do to become stronger. Jai held the main character with his right hand, he said that would be enough for now. The man angrily asked his opponent, is another reason really needed? Rogue answered in a tired voice that he did not know why he was being pursued, he had a Jaya hand on his head. The man pushed the main character away with his hand and hit him against the wall. Jai swung his hand to finish off the main character with all his might. Suddenly a very strong explosion flew off the guy, Jai covered himself with his hand to protect himself. The main character was lifted off the ground by the explosion and carried to the side. Rogue with burning eyes whispered to his opponent that he couldn't do it anymore. The man became worried. He looked at the main character with great interest. The protagonist unexpectedly told his surprised rival that he assumed that they could become friends. The main character turned around and tried to hit his opponent with his hand. Rogue was surprised to notice how the man jumped somewhere away from him. The man suddenly said in a calm voice to the main character not to talk nonsense anymore. Jai said there was a loss of concentration. The defenses around him began to crack. A rapid process of cracking of cosmic mirrors began around the man. The main character was very surprised. He could not understand where the mirrors came from. Unexpectedly, a man approached the surprised protagonist and put his hand on his shoulder. Jai said in a calm voice to his interlocutor that he hated the word about friends. The main character got angry. He did not like the words of his interlocutor. Rogue swung and hit the man in the face with a powerful blow. The main character shouted in an angry voice to his opponent to show himself to him. The man walked in the direction of the main character. He told the guy that he didn't know how to show his spirit of war. Rogue looked at his opponent with great excitement. He didn't know what would happen now. The man told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that he would have to do all this himself. His huge and dangerous image appeared above Jai. The man told the guy that he would knock his warrior spirit out of him. The man activated the mirror branch in his spirit of war. The girl was in the room with a stranger. Suddenly she became worried. The girl asked Bao with great excitement, what happened to her? The girl said in fear to her interlocutor that she was worried about her master. The girl said that Jai is very strong. She explained that there was no need to worry about the man. He will be safe. Xiao was delighted with this answer. She shouted that everything was great. The girl went to the window and looked into the night sky. She decided that she was worried for no reason. The man calmly walked towards the main character. He called him by name. The man told his interlocutor that even if nothing had happened, Jai told the menacing protagonist that he now wants to fight him. Rogue became worried. He stood and looked at his opponent very fearfully. The main character thought. He realized that he was now facing a very strong battle. Rogue looked at his opponent and said that he agreed with him. The main character knew that he could not die immediately after leaving the village. He remembered that he worked hard to get into Luogi College. Rogue looked at the man with attention. He thought that he did not have time to become happy. This is all because he is working in a team for the first time. The angry protagonist could not understand why the man wanted to push him away. Rogue thought dissatisfied and angry to himself that he hates fighting. The main character realized that he simply wanted to live an ordinary life with his mother. The man looked ahead with interest. He realized that he was seeing the guy's spirit of war. The main character was very angry. The fire around him grew brighter. Rogue looked at his opponent with great hatred. His eyes burned brightly. Jai became worried. With fear, he noticed a terrifying force in front of him. Suddenly the main character felt some kind of severe pain in his head. He wrapped his arms around her. Rogue screamed menacingly and angrily. Behind him was his great fighting spirit. The main character continued to scream. He held his head with his hands with all his strength. At this time, Phoenix appeared. He extended his hand to help the guy. The warrior grabbed the main character tightly with his hands and pressed his head to his chest. Phoenix told his friend in a soothing voice that everything will be fine now. Phoenix continued to console his friend. He repeated to him that everything was fine. The warrior looked with great attention and excitement at the rogue. Feathers were falling from the sky all around. Phoenix once again repeated to the guy that everything was fine. Rogue still felt angry. Jai looked with interest at the arriving man. He studied it carefully. The warrior carefully analyzed and wanted to understand how dangerous the Phoenix was for him. The man looked at Phoenix from behind. He knew that he was the head of the 5 heroes. Jai knew that he saw 100 phoenix birds in front of him. At this time the warrior turned his head back. Unexpectedly, the warrior sharply shouted to Jai to stop. He explained that the main character is not his enemy. The man asked his interlocutor, is he really Rogue's guardian angel? Phoenix looked at the main character silently. He didn't answer the man. The warrior touched the guy with his hand. He said that he is not a guardian angel. Phoenix placed his hands on the protagonist's shoulders. The guy has already calmed down. The warrior said with a smile that he was just a temporary guide. Rogue was very worried. He could only call his teacher by name. Moon appeared. Very bright swirls began to emerge from his body. Jai looked ahead. He was still thinking excitedly about the main character. The warrior greeted his friend with a joyful voice. He was glad he was here. Above Jaya's body towered his huge fighting spirit with a mirror in his hands. Jai turned to the side, he silently looked at the arriving warrior. Moon held the cat on his head, he said with a smile to his interlocutor that he was very impatient. The guy, as if nothing had happened, told his interlocutors that he had come to take a shower. He asked the soldiers if they really decided to fight. The main character looked at Phoenix and Moon and could not understand what was happening. Warrior said in a sly voice that this place is not the place to talk. Moon turned to his interlocutors and invited them to return to the hostel. Rogue and her companions moved inside the building. They were sitting in the room. A bug appeared on one of the flower pots. People sat silently. The cat still remained on the warrior's head. Phoenix and the warrior sat next to each other on the same couch. The two of them were silent. The main character sat with his companions opposite the warriors. They too were silent. The stranger carefully looked around. She didn't understand what had happened. The girl looked at the warrior with a cat on his head. She realized that this guy didn't look nice. The stranger looked at Phoenix carefully. He also seemed suspicious to her. The girl decided that the guy could not be the head of the 5 heroes. She didn't like his style. After a long pause, Moon asked the girl with interest, "Who is she?" The stranger said her name was Kuei Ying. She is low level and has a sister. The warrior asked what happened to the front door. The main character replied that the door was knocked down by some members of the group. Xiao turned to the side. She looked at the young master with great excitement. The girl realized that the man was depressed from the moment he arrived. The man, without turning around, called his little companion by name. The girl was very interested. She realized that the young master wanted to tell her an important thing. The man told the girl to comb her hair. Xiao happily replied that she would do so. Moon told the girls to go to their rooms and rest. He explained that they needed to talk for a while. Phoenix stood up and walked around the room. He turned to the main character. The warrior stood at the window. Without turning around, he told the guy that they also needed to talk. Kuei told her interlocutors that they would leave. She apologized for disturbing me. Somewhere in Luogi College someone wanted to get into a dark abandoned room. The guest began to carefully open the door, slowly turning the handle. The door opened and a girl walked in very slowly. She wanted to find something. The guest looked around carefully. She realized it had to be here. Previously, Phoenix asked his girlfriend Jian to help him get something from Luogi College. The girl turned to her companion with great interest and asked, "What does she need to find?" Phoenix thought long and hard about how to explain everything to his girlfriend. The warrior explained to his companion that Geto had hidden something in Luogi College. Phoenix couldn't find the thing himself, so he asked the girl for help. The warrior explained to his interlocutor that the matter should be confidential. Phoenix handed the girl a small vial of red liquid. He said that he would need to find something in the room. Jiang could see the desired object only when spiritually aroused with Geto blood. The girl looked carefully at the glass bottle. There was Geto blood inside. Jiang looked around carefully. She said that it makes absolutely no difference how she looks at the room. The girl looked around and the room seemed absolutely normal to her. Jiang opened the glass ampoule. She poured a small amount of blood onto her finger. The girl closed her eyes. He placed the bloody mark directly on his forehead with his finger. A bright pink glow appeared on the girl's face. Her eyes were still closed. Jiang opened her eyes and they glowed pinkish. She looked around. The girl looked around the room with great interest. She began to see a lot of new things. Unexpectedly, the guest noticed something interesting. She got scared and worried. The girl saw how all the walls, floor and ceiling in the room were covered with some kind of red inscriptions. In the evening, a meeting of subordinates and their leader took place in the group building. Soldiers stood in 2 lines along the entrance. The guy came up and bowed to the second leader. The warrior wanted to confirm to the leader the information that the younger members of the team had seen. The guy said in a trembling voice to his leader that all this was the pure truth. A very fat leader was sitting at a table with a lot of food. He did not believe the words from his subordinate. The leader angrily asked, "Could a child really decapitate the leader in a moment?" The leader angrily asked his subordinate, "Is he really a moron?" The guy bowed and in an excited voice confirmed to the second leader that he had told the truth. The fighter said that he was passing nearby and noticed something interesting. The guy looked down and saw something that interested him very much. The fighter noticed that the third leader had been destroyed. His body was near the wall. The warrior also said that he saw a guy with blue hair and light around him. The second leader turned around and addressed his older brother questioningly. The elder approached and said in a dissatisfied voice that he did not feel the spirit of the third brother. The guy looked in front of him and said that someone was trying to provoke them. The elder ordered all members of the group to be ready for battle. Moon stood near the wall and smoked. He was completely absorbed in his thoughts. Jai stood nearby. He looked at his interlocutor silently and without any emotion. The smoking warrior looked at the man and didn't like his look at all. Moon said with a smile to his interlocutor that he looked completely preoccupied. The man looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that he was in a hurry. The warrior answered the man that in this case he should slow down. Moon told the interlocutor that he found out that the main character cannot control his spirit. Jai asked the guy in a calm voice, "What does the spirit of war mean?" Moon slowly smoked and thought. He decided to explain everything to the man now. The warrior smiled and decided to explain everything much easier to his interlocutor. Moon said that spirit of war simply means a state of reverse control. The warrior explained to the man that for now the main character would not be his target. Moon said that Jai and Rogue are like two different fires, but they cannot understand why they are burning. The warrior exhaled smoke and decided to give the main parting words to his interlocutor. Moon looked sternly at the man and said that he should calm down. Jai looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that he smelled unpleasant. The warrior explained that smoking is romantic for adults and his interlocutor would not understand this. The guy remembered that when he was sitting next to the phoenix, he wanted to tell him something. The warrior very sternly told Ming not to let Rogue and Jai Bath fight for now. Phoenix explained that the main character is an unstable bomb that no one can disarm. The warrior said that they could not allow the rogue to explode. Phoenix smiled and said that he had a proposal for Jai Van. Moon displeasedly asked his interlocutor, why should he listen to him? Phoenix asked the dissatisfied guy, isn't he afraid of the secret that he's about to tell him? Moon felt to himself that when he thought about this to himself, he became angry. Jai looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. He asked sternly what he was doing. The warrior calmed down and came to his senses. He replied that he was not doing anything. He said that he had a task. The main character was in the building with the phoenix. They were both silent for a long time. Phoenix stood and looked at the main character. Rogue looked out over the city from the balcony. The main character looked down absolutely without any emotion. He was completely silent. Phoenix looked very seriously at his friend and called him by name. Rogue woke up. He turned to the side and looked at his teacher. Phoenix told the guy that he hadn't seen him for a while. He asked, has he really grown up? Rogue touched his head. He said he could grow a little. The teacher looked at the guy seriously. He said that he did not ask in that sense. Phoenix told the main character that he realized the cruelty of the world towards him. The guy thought about it. The main character turned to the phoenix with a question. He remembered his past words. Rogue very clearly remembered that his teacher said that he was a temporary guide. The main character asked, is Phoenix really planning to leave him too? Rogue looked at his teacher. He turned to him mentally with a big request. The main character told the phoenix that even if he deceived him, everything was fine. Rogue put his hand on his head. The teacher looked at his student with great excitement and an attentive gaze. The main character could not understand what was happening to him. He tensed. Rogue realized with displeasure that he was the most hated person in the world. Phoenix was excited. He called out to his friend in a frightened voice. The main character tried to pull himself together. He said in a broken voice that he was fine. The guy told his teacher that he fully understood that he was busy too. The main character asked Phoenix not to worry about him. The guy put his hands on the balcony railing. He wanted to explain everything to his teacher. Unexpectedly, the main character turned around and told his interlocutor with a smile that he was completely fine. The man looked at the guy with great attention. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Phoenix smiled at something of his own. He wanted to tell his interlocutor something important. The teacher extended his hand to the guy. He said he was very hopeful. Phoenix stroked the main character and said that he hopes that he understands everything. The main character smiled back and told his teacher that he completely understood him. The man calmly answered his interlocutor that he was refusing his assignment. Moon explained that there could be no refusal. Jai must definitely pass and this will be his mission. The man once again unequivocally repeated that he was refusing the task. Moon explained to his interlocutor that if he did everything correctly and returned, the deal would be completed. The warrior told Jai that he would help him become stronger, just like he did last time. Moon asked his interlocutor what he would answer about this proposal. The man fell silent. He thought to himself for a long time about how he should respond to the proposal. Zhai closed his eyes, he turned around and began to silently walk away somewhere to the side. Moon asked the man excitedly, where did he decide to go now? Zhai stopped, he turned around and reminded his interlocutor of his promise. The man confirmed that he would complete the task. He began to walk further along the corridor. Moon slyly thought to himself about should he say that the man is innocent. The warrior looked after the walking Zhai. He decided that he might be obsessed with his power. The warrior sat with the phoenix on the sofa. He told his subordinates that they should not forget about their missions. The main character looked to the side with great attention. He felt that someone had left. Rogue took a closer look and noticed that the man had disappeared somewhere. Xiao shouted in fear and excitement that her young master had disappeared somewhere. The warrior handed the cat to the frightened little girl and told her to take it. Moon said with a smile to the girl that her young master should return soon. The warrior put the animal on the girl's head. He said that he would lend her a cat. Xiao was very happy. A cat was sitting on her head. She said she felt good. Phoenix looked at the new girl. He wanted to involve her in the task too. The warrior asked the excited interlocutor if her name was Anki. Kuei clenched her hand into a fist in excitement. She wanted to address her interlocutor. The girl put her hand to her chest and asked Phoenix to give her the opportunity to join too. Kuei excitedly explained that her sister was still with the group. She wants to save her relative. Now she wants to join the others. Phoenix turned to the main character. He told him to decide about the girl. Rogue turned around. He could not understand what they wanted from him now. Moon replied in a calm voice that after everything he didn't mind at all. The warrior turned to the surprised protagonist and said that he relied on him. Rogue glanced to the side. A Xiao girl with a cat on her head was looking at him. An excited Kuei stood nearby. The girl looked at the main character with an excited look. She asked him. The main character looked at his new acquaintance with great attention. He saw hope in her eyes. The main character realized that his new acquaintance was indeed luckier than himself. Rogue remembered his last conversation with the phoenix on the balcony. He decided to help the girl. The main character smiled at his new acquaintance and said that he would certainly help her. Phoenix looked at his pupil silently and with great approval. Moon silently looked at the main character. He still didn't tell him anything. Xiao was very glad that the Kuei girl would go with them. The cat meowed contentedly. The main character said in a confident voice to his friends that they would take a break today. They will start looking for the gang tomorrow. The next morning the main character was sleeping on his bed. The sun was shining brightly in the room. Suddenly something bothered the guy. He began to wake up and turned his head to the side. Rogue was surprised to notice how the Xiaogo chick was sitting on the bed next to him. The guy happily grabbed the chick in his arms. He was very pleased that his little companion had returned. The main character joyfully ran to the door. He wanted to show the phoenix the newly arrived chick. Rogue abruptly opened the door. He wanted to ask Phoenix about something. The main character was surprised. He glanced into the room and noticed that his teacher was not there. There was a table with food in the center of the room. Next to him were Kuei and the Xiao girl. On the floor there was a saucer with fish for the cat. The girl happily greeted the guy. She said that breakfast was already ready. Kuei ate rice with chopsticks. She told the guy that Phoenix had already left in the morning. The main character thought. He couldn't understand why his teacher just left like that. Rogue constantly thought and remembered about Phoenix. The teacher came into his room while the guy was still sleeping. The main character told the girls that it smells delicious to him. He thought to himself that during his next meeting with the phoenix he would be stronger. The warrior stood on the street and looked carefully in front of him. He noticed something above. A huge bird flew overhead. Feathers began to fall from her wings. The warrior thoughtfully and silently looked after the bird flying into the sky. Phoenix was deep in thought. He remembered the main character. The warrior looked at the flying bird and realized that it had spread its wings. A girl approached from the side. She suddenly appeared on a tree branch nearby. The warrior turned around. He looked silently at his girlfriend who appeared in front of him. The girl was sitting on a tree branch. She told her interlocutor that it was very rare to see him surprised. Phoenix smiled. He told his girlfriend Yazi that she was very perceptive. The girl closed her eyes. She told her interlocutor that it was time to negotiate. The warrior smiled. He told his interlocutor that he agreed with her. Phoenix asked the interlocutor if she had obtained the information. Yazi looked down. She didn't know how to start a conversation or how to explain everything. The girl recalled what she saw in the room. She wanted to tell the warrior about the things she saw. Yazi told her interlocutor that he should see everything for himself. The group's building was surrounded by barbed wire, there were guards near the entrance. The guy asked the fighter with interest if he had heard about the death of the third leader. The interlocutor replied that he heard everything yesterday. The first leader ordered everyone to be ready for battle. The soldiers decided to smoke. Suddenly a little girl came up, she turned to the guys in an excited voice. The warrior didn't even have time to light a cigarette. He was surprised to notice how the little stranger asked where the toilet was. The bandits were surprised, they could not understand how a girl could end up in such a place. The fighter came to his senses, he angrily asked the stranger who she was. The other guy swung his fist, he asked the girl what she was doing here anyway. Xiao was very scared, she didn't even know what to say to the guys out of fear. The main character suddenly appeared from behind, he told the fighters that Xiao Bao was a cutie. The bandit angrily shouted to the uninvited guests, did they really think that they could deceive them? Another fighter shouted at Rogue that he couldn't take them with such a trivial trick. The main character evaded the attacks of the bandits with quick and deft movements. Rogue kicked off the ground with all his might and jumped back at full speed. The main character stopped near the barrier net, he prepared to repel the attack. One of the bandits told his opponent that he looked like he could do something. The second fighter did not like that the main character looked up to him. The bandit remembered that the main character was the partner of a guy with blue hair. One of the fighters suddenly jumped up and ran towards the main character. The second bandit ran to help his comrade finish off the stranger. One of the fighters asked the main character angrily, where did he gain such confidence? The bandit waved his hand to hit the guy, the main character managed to return. Rogue ducked in time to protect himself from another criminal's attack. The main character jumped to the side, the bandits could not immediately knock him down. One of the criminals was unhappy because the guy decided to run from them. The girl ran up and grabbed the guy by the leg. Rogue shouted at Xiao Bao to stay away. The main character looked menacingly at his rivals, he prepared to attack them further. One of the bandits shouted that they could not lose to a stranger, they needed to finish off the rogue before reinforcements arrived. The fighter tried to hit the guy, he didn't like that his opponent was dodging. Rogue calmly answered his opponent that he was not dodging at all. The main character ducked down and hit one of the bandits with a swinging hand in the stomach. Another fighter attacked the main character from above, Rogue had his back to him. Xiao shouted in a frightened voice to the main character to turn around. Rogue said calmly that he was just waiting for the right moment. The main character swung and kicked the bandit, he shouted that he would take him with him. On a clear and fine day, a woman was sitting at home, suddenly someone broke in through the door. The hostess was scared, she dropped the basket containing the vegetables from her hands. The guest looked at the woman angrily and asked, will she be able to atone for her guilt after sending the rogue? The man angrily told his interlocutor that his father was the head of the village. The hostess was silent, the guest told her that the head of the village was very upset with her. The guest angrily told the woman that she must pay for his angry father. The woman told the guest in a calm voice that they pay the fee every month, this is what all other families do. The man angrily shouted to the woman that the existence of her family was a crime. The guest angrily told the woman that she had no right to refuse his proposals. The hostess told the guest that he should be ashamed to ask anything from weak people. The hostess told the guest that he had come to threaten her with such a crooked face. The guest got angry, he didn't like the woman's answer and wanted to attack her. The man angrily thought to himself that he could now stab the hostess with a knife. The guest pulled out a huge knife, he walked towards the woman. The man with a knife in his hand shouted to the woman that he had planned to use force from the very beginning. The hostess silently looked at the uninvited guest, she didn't know what to do now. The man very angrily shouted to the hostess that he would be gentle with her. Zhai suddenly appeared at the side, he very quickly snatched the knife from the attacker's hand. The warrior looked at the man with a calm and menacing gaze, he decided to finish him off. The attacker looked at the warrior, he realized that he had prevented him from dealing with the woman. The man wanted to attack Zhang, he shouted at him very angrily and loudly. From a strong blow, the attacker broke through the wall and flew out of the building. Zhai explained to the woman that the door was open, so he went inside. The warrior asked the owner if this house belonged to Rogue. The main character at this time was finishing off fighters from the group outside their building. Rogue swung and with all his might he finished off the bandits with powerful kicks and punches. The main character stood in a fighting stance, the bandits flew far away and lay on the ground. Rogue noticed how the girl ran up to one of the lying bandits and began to beat him. Xiao beat the fighter with her arms and legs and shouted that he deserved to be beaten. Rogue looked at his girlfriend with a big smile. He liked her behavior. The main character told his little companion that this was unexpected luck for them. The girl agreed with him. Kuei looked at the main character in surprise. She didn't expect the guy to do everything alone. The girl thought with admiration that her new acquaintance was so strong. Kuei remembered to herself that last time there were more than 10 guards standing near the gate of the group's base. The girl excitedly realized that something was wrong in this situation. The main character looked at the building. He told his companions that they needed to come in now. He decided that the group had become very relaxed. Rogue told his companions to boldly enter through the gate to the building. The main character walked slowly through the base. There was no one around. Someone was watching the main character and his friends. The observer said that the guests had entered. The leader told his interlocutor that they could now surround and capture the people. The leader told his older brother that first-class fighters were ready to destroy the intruders. He added that a little girl also came. The elder said that the little girl did not kill their third brother, but they cannot underestimate her. The leader silently looked at his leader. He didn't answer him. After reflection, the elder told his interlocutor that he did not blame himself for what happened. The leader explained that he did not consider himself responsible for what happened to his third brother. The leader was silent. He carefully considered the words he had just heard. Suddenly the leader came up with an idea. He was practically all fired up by it. The leader confidently said that he would go and deal with the people. He will do it for his third brother. The leader said goodbye to the eldest that he did not want to say even a single word. The leader said in an angry voice that he planned to avenge the third brother. The main character at this time was beating the fighters inside the group's base with his hands. Rogue told the bandits in a calm voice that it was all a trap. The main character stood near the body of one fighter. He told the bandits that he really wanted to see their boss. The fighters were armed with different weapons. None of them answered anything to the main character. Kuei fearfully decided to herself that they had fallen into a trap because they had gone inside the house. The girl looked at the main character in surprise. She noticed that he was not tired at all. The girl turned to the guy and asked if he needed help. Rogue asked his companion, "Does she really want to give the bandits a hard time?" Xiao Bao squealed in an angry voice that she was very strong and angry. The main character said that Jai Wang was not with them, so they can't take risks. The main character asked his girls to help him. Kuei answered the guy that she would do so. The warriors got angry. They rushed in a group at the people and prepared to kill them. A crowd of angry militants fled in the direction of the guests. The main character and the girls became worried. Kuei asked her friend with fear, "What is his plan now?" Rogue was never able to explain to the interlocutor what his plan was. Kuei shouted to the guy that there was no plan at all. The main character prepared to attack. A blue glow appeared around his body. The guy told his companions to follow him. He explained that they would defeat the bandits. The girl told the guy that he should win thanks to his speed. The bandits got angry. They shouted to the main character that he was looking down on them. Suddenly, a scream was heard from above. Someone called the surprised guys. The leader appeared under the ceiling. He decided to jump from a height onto the floor where the fight was taking place. Fat Man flew down from a height. There were flames around his body. The main character became worried. He saw a dangerous opponent from above. The burning leader shouted to the fighters that he wanted to take the initiative. The leader of the evil one asked the main character, what would he answer about this? The main character felt the strongest blow dealt to him by the arriving leader. The guy suffered very badly from the powerful blow. He started coughing blood. The leader looked angrily and calmly at the main character. He prepared to finish him off. The girl called out to her friend in fear. She saw that he suffered greatly. Kuei excitedly realized to herself that she was seeing the second leader of the group. One of the main leaders of the group had the nickname Mad by Lu. The main character felt that it became very difficult for him. He could barely stand on his feet. Rogue angrily realized to himself that his opponent had very crazy power. The main character turned around. He realized that first he must protect his companions. Rogue ran at full speed towards the exit of the house. He was holding a girl in his arms. Bai said after his opponent that he had a really fast reaction. The leader asked the main character, what is the difference in strength between him and Zhang, who killed his younger brother? The leader rushed towards the guy at full speed. He shouted that he wanted to kill him now. Rogue turned back with great excitement. he realized that he could not run away with the girl. The main character threw the girl aside. He shouted for the Kuei to catch her. Xiao flew away at full speed in the direction of her friend. The girl was ready to catch her. Kuei caught her little companion with her hands in time. The main character shouted to the girl that she had an excellent grip. Rogue looked at the girls and shouted at them to stay away from here. Bai angrily shouted to the frightened guy that he was protecting others for good purposes. The leader threw back his opponent with a powerful blow. He shouted to the guy that he might die in the process. Bai activated a special combat skill called Turbine Bombardment. The leader angrily asked the guy, doesn't he really want to say goodbye to his family? Rogue was lying on the floor, with the last of his strength. He said in a weak voice that he didn't need it. The leader was surprised. He never expected the guy to be able to answer him now. Bai asked the main character with surprise, is he really still alive? The main character suddenly jumped up from the side and swung his leg in flight. Rogue managed to hit the leader in the head with a swing of his foot in flight. He got very angry. The powerful blow sent the Bai flying to the side. He could not stand on his feet. The leader touched his face with his hand. He realized that he was wounded. The bandit realized that the main character had wrapped his power around his legs. Thanks to this, the guy was able to attack from a cloud of smoke. Bai realized that this was an unusual guy in front of him. He saw his opponent somersaulting in the clouds of smoke. Rogue moved very deftly somersaults across the floor. He tried to jump away. The main character landed and rested his hand on the floor. He was at a safe distance from the Bai. Rogue thought to himself that he had several broken ribs, but he was able to avoid the fatal blow. The main character looked at his dangerous rival. He needed to prepare for the next blow. Rogue shouted at the girls to turn around. He warned them not to come any closer. Kuei asked her friend in fear what she could do to help him with his wounds. Xiao shouted to the guy that she wanted to cure him. The girl was worried. She knew that the main character couldn't handle the second leader alone. Kuei could not understand how a guy could fearlessly fight an opponent without knowing his strength. The girl decided that the main character is a fool and therefore is not afraid of death. The leader angrily told the main character not to worry about his girls. He explained that Kuei would become their boss's girlfriend. Bai told the main character that last time Kuei was really very rude to their guys. The leader said with a smile that the girl really deserved to become the boss's girlfriend. Kuei angrily shouted that the bandits had kidnapped her sister to force her to do what they wanted. The leader told the girl with a smile that last time their guys were very alarmed. Bai was very angry. He remembered that just recently his enemies had killed his brother. Above the leader was a huge burning demon. Bai shouted to the guests that they had killed their younger brother. It cannot be forgotten. The bandit will angrily shout to his rivals that they dared to come to their base. Bai accelerated. He shouted that he wanted to avenge his third brother. The leader activated his combat skill called Turbine Bombardment. Rogue became worried. He realized that his opponent was repeating his trick again. The main character fearfully realized to himself that this time he would not be able to dodge. Rogue realized that he could not retreat. He kicked and accelerated forward. The main character raced across the floor to reach the Bai as quickly as possible. Rogue knew that now he would have to face this again. He saw a dangerous burning demon in front of him. Zhang was sitting at home with the main character. The guy's mother decided to show him her culinary talents and prepared a lot of food. Rogue at this time continued his dangerous battle at the base of the group. The main character shouted to his opponent that he was not hiding at all. He swung to hit the leader. Bai was very scared. He covered himself with his arms to protect himself from the attack. The main character continued to strike his opponent. He shouted to him that he had helped him realize many things. Rogue shouted while attacking, "What action is called washing bombardment?" The bandits were surprised. They realized that the guy was able to very quickly repeat the combat technique of their leader. Kuei was amazed. She realized that the main character was able to learn the move during the fight. Bai stood and covered his body with his hands from the blows. He continued to defend himself. The leader told the main character that he was surprised that he was able to copy his techniques. Bai held back the guy's attack. He prepared to attack him back. The leader shouted to his opponent that he was not hurt at all. He swung his huge hot fist. Bai hit the main character with all his might with a powerful blow. The girls were very scared. They decided that the bandit had finished off the guy. The soldiers rejoiced. They shouted words of encouragement to the second leader. The main character, after a strong blow, flew up and flew to the side. Bai looked angrily and with interest at his opponent, who had flown away to the side. The main character received very severe damage, blood dripped from his mouth. The frightened Kuei managed to knock down the falling guy. She decided to help him. The girl asked her friend in fear, why didn't he retreat now? An excited Xiao stood nearby. The bandit approached and angrily asked the main character how his fist tasted to him. Rogue remembered Moon's words. He said that a person can only achieve progress on his own. The main character decided to tell his opponent the full name of the technique he had just used. Rogue clenched his hand into a fist. Blue lightning appeared around. He shouted that he would use a technique called turbine beating. Bai was scared. He felt that the main character was able to hit him with a fatal blow. Blue wounds appeared all over the leader's body. He flew to the side. Bai fell dead to the floor. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He couldn't move anymore. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the main character was able to defeat the dangerous boss. Xiao was delighted. She greeted her friend. The bandits got scared. They realized that their leader had died. Rogue said with a smile to his dead opponent that he tasted his fist. The elder brother was sitting in his office. He carefully watched everything that happened through the video. The observer noticed how the Bai died after the fight. He became very worried. The eldest stood up from his chair. He realized that the time had come to act. The guy stood up and said to himself that it was time for him to leave this place. Bai found the strength to raise his hand. He still couldn't believe that he had lost. The leader looked ahead in fear. He did not understand how this could be possible. The boss remembered how he used to sit together with the senior and the other leader. Bai recalled how he and his accomplices were the three of them. He decided that they were still going step by step. The leader abruptly took off from his place with the last of his strength. He wanted to finish off the guy. Suddenly a girl appeared in flight above the boss. He turned around and was surprised. Kuei told Bai angrily that she knew that he would stab him in the back. The bandits got scared. They realized that their second leader was about to be beaten by a girl. Bai said in fear that his rival really deserves to become the boss's girlfriend. At the very last moment, the leader noticed how the Kuei from above was preparing to finish him off with her foot. Zhang sat at the woman's house and consumed food. His meal was interrupted by people breaking into the house. Kuei told the bandits that their second leader had just lost. She assured the fighters that she could defeat a whole gang of them. The soldiers were afraid. They realized that their opponent had great power and they could lose. The bandits began to confer. One of them said that they could not defeat the girl. Someone added that Rogue is still alive. The criminals did not consult with each other for long and decided to flee. The whole group of bandits ran to the exit of the building. Someone shouted that they needed to tell the boss everything. Rogue thought with relief that the bandits actually ran away because they were scared. The main character stopped. He wanted to say something to his companion. Rogue told the girl that reinforcements from the group would arrive very soon. Xiao shouted to the guy that she wanted to take care of him. The main character stopped. He told the surprised girl to wait. Rogue turned around and told the girls that they needed to take the lying guy first. The elder looked angrily at his subordinates. He didn't like that they left the second leader behind. The bandits bowed to the man and asked him for forgiveness. Someone made excuses and said that they did not want to leave the second leader behind. The leader carefully examined his subordinates. He thought about what to answer them. The leader told the bandits to forget about everything. They were no longer capable of anything. The elder told the subordinate that they must always be ready as a great power. The leader headed towards the door. He said fighters must be prepared to face life and death. The main character was with his girlfriends. Xiao helped the guy wrap his wounds. Rogue thanked the girl for her work. He said he felt better. Xiao told the guy with a smile that he was recovering physically very quickly. The main character said that he has been recovering very quickly since childhood. His mother called this feature of his a gift from God. The girl was surprised to note her friend's ability to learn. She decided that she could be as strong as the guy. Kuei remembered and thought about the guy Zhai, who was with the main character. The girl remembered about Zhai. She knew that this guy killed the third leader. The main character suddenly turned around and called his girlfriend. She looked at him excitedly. Rogue was completely bandaged. He looked with excitement at his girlfriend and thanked her. The guy told the girl that he survived thanks to her. Rogue said that he was pleased that Kuei could cover him. The girl looked at her friend with excitement. She didn't expect such compliments from him. Kuei was shy. She didn't know what to answer the guy for his gratitude. The girl said that helping others comes naturally. She added so that the guy wouldn't thank her. Rogue turned around and smiled at the girl and said that she had helped him a lot. Xiao came up and told the guy that she had brought him some food. Kuei looked at her little friend with great joy and gratitude. The girl heard a suspicious noise from the side. She turned her head and looked with excitement. Kuei noticed a stranger approaching the side of the house and knocking on the wall with all his might. There was a strong blow to the wall. An older warrior burst into the room. He kicked the main character in flight. The girls were scared. They could not understand what kind of stranger had just broken into them. The warrior flew into the house at great speed. Its main target was the main character. Rogue flew to the side from a strong blow to the stomach. He did not expect a new opponent to appear. The eldest, after knocking out the wall, immediately jumped into the room with acceleration. The warrior inside the house hit the main character with all his might and he flew out through the hole into the street. After the blow, the main character flew far across the ground. He rolled and couldn't stop. Rogue grabbed the ground with his hands. He looked angrily in front of him and did not understand who had just broken into them. The main character took a closer look in front of him. He noticed a very dangerous opponent. The warrior activated a magic skill. He extended a huge and predatory hand towards the guy. The elder grabbed his opponent and threw him to the ground with all his strength. Rogue lay on the ground in clouds of dust. His eyes glowed red. The main character prepared to attack back. He pushed himself off the ground with his hand. Rogue swung his leg to hit his opponent with all his might. The elder dodged the attack in time. The main character continued to sit on the earth. The warrior looked ahead with interest and waited to see what Rogue would do. Rogue placed his hands on the ground. He looked very angrily at his opponent. The main character pushed himself off the ground with his hands and began to move forward. The elder became worried. He didn't expect his opponent to come to his senses so quickly. Rogue accelerated and hit his opponent with his elbow with all his might. The main character noticed how the warrior was carried far to the side by a strong blow. Rogue felt a second wound open. It was very bad for him. The eldest stood on his feet. His cloak fluttered under the gusts of wind. He looked at the guy. The warrior looked at the main character with an angry and hateful gaze. The elder prepared to fight further. He called the main character an uninvited guest and said that they had finally met. Rogue stood on his feet. Dust swirled around. He prepared to continue fighting. The elder named his rival to the imposters and said that they had finally met. Rogue shouted to his opponent that he was the head of the group 4. He's glad he came here. The main character angrily told his rival that now he would not need to look for him. Rogue worriedly realized that his opponent had no way of knowing about his injuries. The warrior said with surprise that there really are many different monsters in Sunset Academy. Girls ran up to the fighting fighters from the side. One of them called out to the main character in fear. Kuei was excited. She asked the guy with fear if everything was okay with him. Rogue shouted to his girlfriend not to worry, he's fine. Frightened Xiao stood next to the guy. She looked at him very excitedly. The girls looked at each other. They didn't know whether they should stay or run away. The elder was surprised. He immediately recognized the green-eyed girl next to him. Kuei was also surprised. She looked with great attention at the warrior next to her. The warrior told the main character that he could not see the girl for now. He needs to finish the rogue now. The elder looked at his rivals. He said that they will now resolve this issue. The warrior explained to his rivals that he was the most important person in the battle, named Golden Eagle. The elder shouted dissatisfied to his rivals that they should know their place. The Golden Eagle accelerated. He shouted to the fighters that he wanted to resolve the issue through a fight. The elder ran up and hit the main character with all his might. From a powerful blow from an opponent, the rogue flew up and far to the side. The Golden Eagle looked at the main character with great attention. He was preparing to attack. The elder shouted to his opponent that he was very slow. He prepared to attack him. Rogue looked to the side with great excitement. He realized that his opponent was very dangerous. The main character noticed and realized with excitement that his opponent was very fast. Golden Eagle shouted to his opponent that he would not be able to hide this time. Rogue concentrated. He had to gather all his strength to strike the warrior. The main character put his hands forward. He sent blue energy towards the elder. The Golden Eagle was surprised. He extended his hand forward and noticed that his opponent had disappeared somewhere. The elder looked around carefully. He couldn't figure out where the rogue was. The warrior heard a loud noise from behind. He looked back in fear. Rogue pushed himself off the ground with all his strength and flew high into the air for a follow-up attack. The main character sent streams of blue lightning from his hands to hit his opponent. The elder realized with excitement that the guy used his spirit to shoot into the ground. Rogue was lifted into the air by the shock waves. The golden eagle realized that his opponent was very strong. He was no longer surprised that his second brother couldn't handle the rogue. The warrior jumped up to attack. He shouted to the main character that he would not give him a break. Rogue, in flight, decided to use his magic skill for a further attack. The main character activated the dilution turbine in an attack on the elder. The golden eagle was scared. He realized that his opponent was using a dangerous technique against him. The elder waved his hand. He decided to attack the guy with fierce air. The main character launched his magical energy against his opponent in flight. Kuei stood and looked in front of her very frightenedly. She was very shocked. The girl realized that she saw a very strong battle in front of her. Xiao said in fear that the main character was getting worse due to his severe wound. The elder shouted to his opponent that he had used an excellent technique against him. He started attacking him. Rogue looked at his opponent with an angry gaze. He tried to fight him off. The main character suddenly felt frightened, as if his body was shackled. Rogue was scared. He realized that he could no longer move so quickly. The eldest looked angrily at his opponent. He prepared to crush it with a strong blow. The golden eagle kicked the main character with a flourish. He was carried aside. The elder shouted to his opponent that he was going to die. The main character developed a bloody cough. Rogue was thrown to the side by a powerful blow. The opponent continued to attack him. The golden eagle bent down to the ground and prepared to attack further. The main character grabbed his stomach with his hand. Rogue looked at his body with fear and noticed a bleeding wound there. The elder looked angrily at his opponent. He expected the guy to fall. Rogue found the strength to stand on his feet. He prepared to fight further. The main character clenched his hand into a fist with all his might. He prepared to attack further. The golden eagle looked at his opponent with excitement. He prepared to defend himself. The main character activated his magic skill. The eldest rested his head on the ground and prepared to fight back. A huge pink swirl appeared. It was aimed at the golden eagle. The girls were scared. They looked at the main character with excitement. A group of fighters ran up. They called their boss in fear and wanted to help him. The golden eagle looked at the main character angrily and with hatred. He defended himself from his attack. The elder was able to defend himself from the dangerous attack with the help of his cloak and remained unharmed. The girl was very surprised that the golden eagle was not hurt at all after the attack. The soldiers rejoiced. They shouted that their boss used the cloak to protect himself from attacks. The elder told his subordinates to bring the spirit into the attack, and then strike at exactly the second. Golden Eagle was surprised that his brother was destroyed by such a technique. The elder wanted to tell his opponent about the advantages that the eagle has. The Golden Eagle explained to the main character that he immediately noticed his wound. The elder explained to the guy that he couldn't move now because of his wound. The Golden Eagle took a fighting stance. He told his opponent that he would let him die quickly. The fighters were very amazed. They were surprised by the powerful spirit of war that their boss had. The girls looked at their friend excitedly. They saw that the main character was getting worse. The main character stood and made his last efforts to defend himself from his rival. Rogue fell exhausted to the ground. He knew that the Golden Eagle would now run towards him. The elder shouted to the main character that he was already knocked out. He prepared to attack him. The Golden Eagle ran at full speed. He shouted to the guy that he was going to die. The eldest shouted to his rival that he would now take revenge for his second and third brothers. Rogue was very exhausted. I couldn't even get up and stand on my feet. The main character felt that his body no longer obeyed him due to a severe wound. Rogue noticed with excitement that it was as if someone had appeared at his side. The main character was surprised. He realized that he had a chance for salvation. The elder turned to the side and looked in surprise at the arriving stranger. Jai appeared. He greeted the Golden Eagle in a calm voice. Jai grabbed the elder's hand. He said that he had received his message. Rogue was very surprised. The bandits watched in surprise as the unexpected guest stopped their boss. Jai stood and held his opponent with his hand. The Golden Eagle couldn't even move. The Kuei girl was very surprised. She realized that the Jai warrior was very strong if he could stop the elder. The man turned to the main character and told him calmly that he had a message for him. Rogue was very surprised and delighted. He excitedly mentioned his friend's name. The man briefly let go of his opponent's hand. He decided to attack immediately. The Golden Eagle angrily shouted to his rival that he would destroy him. The man was not afraid. Jai stood without any emotion and looked at the elder. The elder activated his spell and cut his opponent's body in half. The golden eagle said in a joyful voice that he had killed his rival. Jai teleported very quickly and appeared unnoticed behind the golden eagle. The man calmly told the warrior that he had used a useless technique against him. The golden eagle was briefly frightened. He realized that he needed to retreat back as quickly as possible. The elder jumped back very quickly to a safe distance. Jai remained standing in place. The golden eagle could not understand how his opponent could get next to him so quickly. The man asked the elder if he was the leader of the group 4. The eldest realized that he saw in front of him the blue-haired killer of his third brother. The man calmly asked his interlocutor, "Does he really have any problems?" The warriors around began to worry. They didn't know what their boss would do now. Kuei stood excited and tense. She waited to see what Jai would do now. The man stood absolutely calm. He was ready to repel a further attack from his opponent. The main character looked at Jaya carefully from behind. He noticed that some marks appeared on his body. The elder came to his senses. He decided to begin immediately and attack the Zayas as soon as possible. The golden eagle angrily told the man that he would die a painful death. Jai looked calmly at his opponent and said that he could try to attack him. People around looked at the battle with excitement. One of the fighters said that Jai was the one who killed the third leader. Kuei noticed with excitement that Jai was able to stop the elder's attack with one hand. She decided that the man had an average level of war spirit. The girl could not understand how a man could be so strong at his age. Jai stood in a fighting stance opposite his opponent. He was ready to repel the attack. The main character on the side suddenly shouted to his friend to stop. The man looked carefully to the side at his friend. He didn't understand what Rogue wanted. The eldest was also surprised. He was at a loss as to why the guy intervened in their fight. The main character extended his hand and placed it on his friend's shoulder. He said this would be his fight. Jai turned around. He calmly, silently and surprisedly looked at the main character. Rogue calmly tells his friend that he doesn't need to interfere now. The main character felt the strength to get back on his feet and continue to fight. The man looked with excitement and bewilderment at the guy walking in front of him. Jai looked and realized that there was great power hidden within the main character. Rogue began to activate his magic. A blue glow appeared around his body. The elder stood not far away. The main character asked the golden eagle, "Doesn't he really want to say that this is their fight?" Rogue looked at his opponent and said that he was ready to continue. The golden eagle looked carefully at the guy's body. He noticed that he no longer had any wounds. The elder realized that the guy had a good ability to recover quickly. Out loud he said he was impressed. The eldest accelerated. He shouted to the main character that he would kill him first, and then take care of his friend. The main character prepared to fight back. The elder one angrily shouted at him that he would destroy him. The golden eagle rushed at full speed towards his opponent. A fight ensued between them. Jai said in a dissatisfied voice that he was bored. He decided to chat with the girls. Xiao was very happy. She greeted the young master with a smile. The girl excitedly asked the man where he had gone before. The young master called the girl to him. Xiao Bao became very worried. A fierce battle ensued between the main character and his rival. The elder and his opponent, after a fierce skirmish, jumped away from each other to a safe distance. Rogue's body was beaten. He still had the strength to stand on his feet. The golden eagle looked at his opponent with anger. He decided to continue the battle. The elder looked and angrily told the guy that he was very decisive. The golden eagle accelerated from its spot to finish off its opponent. The elder shouted to his opponent that he would use the final explosion against him. Rogue realized that his opponent was using against him the technique that had previously been able to stop Jai Van. The main character stood and prepared to repel another enemy attack. Rogue at the last moment thought that he could not allow himself to be destroyed. He needs to dodge. The main character was able to dodge his opponent's attack. He decided to hit the elder back. The golden eagle got angry. He realized that he could not finish off the guy with one blow. The elder jumped aside. He decided to try to attack his opponent from the other side. The golden eagle angrily shouted to the main character that it was just a trick. The warrior swung wide and hit the guy in the stomach with all his might. Rogue flew to the side. The golden eagle shouted to the guy that he still lacked experience. The elder, after his next attack, landed on his feet after jumping. Golden Eagle used a skill called 1,000 Rims against his opponent. Rogue was attacked by a huge number of spinning discs. All the bandages were cut off from his body. The soldiers rejoiced. They realized that their boss had finished off his opponent with the help of 1,000 rims. The main character's body lay on the earth after a magical attack. He couldn't get up anymore. The golden eagle landed on the ground. He decided that he had completely finished off the guy. The eldest told his opponent that he had muscle damage from the wheel rims. He will no longer be able to get up. The golden eagle calmly told the guy that he was lucky because he didn't die. The elder looked at the blue-haired man and said that it was his turn. The girl took off and ran. She wanted to help the main character. The man sternly shouted to the girl to come back. Kuei stopped. The girl excitedly said the name of the main character. She was worried about him. Jai told his interlocutor in a calm voice that it was not his turn to play yet. The man looked at his opponent for a long time. He realized that he would now have to continue the battle. Jai said very dissatisfiedly to himself that the guy really likes to show off. The golden eagle stood and silently looked at his opponent. He was ready to attack further. Suddenly a loud telepathic voice came from the side. The elder turned around in fear. The golden eagle saw how the main character began to rise to his feet. There was a bloody glow around his body. Barely able to stand, Rogue very angrily invited his opponent to continue. The main character stood in front of his rival. He was able to get up after being seriously wounded. Golden Eagle looked carefully and noticed how there was a heavy aura around the guy. The elder was surprised. He couldn't understand how there could be such power around the guy. The golden eagle looked and fearfully realized that the main character was very strong. Rogue looked at his opponent very angrily and said that one of them would definitely win. The main character stood at full height. There were no bandages on his body. He said no one can interfere. Jai watched what was happening carefully. He realized that the main character's strength was making him worry. Shao noticed excitedly that the guy's wounds had disappeared. Kuei saw that the main character is completely different now. All traces of wounds on the guy's body began to recover very quickly. Rogue felt very clearly in his body a feeling that he used to hate. The main character put his hands to his ears. He grabbed his head with all his strength. Rogue said sternly that he no longer allows such a feeling to take over him. The main character accelerated and sharply jumped from a place in height to attack. Rogue swung his arm in flight to knock his opponent out of his place. The main character missed. He hit the ground with all his strength. The eldest managed to jump away. The golden eagle extended his hand to once again hit his opponent. The elder prepared to strengthen his arm with a special skill. The golden eagle used a magic skill called claws. He hit the guy in the body. The warrior tried to hit the main character with his hands several times. The guy was able to survive. Rogue turned around and glared at his opponent. The attack had no effect on him. The elder looked at his opponent with great fear. The main character continued to stand on his feet. The golden eagle tried to hit his opponent while flying from above. The elder jumped back. He was unable to hit his opponent with one blow. The golden eagle stood on the earth. He realized that it would not be easy for him with the main character. The warrior said angrily and sternly to his interlocutor that he turned out to be very strong. The main character advised the fighter not to underestimate the enemy anymore. Rogue took a breath. He prepared for another attack on the golden eagle. The main character very angrily shouted to his opponent that they could continue. Rogue shouted at golden eagle to try his new trick. The elder got angry. He didn't like that the guy attacked him with his skill. The warrior angrily shouted to his opponent that he wanted to hit him with the help of a common trick. The fighters joyfully supported their boss. Someone shouted that the leader would use his strongest move. The girl was surprised. She couldn't believe that the golden eagle would use the previous technique to win. Jai noted to himself with great excitement that the main character had a very powerful force. The golden eagle accelerated and prepared to attack the main character once again. The elder activated his amazing ferocious void skill. The golden eagle decided to try to pierce the guy's body with his palm in a sweeping manner. The main character felt a very strong blow to his body. He didn't have time to defend himself. People around were surprised and amazed. They realized that Rogue was mortally wounded after the attack. The Shao girl was scared. She realized that the main character could now die. The man was excited, but he didn't show any emotion. He carefully monitored the condition of the rogue. The elder pierced the main character through the body with a powerful blow. The fighter's hand pierced the guy's body and damaged all his internal organs. The soldiers were very happy. They jumped and shouted joyfully that their boss had won. The girl was very excited. She called the main character in a frightened voice. Xiao asked the young master with tears in her eyes, "What is the guy's condition?" The golden eagle told the main character that he was really good. At this time, Rogue found the strength in himself and grabbed the hand of the golden eagle with his hand. The main character told his interlocutor that he should not underestimate his opponent. The elder was amazed, he couldn't believe that the guy was still alive in front of him. The main character looked angrily at his opponent and said that he would not hide now. The guy grabbed his opponent's hand and began to remove it from his chest. The main character freed his body from the elder's hand, everything around was splattered with blood. The golden eagle was surprised, he couldn't believe that the guy wanted him to attack him. The main character swung, he prepared to attack his opponent with all his might. Rogue hit the golden one in the stomach with his hand at maximum force. The main character activated a powerful skill called Turbine Breakthrough. This made his arms much stronger, the eldest flew high up. The golden eagle received a very powerful blow, he started coughing blood. The main character angrily shouted to his opponent that this is not all. He wanted to hit him again. Rogue swung his arm, he wanted to finish off his opponent in a big way. Rogue activated a combat skill called Dozen Sharp Angles. After a powerful blow, the eldest was carried very far to the side, he didn't have time to defend himself. The golden eagle no longer showed signs of life, blood gushed from his mouth. The people around stood silently, they watched the battle with great excitement and attention. The golden eagle fell to the ground, he no longer had the strength to stand. The elder lay unconscious and motionless, he looked to the side with an unseeing gaze. People around were scared, the fighters decided that their boss had just died. The boys ran up to their leader in fear, they were still thinking of helping him. The girlfriends were very worried about the main character, they ran towards him. The fighters ran up to their boss and tried to help him get up and sit down. The elder did not expect that the main character would use all his strength against him to make sharp corners. Rogue held his hand on his shoulder, he said he could have died if he had not done this. Xiao ran up to her friend, she shouted that she wanted to heal his wounds right now. The main character turned his head to the side, he noticed that a group of fighters approached Zhao. The man looked at the approaching militants with an attentive and penetrating gaze. The guy fell to his knees in front of the man and asked him not to hurt their boss. The fighter thanked the main character and his girlfriends for not killing them at Luogi College. The guy said with tears in his eyes that they belonged to the weakest class in the college. The allocated eldest sat on earth, he saw his charges all bow in bow. Rogue stood and looked at the fighters in surprise, his companions stood next to him. The leader angrily shouted to his subordinates to get up quickly. The eldest reminded the fighters that his second and third brothers used to fight with their bare hands, they needed a small area for. The golden eagle shouted that the group is small, but they have dignity. He wanted to keep fighting. At this time the fat man appeared, his body was tied with bandages, he called out to his older brother in fear. The golden eagle was very surprised when he saw his second brother in front of him. Bai is very scared, he ran up to his brother to say something. The fat man asked the elder to help him recover, he woke up and noticed that there was no one around him. The golden eagle was surprised, he asked the main character, didn't he kill his second brother? Rogue explained to his interlocutor that if he had allowed the boy to lie in one place, his injury would have been life-threatening. The main character explained that he beat the fat man badly, he had no reason to kill him. The golden eagle was very surprised, he silently looked at the main character and was amazed. The elder was silent, he decided to explain to his brother that he could not win. The golden eagle asked his third brother for forgiveness in a tragic voice. The elder told the very surprised people around him that he had lost. Kuei-ing holds Rogue by the shoulder so that it is not difficult for him to stand, and they wait for what the head of the Za faction will say. The second brother holds him and the head tells him that he still lost and their fight ends here. Kuei-ing comes forward and looks very annoyed, she asks the two of them where her sister is and asks to bring her back. Rogue, Zhaiwan, Kuei-ing and Xiao Bao stand irritated and do not say anything, they are waiting for an answer from the leader of the group. The second brother is trying to tell her something, but he cannot answer her anything normally and just mumbles. This angers Kuei-ing even more and she asks them again where she is and what's wrong with her, because she doesn't understand anything. The head of the group stops the second brother and asks her to listen carefully to what he tells her. Rogue and Kuei-ing stand and patiently wait for the leader of the group to answer them. Xiao Bao stands and looks annoyed. He collects his thoughts and simply tells her that her sister is fine and she shouldn't worry about her. She is at a loss and asks him where she is, but the head tries to say something else. He says that there are a lot of misunderstandings between them. He says he's not romantic and doesn't do cute things and confesses his love to Kuei-ing in front of everyone. She is a little embarrassed and tells him that even so they cannot touch her sister by threatening her, and even if they take her by force. The head tells her that he invited her sister and did not tie her up, and it was just a trick by his subordinates to surprise him, and the third brother went to them without his permission and a misunderstanding happened. He tells her that he wants to see her for lunch and surprises her with these words. He wants to say something else. He looks at them all and makes a very angry face. He is going to do something scary. He looks at Jaiwan and says that he still killed his third brother and looks very annoyed. Jaiwan doesn't react to this and just looks at them. He's not very interested in him. The head says that after that they came to their gate and he, as a boss, did not forget to explain to his subordinates. Rogue interferes with his monologue and says that they apologize, and therefore also asks for forgiveness. The head is surprised. Rogue says that all this happened because their partner was in a hurry, and Jaiwan nods his head. The head and second brother look at them and look very annoyed. They don't know what to do. Suddenly, from the crowd you hear someone calling your sister, and Sister Kuei-ing comes out of the crowd. Rogue, Jaiwan, and Xiao Bao look at this with straight faces. They are shocked by all this. Kuei-ing quickly approaches her and asks her sister if she is okay. She doesn't know how to answer correctly. She answers her and says that she eats, drinks and sleeps well, and this place is much safer than their home at Luogi College. Rogue does not understand what is happening. He continues to stand in shock and does not understand the situation. Kuei-ing's younger sister is embarrassed and tells her that she has one more request for her. She approaches the second brother and hugs him. She says that she wants to be with him. Rogue, Jaiwan and Xiao Bao stand in shock again. This whole situation seems somehow incomprehensible to her. The younger sister continues talking. She tells her that they both love each other and have the same taste when it comes to food. The second brother comes up to her and hugs her. He calls her his most beautiful fatty. Now everyone is standing in shock and with their mouths open. They even more do not understand what is happening and are trying to digest it. A voice appears in the air and he says that this is all very interesting. A glow appears behind Rogue and Kuei-ing. Moon Byung appears behind them and says that this all looks like a very interesting game. Moon Byung looks at them and Jaiwan simply remains silent. He does not react in any way to his arrival. He sees Rogue covering a large wound and tells him that he suffered too much damage again. He turns to Jaiwan and suggests that he is not having the best of times. He tells the group of friends that they can leave, because the mission is now completed. Rogue agrees with him and says that the mission is over. Moon Byung says that it really is and they have nothing else to see. He turns around and once again offers to go back. He tells them that he has something he would like to tell them. They look at him and decide to leave. The leader of the group watches them walk away. He gets angry again and tells them to stop. He wants to ask them something one last time. He asks Moon Byung if he understands correctly that he is their teacher. Moon Byung turns his head and looks at him very angrily. He asks him what he needs. The leader of the group is in a daze. He feels as if death itself is holding him by the shoulder. He falls to the ground thinking that because of this man he will die and cannot do anything. The second brother, sister and his minions just silently look at all this. They are also shocked. Moon Byung smiles again and says that it's time to go back and asks him to hurry up. They just walk away from the place again, Kuei-ing holding Rogue and helping him walk. The head looks at them in a daze and simply lets go. He says that he is scared. Rogue and Kuei-ing turn to him, and the leader is about to say something to him in the end. He confidently tells him that Rogue and Jaiwan are different. That's the last thing he wanted to tell him. Rogue doesn't answer him and just smiles. Turning away, he looks at Jaiwan. Crows fly across the sky, and they move away from the head of the Za group, the second brother, the younger sister Kuei-ing. They return and Jaiwan stands on the balcony and just looks at the city alone. Moon Byung comes out to his balcony and says that Rogue collapsed as soon as he returned, because his body had reached its limit. He stands next to him and tells Jaiwan that he seems a little sad, wondering what he is thinking about. Jaiwan tells him that it is because of his promise and he does not have time to play family games. Moon Byung smiles and scratches his head. He says that he is a really horny guy. He tells him that he knows about the spirit weapon. It is a unique weapon that can only be summoned by a high-level war spirit. Jaiwan is surprised by what Moon Byung says and he continues. He tells him that he can give it to him. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao and Kuei Ying are standing next to Rogue's body. They are worried about him. Xiao Bao says that she should check his body and looks very uneasy. Rogue grunts and Xiao Bao says that although the external damage has been restored, his internal wounds are not yet. She says his body has reached its limit and she really doesn't understand how he's still holding on. Kuei Ying listens carefully and says that he is simply a terrifying person for things to be like this. She says he needs to rest well and asks Xiao Bao to take care of him. She moves closer to him and grabs his neck. She moves closer to his face and kisses his cheek. Xiao Bao sees all this and becomes terribly red. It all confuses her too. She is happy for them. Kuei Ying pulls away from Rogue's face and simply thanks him. She looks embarrassed. She quickly gets up and is about to leave as quickly as possible, because this was all very embarrassing. Xiao Bao asks her where she was going to go, because she could have stayed. Kuei Ying tells her that she is going to practice, because she recently realized that she is still too weak. She says that in order to survive in this world, they must all become much stronger. She quickly approaches and opens the door. She turns around and says goodbye to Xiao Bao and Rogue with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, in the deputy director's office, the deputy says that the competition at Luogi College will start the day after tomorrow and the director will lead the group. Meanwhile, in the building of the supreme government in the country of Li, surrounded by clouds, something is happening. The cabinet includes Country Representative Li, Country Supreme Representative Li Qishang, and State Councilor Li Country. The country representative says she brought the report and Sunset Academy received an invitation to take part in the Li Country Academy competition. The High Representative asks for their answer. Country State Councilor Li says they have accepted the invitation and the academy will participate. He hands him a sheet and says that this is a list of 4 proposed participants. The High Representative looks contentedly at the piece of paper and throws it on the table next to the ashtray. He says that Phoenix will regret it. He orders Country State Councilor Li to execute their Plan B and laughs. Meanwhile, Rogue is sleeping and the sun's rays are falling on him. He thinks that even though the weather is artificial, he is very comfortable. He thinks that even the wind that blows the tulle on the window is very warm and very pleasant. His relaxed sleep and thoughts are interrupted by a blow to the stomach with many familiar words, rise and shine. Rogue quickly gets up and looks around. He is very angry and thinks that it was some enemy who attacked him. He sees Grandma Gaia and calms down. She tells him that she doesn't look like an enemy yet. He asks her why she came here and she asks him not to call her Grandma Gaia and asks him to call her Deputy Dean. She sits on the edge of his bed and says that he completed the useless mission that Moon Byung assigned them and she came to check on him. She tells him that she heard that he didn't pass out this time and looks at him. Rogue clenches his fists and says that he feels incredible power coming out of him every time, but it's unbearable. The Vice Dean tells him that he is unique and his power is incredibly shocking to everyone. He asks her why this could be and why everything is happening like this. He assumes that it is all because of his father. Grandmother Gaia tells him that this is not true at all and in fact the whole point is that he is simply unique in himself. She tells him that he cannot control his body due to the incredible power within him and when he loses his mind, it controls him. She tells him that this time she was surprised, because this power did not get the better of him, although something terrible could still happen. Rogue immediately starts apologizing to her, but she tells him that she doesn't blame him at all. She uses some art and tells him that this is the only thing she can do for him. She explains to him that this is supposed to suppress this kind of power at critical moments, but it will continue to destroy his mind. She puts her finger to his forehead and says the name. It is God's hand, endless golden silk. Rogue feels something unusual in his body, namely in his forehead. A mark appears on his forehead. The Deputy Dean silently watches what is happening and Rogue looks mad. The mark is complete. He loses his temper, and his strength begins to run wild with furious force, as if he becomes some kind of beast. Golden threads appear around him, binding his demon, which has begun to go on a rampage. Rogue writhes on the bed. All this happened in his mind. He says that it really hurts. Grandma Gaia looks at him and tells him that this is his destiny and he was destined to suffer. Meanwhile, Moon Byung seems to understand what is happening, but does not show it. At this time he is busy with Jaiwan. Jaiwan asks him why he brought him to some unknown place. he says that Moon Byung is wasting his time. Moon Byung listens to him and asks if he is ready for what will happen between them now. Jai Wang says that he knows that spiritual weapons can only be given after his spirit reaches an advanced level. He continues and says that there is another way, and that is only to kill hundreds of high-level war spirits, because then you need to extract the spirit to make a spirit stone. Moon Byung says that Jai Wan has hit the mark and is collecting energy in his hand. He is emitting a huge amount of spiritual energy. All this energy dissipates and that same spiritual stone appears in his hand. Jai Wan asks him how many people Moon Byung has killed and looks completely calm. Moon Byung answers his question with a question. He asks if it is much more than necessary and says that he has already forgotten. He says that each war spirit has enough energy to make a spiritual stone, and by absorbing it, you can even upgrade yours. He says that there is a rule and no one can kill the hero, and he had to spend a lot of time on this spiritual stone. He holds it in his hand and says that this stone will still not help him achieve anything more. He quickly rushes at him and says that although this stone will not help him advance, it will be enough to condense his spirit weapon. Jai Wan tries to defend himself, but Moon Byung quickly goes behind him and plunges a stone into his back. He asks him to try so that he can see his spiritual weapon. The man whom the deputy appointed as the group leader enters an empty office without a door. He does not understand what is happening, because she told him that they would meet in the office. He is confused because she has gone somewhere. He hears some conversation behind him and turns his head. Someone comes into his empty office. Two guys enter the office and one of them tells the other that 2 of the participants live here and 4 of them will take part in the Lee Country Academy competition tomorrow. The director gets angry and asks if there is anyone here and waits for someone to appear. 2 guys don't understand what's going on, and the one who explained everything to the second guy gets angry and doesn't understand anything. The door opens and Xiao Bao comes out. She introduces herself and asks the manager who he is looking for here. The director sees her and says that he remembers her as a little girl next to Jai Wan. He sits down and pats Xiao Bao's head. He calls her baby and says she's adorable. Suddenly a cat comes out to them and meows. Xiao Bao stands scared and does not understand what is happening. The director looks at the cat more closely and gets angry. He picks it up and examines it carefully. He thinks it's Moon Byung's cat. Moon Byung himself appears behind him and scares him. He asks him what is wrong with his cat. The director quickly jumps away from him, still holding the cat, and asks him why he is there. One of the guys sees him and realizes that this is a high-ranking war hero and he should have discovered him. The second guy is thinking the same thing. He doesn't understand when Moon Byung was next to them and gets scared. Moon Byung asks the manager since when is he willing to harm such small animals since he still holds his cat. The director gets angry and says that the main reason for this is because it is Moon Byung's cat. He calms down and lets the cat fall to the floor. He says that it doesn't matter and he must maintain the director's respect by not paying any attention to them. Jai Wan appears in the doorway as Moon Byung picks up his cat. Xiao Bao stops being sad and is happy that Jai Wan has finally returned to them. The director quickly gets close to him and says that the only thing they are missing is Rogue and notices that something is wrong with him. He is sure that it was Moon Byung who did something to Jai Wan, but he does not show it and they all hear the voice. A voice tells them that the 2 of them are always so loud when they bump into each other, and the vice dean enters the room. She looks at Jai Wan and tells him that this is their first time meeting him. He nods his head. Rogue appears behind her, sweaty and tired. He looks at everyone who has come and is surprised that there are so many of them. The mark left by his grandmother shines on his forehead and Moon Byung and the group director notice it. The grandmother interrupts their staring and says that everyone has arrived and she will tell them everything right now. She tells them that they will all be participating in the Lee Country College tournament. Moon Byung, the deputy dean and the group director sit on one sofa. Rogue wants to say something. He says he's never heard of college tournaments and looks a little surprised. Grandmother asks him to be silent and listen to her carefully. She explains that Luogi College was invited to this tournament and 4 people were sent from other colleges. She tells them that a total of 200 colleges are participating in the tournament and therefore they cannot underestimate their opponents. The guy who came to the office with the white-haired guy realized that all the colleges in Lee Country were participating in the tournament. The associate dean confirms this and says that he will now introduce each member of their team. She decided to introduce Rogue first. She says that he is the son of a wanted criminal who fled to Luogi. A guy who comes into the office interrupts her and asks Rogue which criminal he is the son of, but Rogue doesn't answer him. She introduces Jae-won second and says that he is from the Jae-shur clan, and that guy gets into the conversation again. He turns to Jae-won and is surprised that a person from the second strongest clan of the Lee country would come to such a place. He approaches him and asks him if he came to Luogi College to hide some secrets, but Jae-won does not answer his question. The guy smiles uncomfortably and says that he expected such a not very friendly attitude from him. The deputy dean hits the floor with his wand and says that if he interrupts her again, she will finish him off. Everyone is frightened by her menacing gaze and thinks that this was a very aggressive statement. To the third, she introduces the guy who interrupted her. His name is Xin Wulan, and all the other colleges are rejecting him, calling him the cruel steel squash. She points to the last guy and pauses for a moment, the tension in the air. She calls him Duoshin Chi Shi and says that he is a murderer who escaped here and is called the Educated Butcher. He smiles kindly and greets everyone. He asks to be treated kindly. Rogue looks at him and is surprised. He thinks that the guy seems like a pretty nice person. Last, she introduces the group leader. His name is De Gulil and he is the principal of Luogi College. He makes a cute face. Grandma is angry with his cute face, and she hits him and says that he should not dare to act cute in front of her. She holds him by the collar and asks everyone if everyone listened to her carefully. Everyone stands in fear, except for Jae-won, and nods their heads. They don't want them to suffer the same thing. The director lies exhausted, and the grandmother tells them that she is one of the judges and therefore is also going to the tournament. Moon Byung smiles a sweet smile and asks her if he can come with her to watch the tournament too. She looks at him and says that even if she didn't agree, he would still come. Moon Byung thanks her for that. The director hears this and immediately comes to his senses. He gets angry and says that he does not agree and does not understand why he can come. This makes Grandma very angry and she asks him what he disagrees with. As soon as he sees her, he immediately falls to his knees and apologizes. He starts saying nice things to her to calm her down. She calms down and asks him to get up from his knees. She tells the participants that they must be ready because they are leaving that evening. A ship is flying across the dark night sky. These are college participants flying to a tournament. Xin Wulan sits next to Duoshin Chi Shi and says that he did not expect to see such a high-end, unmanned ship near Luogi College, and the killer agrees with him. The director gets up from his seat and says that they mistakenly thought that Luogi was poor, but he doesn't have time to finish. He feels his grandmother's anger. He quickly sits down in his seat and covers his mouth with his hand, an irritated grandmother sitting next to him. Jae-won and Moon Byung sit quietly and don't show it, but Xiao Bao stands and worries about this. Rogue sits by the window and reads a sheet that says that there are many things that he must find on his own, and the next time he returns, he will be told about his father. He finishes reading what is written on the sheet and pulls back to look out the window. He looks at the night sky and thinks that he would really like to know more about his father. The day comes and Luogi College flies to their destination. They land. They land successfully and all take turns getting out of the ship, stretching after the long ride. Rogue is the last to leave and takes a closer look at where they are going. He is surprised. Xin Wulan also takes a closer look and is shocked. He says that the arena is very large. The director also looks at the arena with surprise, but the deputy does not show that she is surprised by what she sees. Jae-won and Moon Byung also don't show it. They stand calmly, and Xiao Bao looks on with sparkles in his eyes in surprise. They all look at one big building, namely the Golden Arena of Lee Country. They have to fight in it. The commentator welcomes everyone to the Lee Country College tournament, which happens every 3 years, and announces that it has already begun. She says that this arena is also called the Four Golden Corners. Everyone understands that she has definitely earned her name, and the members from Luoga College approach her. Xin Wulan turns to his team and asks them not to lose, because then he will be disgraced. He starts laughing very loudly and Jae-won says that he is very noisy and leaves. Rogue wonders how many people are participating in the tournament and tries to count, but the killer tells him that out of 200 colleges there will be 800 people. Jae-won hears all this and says that Rogue has even forgotten how to use his brain. Xiao Bao calms him down. The deputy dean asks them all to calm down and says that now they will all go inside the arena. She walks in front of everyone, and behind her is Moon Byung. Behind him is the irritated director. He is unhappy that Moon Byung is with them. They all approach the man who is checking the pass for the tournament, and the director gives him an invitation. The inspector looks at their invitation and is surprised by what is written there. He sees that it is Luogi College. Everyone around is also surprised by this. They know that this is a college that is not controlled by anyone. Everyone doesn't understand why they came to the Lee Country tournament, and someone in the crowd says that they were most likely invited. The crowd calls their college pathetic and says that it is very surprising that they came to participate. The director casts an angry glance at the crowd and they all fall silent at once. They are afraid of the shadow hanging over them. The deputy dean asks the inspector if there is any problem with letting them into the tournament. The inspector begins to sweat and says that there are no problems and invites them to come inside. Rogue asks Moon Byung if their college's reputation is really that bad, to which the war hero simply laughs. He stops laughing and his face turns scary. He says that the reputation of their college is just disgusting. They go inside and everyone around them is talking about them. Everyone knows them on the bad side and thinks they are pathetic. The whole group of them enter the arena and see a bunch of people who are already in the arena. Xin Wulan sees them all and says that he has already become wound up from so many opponents. The director explains to them that the larger number of people is only because this is a national level tournament. He turns his head and says that at such events, clans and sponsors choose talent and this is a great opportunity for newcomers, as well as for veterans. Moon Byung gloats and interrupts the director. He says that anyway with war heroes like them there is no chance. The director is angry that he was interrupted. Grandma says that now everything depends on the two of them, because she needs to go to the judges' area and everything will begin soon. She leaves and tells the members that they have no right to disgrace Luogi College. Finally, she looks at Rogue. He stands and is determined that he will succeed. All the Luogi College representatives are standing and ready to fight. Xiao Bao is also standing and ready to help them. The director tells everyone to go find their seats while Grandma goes to her judges' area. A voice calls Jai Wan's name and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. This slightly disturbs his calm. All the Luogi College representatives turn towards the voice that called out to Jai Wan. They see a team of 6 people looking in their direction, led by a guy with a crown on his head. Rogue starts talking and Xiao Bao interrupts him. She says that this is the first of the big 3, Shanggong Luo Luoya from Shinggong-shi. He is very surprised that they are standing in front of the first-ranking person from the big 3. He looks at Jai Wan. He looks calm again, although there is something different in his gaze. The director also looks at them and says that what is surprising is that he was able to meet the members of Zhenhong College as soon as he arrived. The crowd begins to discuss what is happening. They know that Zhenhong College is the most respected college in the Li country and they specialize in training people for the government. They also pay attention to the guy in charge. This is Shanggong Lo Luoya from Shanggong-shi and are surprised that he came at all. They are sure that the winner has already been determined. The director of the college, Zhenhong, appears and is surprised that the rumor about their invitation was true. He says that this time their team will apparently be led by Director De Gu Lala and moves closer. He approaches the director and notices that Xiao Bu has also come to the tournament and their eyes meet. He looks at Moon Byung strangely, but he doesn't show it and just smiles. He silently looks at him. The pink-haired girl comes forward and also wants to ask a question. She walks up to Xiao Bao and sits down. She leans close to her ear and asks her if she inherited Ling Shi's power after her sister died and calls this power pathetic. Xiao Bao doesn't say anything and just stands there silently. She looks angry and annoyed. The girl from the enemy team says that they are both from the medical clans, but Ling Shi annoys her. Xiao Bao stands and almost cries, but Rogue stands up for her. He tells her that Xiao Bao doesn't like this. He covers her with himself and tells a girl from the enemy team that she should stay away from her. The girl is surprised at first, but then smiles and calls him very attentive. Shanggong Lo Luoya turns to the girl and calls her Hui. He asks her to return back to the team. Xin Wulan starts laughing, because the girl's real name stands for real man. He says that she doesn't really look like someone who would look like a man and laughs furiously at the situation. A shadow escapes from the enemy team and a moment later Sun Wulan is hit in the face with the words that he is too rude. Sun Wulan gets angry and gets to his feet after being hit. He says that this guy will answer for daring to hit him. Without having time to do anything from behind him, some shadow also flies out and quickly moves closer to that guy. It was Duo Shen-Chi Shi who decided to stand up for Sun Wulan, and he quickly punches the guy who hit him in the stomach. A guy from the enemy team jumps back, but stops after skidding a few meters on the ground. He gets up after getting hit and looks annoyed. He's angry that he missed the hit. He quickly jumps forward and approaches Duo Shen-Chi Shing. He wants to fight him. Meanwhile, the remaining two guys from the enemy team also follow him to fight against the Luogi College representatives. The director looks at all this and does nothing. He just lets his students go. Rogue and Sun Wulan also rush towards them. A fight between the college representatives is already inevitable. Shanggong Lo Luoya also joins the fight and becomes close to Zhai Wan. He asks him if he has become stronger. Zhang Wan releases his spiritual energy and is about to fight Shanggong Luoyan. Each of the four representatives has found a partner in the fight, and they are going to fight. Tournament participants from Luogi and Zhenhong colleges staged a battle among themselves. Zhai Wang uses a strong punch of spiritual energy to hit Shanggong Luoya, but it misses. Shanggong Luoya had no problem getting close to him and dodging his strike. He tells him that his speed is disappointing. A spear of spiritual energy emerges from his chest and pierces Zhang Wan with lightning speed. The Zhai Wan he hits shatters like glass due to his impact and shatters into pieces. The first of the big three looks back and sees Zhai Wan unharmed. He realizes that it was just a fake. Meanwhile, Rogue is fighting with the guy who hit Xian Wulan. The enemy has already managed to jump into the air and is approaching. Rogue concentrates spiritual energy in his fist and is about to meet the enemy with a blow. He punches him in the stomach and thinks his punch hit him without any problems, but it doesn't. The enemy just looks at him and his blow does not cause him any damage at all. Rogue does not understand what is happening. His spirit weakens and spiritual energy disappears. He still does not understand what is happening to him. He quickly jumps up and is about to kick the enemy to do something. He manages to throw a punch, but a guy from the enemy team easily blocks his blow. The guy from the enemy team is simply thrown back, but he didn't even feel Rogue's blow. He raises his head and licks his lips. He says that Rogue's spirit is very weak and feels superior. Meanwhile, Xian Wulan and Duo Shen-Chi Shi launch a frontal attack on the two remaining applicants from Zhenhong College. Killer Duo Shen-Chi Shi runs forward and pushes away from the guy who ran out to meet him. They switch opponents. and Xian Wulan attacks the guy who was stopped by Duo Shen-Chi Shi. The second guy tries to come to the aid of his comrade, but Duo Shen-Chi Shi stops him and says that he is his opponent. Duo Shen-Chi Shi concentrates the spiritual energy in his fists and prepares to strike the enemy. He launches an attack and his opponent is hit with countless punches. Suddenly, some light appears in the sky, which looks like a shining star. A man falls from the sky and stops the battle between Duo Shen-Chi Shi and the guy from Shanggong Luoya's team. Another guy also appears in front of Xian Wulan, who hits him and prevents him from hitting the enemy who has fallen to the ground. The guy who stopped the battle Duo Shen-Chi Shi says that their college Li Feng will not allow riots. The crowd is surprised when they hear the name of the college, because it is the second college in Li country. The man who stopped the fight introduces himself as the leader of Ba College, Fang Yijie, and greets everyone. College principal Zhenhong looks at this calmly and says that Yijie still looks arrogant. Yijie turns around and greets the director. He says that he feels bad for not having any good feelings towards him and laughs. He also notices that he also has no personal conflicts with him and smiles contentedly. He looks at everyone involved in the battle and tells them all that they can't talk down on anyone. The director of Luogi College says that Li Feng College is really like a combat training barracks because they have very good discipline. He shrugs and says that he just wanted to let his students warm up for the tournament. He turns around to say something to Moon Byung, but he disappears somewhere, which angers the director. Shadows appear behind Principal Yijie, from which his students, who had previously been hiding, appear. The guy who stopped Xing Wulan greets his comrades and looks at the instigators of the battle. Xiao Bao looks at him and realizes that Jing Qi Wu is standing in front of them. She is shocked by this. He stands proudly and says that as a member of one of the great families, Shanggong Luoya, again got into trouble. Shanggong Luoya moves to his director and tells Jing Qi Wu that he worries too much about other people's problems, like a member of the third family. Rogue looks at them and realizes that what appeared before him was indeed a member of the third family in the country of Li. Jing Chi-woo tells Shanggong Luo Luoya that he is just trying to follow the rules of the tournament and he is disrupting the order. He turns to Jai Wan and says that he heard that he is in Luogi College and says that he is again among the garbage. Jai Wan calmly reacts to this and tells him that it is none of his business and it does not concern him. Jing Tzu-woo tells him that he is deliberately making the whole situation worse and he shouldn't do that. College principal Li Feng stops them and says that the tournament is about to start and they need to go. He and his students turn around and leave the place where an unscheduled battle between colleges recently began. Jing Tzu-woo also leaves, but before leaving, he tells Shanggong Luo Luo Yen that they will definitely meet again in the arena. Shanggong Luo Luo Yen looks at him and says that he is very funny and does not take his words seriously. College principal Zhen Hong bows and says that their students are a bit impudent and apologizes for them. He raises his head and says goodbye to the representatives of Luogi College. He gives them a strange look. The director finally tells them that he hopes that they will meet again in the arena and their team leaves. Shanggong Luo Luoya passes by Jai Wan and tells him that he has no right to disappoint him and calls him a loser. They all take turns looking up at the Luogi College candidates and still leave. Rogue turns to Xiao Bao and wants to ask about those two who are from respectable families. Xiao Bao tells him that they are both from Zhenhong and Li Feng colleges and they are the first and second colleges in the country. She reveals that the three largest families in the country, Shanggong, Zhai, and Jing, and Shanggong Luo Luoya and Jing Qi are the second children in the families. She ends her story by explaining that they are also enemies of the Zhai family. Rogue looks at Jai Wan and thinks about how he went through hardships when he was younger. Sun Wulan is furious and clenches his fists. He says that he will kill them all if they meet again. Duo Shen Qi Shi agrees with him. The announcer's loud voice carries through the arena. She says that the first round lottery will begin soon and they invite all colleges to gather on the field. The principal tells his students that they should stop behaving like this and adjusts his suit. He says that it all started. The commentator announces to all participants that the first round of the Li Country tournament has officially begun. All the teams stand in anticipation. Song Wulan stands in a stance and says that his blood is just boiling. The director slaps him on the head and tells him to shut his mouth. He calls him a loser and he shuts up. An elegantly dressed man appears in front of them and welcomes everyone to the Li Country tournament. He introduces himself as the host Mr. Gui and a bunch of confetti and colorful explosions appear around him. He looks at them and laughs. He asks the participants if they all think his name is pretty funny. He waits for an answer, but everyone completely ignores him and remains silent. An awkward silence hangs in the air. The director looks at the host and tells him that he looks like some kind of idiot. Song Wulan can barely contain his laughter. He still doesn't hold back and his laughter can be heard throughout the arena. He laughs at his ridiculous name. The principal hits him over the head again and tells him that he doesn't understand why he keeps laughing at other people's names. The presenter clears his throat and asks all participants to listen carefully to the rules of the first round. A huge screen emerges from behind him right out of the ground. Everyone is very surprised by this and looks in bewilderment. The names of all the participants in the first round appear on the screen that has just appeared. Rogue and Song Wulan look at all this in surprise. The presenter asks absolutely everyone to pay attention to the fact that the names of all participants in the first round have appeared on the screen. He tells them that all their victories and defeats will also be shown on this huge board. He proudly shows 2 index fingers and announces that the very first rounds will be one-on-one battles. Rogue looks at him and says to himself that one-on-one fights sound quite interesting and gets excited about it. The host tells them that absolutely all pairs will be distributed absolutely randomly using their system. He says that since there are 800 participants, the system will give them a number from 1 to 402 participants with the same numbers will compete in a duel. He also says that the system was specifically set up so that participants from the same college do not fight each other and they do not have to worry about this. Song Wulan shouts in bewilderment. He is very surprised by something or is simply preoccupied with something. The director looks at him and asks what happened. He thinks Song Wulan was able to find something. Everything turns out to be much simpler and Song Wulan says that he simply did not understand what the presenter said. The director holds his head in grief. The principal decides to explain to him that if he gets number 6, he will be fighting another number 6 and students from the same college will not get the same numbers to avoid cheating. He asks him again if he understood everything that he just tried to explain to him, but Song Woo-lan did not listen to him and talks about Shen Hong. This infuriates the director, and he hits Song Woo-lan with all his might. He flies up and loses consciousness. He falls to the ground, unconscious, and a bloody puddle appears from under him. He does not get up and looks lifeless. The host interrupts them and announces that the loser's name will be changed from red to blue. He smiles and announces that the automatic distribution is starting and they should all get ready. Numbers and letters begin to spin and the eyes of all participants are drawn to this screen. Rogue looks at the screen and sees that he gets the 30th number and begins to look for a person with the same number. He looks carefully at the names and finally finds one. He goes up against Liang Tai from Xiao College. The director also sees this and says that it looks like the first round will be easy, because all these weak colleges without reputation will be easily dealt with by them. He says that after all these low-level colleges are eliminated, then the real tournament will begin. Rogue doesn't believe his words and says that they can't all be weaklings, and the director explains to him that the tournament has an age limit and therefore they are all beginners and their fighting skills will not be high either. Rogue tells him that there must be some elite recruits in the tournament, because if he hadn't joined the college, he wouldn't have had a chance. The director brushes him off and tells him that he needs to ask his grandmother about this, since she chose him. Rogue falls silent and the announcer announces that all the fighters have finally received all their numbers. He asks everyone to go to their designated areas and remain calm until the battle begins. The screen begins to transform and changes its appearance to a narrower version where the numbers are better visible. Rogue looks at the screen and realizes that he is in the first hall and turns to his comrades. He turns to them and asks them what rooms they have and what halls they all ended up in. Song Woo-lan says that he is in 245th place and in the 5th hall. He is upset that he got so far, and Duo Shen-chi says that he is in 67th place and he is in the 2nd hall. Zhai Wang is the last to answer and says that he came across number 333 and is in the 7th hall. He leaves and Xiao Bao leaves with him. She wishes them all good luck in their upcoming fights. The guys say goodbye to her and Song Woo-lan invites Rogue and Duo Shen-chi Xian to go and see who will come out first to fight. He says that the one who will be last will be the turtle and leaves. Duo Shen-chi also says goodbye and leaves. Rogue bids them farewell and the headmaster yells at them that they should all return to him after they finish their fights. The director turns around and looks at the screen, on which it is written which number is in which hall. Rogue walks in the middle of the crowd and looks for the first hall. He walks and sees a sign on the way. He thinks that there is too much space in this place. He walks towards the hall, and when he is in the aisle, he accidentally brushes someone with his shoulder. He quickly turns around and asks the man for forgiveness for hitting him with his shoulder. In front of him is a beautiful-looking girl who just stares at him. The supreme ruler of the country, Li, stands in the office and looks at the arena, where the tournament participants are still located. In his hands he holds some documents in which all the information about the participants is written. He laughs evilly and holds up papers that even describe martial spirits in detail, which he calls very useful information. He tells someone who is in the office with him that he is still very reliable in matters like this. He turns around and behind him sits Moon Byung, who is just calmly drinking his coffee. Rogue stands in front of the girl he just brushed with his shoulder on the way to the first hall. He scratches his head and apologizes to her again for what happened between them. She doesn't respond to his apology and just hums. This irritates Rogue a little and he doesn't understand what it means. They stand and look at each other silently, awkward silence hanging in the air and Rogue's irritation. The girl finally decides to say something, but it is not an answer to his apology. She asks him if there is anything else he would like to say. He tells her that it's not like that and he doesn't want to tell her anything else. He's not annoyed anymore. The girl is silent again and simply walks past him without saying anything, and there is an awkward silence in the air again. She turns her head towards him and decides to ask him which college he is from. At first he is a little confused, but then he immediately tells her that he is from Luogi College. She hears this and just repeats the name of the college again. She doesn't look very interested. She quickly turns around and walks away from Rogue. He does not understand what happened to him. He finally enters the hall room number 1 and a bunch of small battle rings appear in front of him. Rogue sits and waits his turn and he and his opponent are called to arena number 12. He gets up from his waiting bench and heads towards his first fight of the tournament. The checking judge standing outside the arena hurries Rogue over and sees on his file that he is from Luoga College. Rogue walks up to him and says that he is number 30, the checking judge waves his hand and tells him that he already understood that. While the checking judge is preparing something, he looks at the arena, where his opponent is already standing, with whom he will have to fight. Their glances meet and their spirits also meet, they evaluate each other at this time. The checking judge distracts him and gives him a bracelet. He explains that it is a bracelet that will measure his strength and talks about the ranks based on fortitude. He tells him that the greater his power, the greater the significance. He is asked not to break this bracelet. Rogue takes the bracelet from him and puts it on his hand. He clicks on it and begins measuring his strength. His mark, which restrains his powers, activates and begins to hurt while his power is measured. The bracelet finishes the counting and shows him the result. His spirit scores 469 points and receives a rank without a class. The inspecting judge sees this and starts laughing. He thinks it's a joke since he hasn't even reached the rank of rookie military hero. The inspecting judge continues to laugh and says that Luogi College is really crazy. His laughter gives Rogue a headache. Rogue stops paying attention to him and wonders if it was all just the effect of the seal. The opponents are announced: Rogue from Luogi College, no class, who scored 469 points against Liang Tai from Qizhou College, a rookie military hero who scored 586. Liang Tai laughs that Rogue only scored 469 points and said that he thought their college was full of monsters. He laughs and tells him that he is stronger than him by as much as 100 points and he has not even reached the rank of a rookie military hero, and says that Rogue should represent the difference in their skills. He tells him that over 100 points, this is comparable to if he fought against some pathetic worm. He says that even if he has not reached the initial stage, he does not finish what he wanted. The checking judge raises his hand and announces the start of the match. Rogue and Liang Tai are ready to fight. A huge puppet appears behind Liang Tai and he says that it will be like a father hitting his son and calling him a weakling. He rushes towards Rogue, but for some reason Rogue does not move. He is trembling and does not understand what is happening. He thinks that he is afraid. Liang Tai tells him that he will not escape his grasp, because this is his spirit's ability, namely to absorb his attacks. He and his spirit approach Rogue and he decides that he still has to do something about it. He grabs his opponent's arm and his punch misses Rogue and he knees him in the face. His punch sends Liang Tai flying and he flies back to his side of the ring. He didn't expect that. Rogue carefully lands on his foot after the kick and waits for his opponent to get up from the ground. Liang Tai stops his slide and is angry that such a weakling threw him back. Liang Tai gets up and the puppet appears behind him again. He tells him that they will still look at how he will repel this attack of his and says that he will certainly end this battle. Rogue's opponent quickly approaches him and uses the first fist of destruction. This surprises Rogue a little. Rogue quickly assesses the situation and decides to quickly dodge his attack, which he easily succeeds in doing. He successfully dodges, but Liang Tai uses his second attack, second destruction fist, and swings his second arm. Rogue quickly reacts to this and crouches down just before Liang Tai hits him. His fists touch each other and he is surprised that Rogue simply decided to crouch down to dodge his attack. Meanwhile, Rogue, in a sitting position, tells him that he has seen such large-scale attacks thousands of times before. This information shocks Liang Tai. He doesn't know what could happen to him now and just stands there. Rogue gets up and attacks him. He uses binding punch and hits him right in the stomach. Liang Tai coughs up blood and is thrown to another part of the ring. No one expected this from a weakling with 469 points. Flying away and losing consciousness, Liang Tai tells Rogue that his spirit is definitely not the 469th. He falls and a cloud of dust rises from his fall. He lies unconscious after one blow from Rogue. Rogue looks at him and says that he is 469 and only needed one hit to win. The checking judge cannot believe his eyes, but still declares that Rogue with number 30 wins the duel. Meanwhile, in Hall 7, Zhai Wang defeats his opponent, who lies covered in spiritual needles. Zhai Wang with a calm face looks at all those who watched his fight and asks to announce the result. The crowd starts talking about how not even a minute has passed and Zhai Wang's opponent looks terrible. They are sure that he wanted to finish him off. Some guy approaches the crowd and asks what happened, because he heard that there was a good fight in this place. He is told that a participant from Luogi College, Zhai Wang, beat his opponent in less than a minute. The guy is silent and doesn't know how to react to this information. They can't imagine how strong he is. Everyone crowded next to the arena where Jai Wan's battle took place stands silently and says nothing, even the checking judge. Jai Wan stands silently and waits for the result. He does not show a single emotion on his face. He once again turns to the inspector and again asks him to announce the result of his battle. The checking judge, with fear visible on his face, announces that number 333, Jai Wan, has won the battle. The crowd is buzzing. They all discuss his strength. They ask what his spiritual strength is and they are told that at the beginning of the match, the bracelet showed 999 and that is the rank of a mid-level military hero. A guy from the crowd says that this is very difficult at Jai Wan's age. He says that such results were expected from the big three. Jai Wan turns around and leaves the battlefield, and everyone looks at his leaving person and says that he is very scary. Meanwhile, in the first hall, Rogue comes down from his arena and prepares to leave after his fight. Someone turns to him and says that he is actually a very dangerous opponent and fighter. It's some girl with long hair. Rogue is a little lost and greets her. She also greets him back and again tells him that he is actually a very dangerous fighter. She says that before the fight he didn't even prepare anything and his spiritual strength is only 469 units, and even so he was able to defeat a stronger opponent than himself in one blow. Rogue casually spreads his arms and smiles. He says that he's actually not some defenseless guy. The girl decides to introduce herself to him. She tells him that her name is Judin Chi and she is from Suzhou College. Rogue casually greets her and offers her his hand. He looks a little confused. The girl realizes that he does not know anything about Suzhou College and asks him if this is really so. Rogue tells her that he really does not understand other colleges and apologizes. The girl leans over and says that Suzhou College is in third place in Li country and they are the third largest college, after Zhenhong and Lifan colleges. She spreads her arms and a rainbow seems to appear between them. She tells him that their college is the nicest and most popular. She keeps telling him about their college and says that even when comparing them with Li Feng's college, their college is no worse. Rogue smiles awkwardly and tells her that it's actually really cool, although he doesn't seem interested. The girl gets a little angry and tells him that he can see everything and he doesn't seem surprised at all. She comes closer to him and asks him what college he is from. Rogue is a little surprised by this question. He leans closer to her and whispers to her that he is from Luogi College. He doesn't want everyone around to know about it. His plan fails and she shouts to the entire hall that he is from Luogi College and everyone can hear it. Everyone starts looking angrily in their direction, and he tries to close her mouth as quickly as possible so that she will be quiet. She asks him if she understands correctly that their college is a college filled with bad guys and asks him if he can be a bad guy too. Rogue tells her that he is not bad. After his words, she decides to look at him very carefully. She looks at him from top to bottom. She agrees and turns around. She tells him that she will go and rest before the next battle. He asks her if she needs to prepare anything before the fight, and she tells him that there is no need. She turns to him and says that she doesn't need this, because she, too, is actually very strong. She doesn't look where she's going while she shows off to Rogue and bumps into some guy. Rogue looks at it with some uncertainty. Meanwhile, the director sits in the middle of the arena and waits for the end of the fights of all his students. He looks at the scoreboard and sees that someone number 263 is losing. He is not very surprised by this and says that the three great families are really scary, because the tournament started a minute ago. He decides to see who the man who just lost was fighting, and when he sees that he was fighting Shanggong Luo Luoya understands everything. He says that if his opponent was Shanggong Lo Luoya, then it is not surprising that he lost. Two more of the big three are shown as winners on screen. The director is not very surprised and says that this is exactly what he expected from the members of the big three. The crowd is saying that the three great families are really scary, because the first round started about a minute ago and meeting an opponent like them is sheer bad luck. They are told that the final round will also be like this and they have essentially already won, and they should not forget about Shaoyan College, which has Valkyrie, who has recently become very popular. As soon as the crowd hears this, they decide that they should go and watch her fight, since she is definitely on par with the big three monsters in terms of strength and her fight has not started yet. Meanwhile, Jaiwan returns to the director as he asked them. The director tells him that it is dangerous, because in less than a minute the three of them were already back. They look at the screen and Xiao Bao says that Shanggong Luo Luoya and Yujing Qi Wu have also already won their fights. Zhai Wan looks at the director drinking his chat and wants to say something to him about it. He tells the director that he is also thirsty, and the director gets angry and tells him that he can make his own tea. Xiao Bao volunteers to brew it. Zhai Wan, the director and Xiao Bao are sitting at the table. Xiao Bao is eating jelly, and the other two are drinking tea and waiting for other students. Xiao Bao looks at the fighting screen and sees that Rogue also finishes his fight and wins. Zhai Wan tells her that it is very slow and he should have finished his fight faster. Rogue already appears on the arena field and he runs in their direction. Zhai Wan is a little disappointed. Rogue approaches Zhai Wan and tells him that he is indeed the fastest in their group. The director tells Rogue that he is not that slow either and says that he did well. Xiao Bao invites him to drink tea. He agrees. Rogue drinks tea and tells the director that this is not what he expected from his opponent. The director interrupts him and asks him to pay attention to number 102 in the hall number 3. Rogue asks the director who this 102nd number is and looks at the screen where the participant's name should be. He sees Lei Mi Lin Na's name on the screen and doesn't understand who she is. He doesn't understand the director's advice a little. The principal explains to him that Lei Mi Ling Na is the strongest student at Su Yang College and is also known by the nickname Valkyrie and should not be underestimated. He hears about the college. Su Yang asks the director if he heard correctly. The director is surprised that he knows about them. Rogue tells him that he just met someone from their college and gives his cup to Xiao Bao. He tells everyone that he wants to go and watch her fight and leaves the director, Xiao Bao and Zhai Wan. He arrives in Hall 3 and the first thing he hears is the crowd shouting the name Valkyrie. He sees several bald guys, who are dressed the same and with the same headbands. They shout words of encouragement to her. He sees this whole bunch of people and is surprised that there are so many of them and they all came to watch the fight of one girl. He walks through the crowd and hears constant cheers of the Valkyrie alias, everyone shouting for him. He walks through the crowd and thinks about how Lei Mi Li Na is so popular, but accidentally says it out loud. Everyone is angry with him and says that he is not worthy to see their goddess and he simply cannot help but know Valkyrie. They are angry and shout her nickname and say that Lin Na is simply a goddess who is better than everyone else. Rogue looks at Boy's place and sees a girl whom he accidentally brushed with his shoulder and with whom she had an awkward conversation. The girl stands proudly in the arena and everyone shouts her name and calls her a goddess. They all love her very much. Rogue looks at the girl whom he touched with his shoulder and is surprised that this girl is Lei Mi Lin Na and angry fans immediately appear around him. She's standing in the arena against a guy with black hair, and everyone around her is shouting her Valkyrie alias. The guy introduces himself in front of him. His name is Mi Chi and he says that it is an honor for him to fight against her and he will try to give his best. She thanks him for trying his best to entertain her. The checking judge of their ring announces the fight between Lei Mi Ling Na, whose spiritual power is 923 points against Mi Chi from Kongji College and his spiritual power is 465 points. Mi Chi is about to attack and tells Lei Mi Ling Na to be careful. His fighting spirit appears behind him. He shouts the name of his martial spirit to Guing Hao and uses the horizontal beheading blade. Lei Mi Ling Na looks at his attack and quickly moves towards Mi Chi and her fans shout in support of her. She concentrates her spiritual energy and creates a shield in front of her to block his attack. From the contact of their attacks there is a very strong roar, because of which those watching have to cover their ears. Lei Mi Ling Na calmly looks at her opponent. Mi Chi fails, and his attack is reflected back at him. He is thrown back and all he has time to say is that her defense is too strong. She once again gathers the spiritual energy in her palm and a huge hammer appears above her. She brings her hammer and her power of spiritual energy down on Mi Chi and the ground beneath her breaks. Such an amount of spiritual energy presses on him, and he screams in pain. Something is approaching him. The last thing he manages to see is that a hammer created from the spiritual energy of the Valkyrie is approaching his face. The horror of what will happen in just a moment is visible on his face and he simply looks in horror at what is in front of him. Lei Mi Ling Na brings her hammer down on him and he is knocked unconscious by one of her blows. She stands calmly and dispels her spiritual hammer, no emotion visible on her face. The crowd is at first silent because of what they saw, and then begins to shout and admire what an unusual spirit she has and her strength. She tells Mi Chi that he has given in and the crowd continues to call her their goddess non-stop. The reviewing judge announces that Lei Mi Ling Na from Suzhou College wins this match. Rogue looks at her and admits that she is very strong, but the crowd does not shut up and continues to call her a goddess. He begins to think about the fight and thinks that if she hadn't stopped, something terrible could have happened to this guy. Assassin Ji Shi appears and says that it's amazing how amazing it is to break a spirit into pieces, and Rogue is surprised that he appeared so suddenly and asks how long he's been standing next to him. Ji Shi smiles and tells him that he hasn't been around for long and has just arrived. Rogue asks him if he is finished with his duel and he says that he is already finished and fortunately he won. Rogue says nothing, and Ji Shi suggests that he return to the team, while the crowd continues to praise Lei Mi Lin Na. Rogue agrees with him. They walk away from the scene of the fight as the crowd continues to express their admiration for her. They return to the square and see that everyone has already gathered and finished their fights, but they fall silent. Rogue approaches the director and asks him what the three of them are doing in this place. Xian Wulan begins to scream. He says that he has waited for the two of them for too long and talks about how pathetic his opponent was and how he got rid of him after several attacks. He says that he wants to quickly go to the next battle, because he is already tired of waiting. The director calms him down and says that he is in too much of a hurry and they all finished too quickly, because the others haven't finished their fights yet. He tells them that after the first round there should only be 400 people left and it should be announced, which upsets Xian Wulan. Xiao Bao approaches Ji Shi and Rogue and hands them cups of tea. She brewed it for them. They look at each other and now they are all sitting on chairs and relaxing, waiting for the announcement. Meanwhile, the Suzhou College participants are sitting on a bench and waiting for their student. Lei Mi Lin Na returns to her college team and sits down on the bench without saying much. Juten Chi tells her that she met a very interesting person and Lin Na takes notice. She tells her that he was from Luoga College and plays video games on the side. She starts to remember his name but can't remember it completely. She says he looked stupid and was distracted by the game she almost lost because of his stories. The headmistress begins to remember what she knows about Luogi College and remembers that Zhai Wang from Zhai is studying there. She says that Shanggong Luoya from Shanggong Shi and Yujing Qi Wu from Yujing Shi are also participating in the tournament and says that they both got into Zhenhong College and Lifan College and says that it will be interesting. She tells her students that they should try hard, because their college Suzhou should become famous and everyone agrees with her words. Lin Na looks at the screen and finds the name Zhai Wan there. She thinks that they will return what Zhai Shi took from them. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the Supreme Ruler welcomes everyone and thanks them for coming to the meeting. He especially thanks Grandma Gaia for coming and says that seeing her in such a place is very rare. The Supreme Ruler says that this year, as soon as 50 participants remain, they will become judges and determine the winner of each battle, for a better future for the country of Li. He tells them that they won't have to do anything for the next couple of days and thanks them for their attention. Everyone leaves the office, and some tall man in a suit stops Grandma Gaia. He tells her that they have not seen each other for a long time. She looks at him and he introduces himself as Zhai Luo, his third brother. This is Zhai Wan and asks to look after him for him. Grandmother looks at him and says that she remembers him well, because there are reasons for this. She tells him that she remembers him because he is the second son of the Zhai family and the puppet master Zhai Luo. He tells her that he is opposite Gaia Buddha and he cannot say that he is good at controlling puppets. Grandma says that she really can't say whether it was Zhai Wang's decision to come to Luogi College. She tells him that she suspects that they deliberately forced him to go to their college. Zhai Luo tells her that this is not true at all and he himself wanted this and went to this college himself. He asks her to notice that he came alone and not, as she put it, like the guys. Gaiyu's grandmother tells him if he is planning something bad, then he better not relax. Zhai Luo doesn't answer her at all and lets her pass. He tells her that he won't bother her anymore. She goes out and sees in front of her people lined up in two lines who no longer look like people. She passes by them and thinks that this is the demon army of the second brother Zhai Luo. She knows that he will use his powers to call upon his absolutely loyal army. She understands that this is why the ruler of the Luo country came to the Zhai family. He hoped that he could invite him into his army. She thinks that this is a terrifying force and the strength of such an army would be very useful for the country. She turns around and sees Zhai Luo sitting in the chair of the supreme ruler of the Li country. She is silent at first to think about all this and then says that Jai Woo has 3 amazing sons. Meanwhile, it is announced in the arena that the second stage will begin soon and the students participating in the tournament must be ready. The director of Luogi College is surprised that the second stage is about to begin and turns to the students. The director looks at them and sees that they have all fallen asleep due to waiting for the new round and he is surprised by this. The director gets very angry about this and quickly wakes them all up, slapping everyone in his group on the head. Rogue wakes up and asks, half asleep, whether the second stage has already begun, and Xian Wulan, half asleep, talks about some beauties. The director glares at them and confirms that the second stage has indeed begun. The host reappears in the arena and asks the participants if they still remember him. He reminds them of himself and says that now he will tell them about the second stage of the tournament. He says that 200 out of 4 people will be disqualified at this stage. He points to the screen and says that 400 people who received green plates have passed the first stage. He says that one line has already been built on the merits and strength of everyone and the best will come out first. Xian Wulan is surprised that the organizers have already compiled a ranking table of strength. The director calms him down and says that this is even better, because they should look at their ranks first, because then they will at least understand their position. Xian Wulan looks at the screen and sees that the first 3 positions are occupied by Yuqing Chi Wu, who has 1023 points, Shanggong Luo Luoya, who has 1000 points, and Zhai Wang, who has 999. Xian Wulan is surprised that Jing Chi Wu from Lifeng College has so many points, because it is an average level. He and the killer discuss how he is only from the 3rd family, but is stronger than Shanggong Luoya, who is from the 1st family. Xian Wulan quickly approaches Zhai Wan and tells him that he shouldn't be sad about 3rd place, and Zhai Wan gets angry that he is telling him that. Rogue looks at the screen and sees that Duoshan Qi Shi has the same score as Lei Mi Ling Na. He sees this and tells Duoshan's assassin Qi Shi that he has the same rank as Lei Mi Ling Na. Xian Wulan is also shocked. He takes him by the shoulder and says that he is amazing because he is in the top 5, and Qi Shi tells him that he is just lucky. Xian Wulan decides to ask Rogue how many points he has and what rank he achieved. Rogue points his finger at his name and he ends up in the bottom with only 496 points. Everyone sees this and goes silent. They don't understand how he could score so few points, and the 3 of them just look at him. Xian Wulan is angry and doesn't think this is some kind of joke. He doesn't believe that Rogue could score so few points. Rogue smiles ridiculously and holds his head. He says that he doesn't know why this happened and he thought he could do better. The director says that he shouldn't worry about it because the glasses don't show anything and Xian Wulan agrees with him. The host announces that the random selection of fighters begins right now and everyone should get ready for it. The numbers and letters begin to change again on the screen. The crowd looks at this very carefully, and the director says that this will be a very interesting stage. The director tells his students that it's starting and they all need to get ready. They look at the screen. The director looks at the screen and turns his head. He tells Xing Wulan that he has number 58 and his opponent has already been determined. He says that his opponent is Is Ka Shi from Lifeng College and his spiritual power is 806 points. He turns to Qi Shi's killer and says that his number is 79 and his opponent is also unusual. He says that Dr. La from Zhenhong College is going up against him and his spiritual power is 863 points. Xing Wulan lights up in battle and says that fate definitely brought them together, because this guy annoyed him very much and he will teach him a lesson. Xiao Bao butts into the conversation and before they both leave, she asks them both to hit their opponents harder. Qi Shi agrees with her. Rogue and Zhai Wan notice that their partner Qi Shi is not worried about the fight at all. The director tells Rogue that he is number 131 and should not underestimate his rival. He tells him that his opponent is Fei Mi Ba from Suzhou College, whose spiritual power is 796 points, and Rogue immediately thinks about Lei Mi Ling Na as soon as he hears about Suzhou. The director tells him that Suzhou College is the 3rd in the country of Li and these are not just words, because they are really strong. Rogue thinks about this and prepares for battle, his thoughts now filled with Suzhou College. The director speaks last to Zhai Wan. He says that he is number 13 and his opponent is from a regular college, whose spiritual power is 678 points. The director throws up his hands and tells him that this should be very easy for him. Zhai Wan doesn't answer. The director tells them that they can watch the matches of Shanggong Lo Luoya and Yujing Chi Wu if they are interested. He tells them that they are at the very top of the top and their matches will most likely be first and they are not fighting yet, because of this they can go watch their fights. Zhai Wang and Xiao Bao leave. She tells them that he is number 13 and his match will be one of the first, and finally she wishes everyone good luck. The director stretches his back and says that he will go with them. He says that he wants to see the abilities of the first clan. They arrive in the first hall and see that there are a bunch of people standing around the arena, waiting for the fight to start. Shanggong Luo Luoya is sitting on a chair and emitting a large amount of spiritual energy. He is waiting for the battle to begin. The director says that he expected this, that his match would be the very first. Qi Shi says that he just found out and Yujing Chi Wu's match is not so far from this battle site and they can still catch his match. Rogue asks what abilities Shanggong Luo Luoya even has. He is interested in finding out. The director thinks about it and says that he only knows that it is something similar to light accumulation and he has not heard anything about its fighting spirit. The referee announces that Shanggong Luoya from Zhenhong College will fight Hong Yudu from Kai Sa College. He announces the start of the fight and you can see how much spiritual energy comes from the son of the first family. Shanggong Lo Luoya's opponent stands and thinks about what to do. All his thoughts are filled with the fact that he is very unlucky. He looks at the crowd, who are looking at him with pity, as if they are now tormenting him and will not give him a chance to win. Hong Yudu thinks that he should try to fight back somehow, even if it is Zhenhong College. He begins to radiate spiritual energy and thinks that he will give his all in order to at least lose. A huge scary animal made of spiritual energy appears behind him and uses two-way attack and directs its attack towards the student from Zhenhong. Shanggong Luo Luoya sits and doesn't show it. He is confident that this attack is not scary for him at all. He raises his head and looks at the college student Kai Sa with a cold gaze, his gaze filled with horror. Hong Yudu at first thinks again whether he should attack at all and still decides. He says that he is going on the attack. Suddenly, two bright circles appear above his huge spirit animal until one can tell what he is going to do. He is blinded by some bright light. He simply turns away from it, because he does not understand what is happening. He turns around and sees two very bright beams that pass through each other and it all looks amazing. The principal of Luogi College simply looks at this and sees a horrifying picture, which greatly surprises them. They see the sun's rays piercing Hong Yudu's body and he looks unconscious. Clothes are torn from one contact with this bright light, and its spiritual energy dissipates. Everyone sees college student Kai Sa fall unconscious, the fire of battle no longer visible in his eyes. The crowd looks at this poor fellow, who had no chance of winning from the very beginning, because he fought a monster. Shanggong Lo Luoya sits further on his chair and in front of him a broken arena is visible, part of which seems to have simply evaporated. He exhales and everyone around him understands that the battle was over with one attack, which did not cause him any inconvenience. He gets up from his chair and walks out of the ring. He doesn't pay attention to anyone and just walks out of the hall. The inspecting judge announces that the winner of the match is Shanggong Lo Luoya from Zhenhong College. Conversations begin in the crowd. They say that he just sat and did nothing, like in the last match, and people like him completely ruin the fun of battles and he can be described in one word: monster. The headmaster and his students stand silently and simply think about what just happened in the arena where Shanggong Luo Luoya fought. Sun Wulan asks the director what just happened and how it all ended so quickly. 50 The director tells him that he cannot answer this question so easily and is thinking about how best to answer. Rogue doesn't ask anything, but simply says his name and seems to want to fight him. The crowd begins to quickly run away and they say that an unusual fight will soon begin, because Yujing Chi Wu will now fight. The director says that on this side everything just ended, but there it all began. Xin Wulan says that they must hurry because he wants to see Yujing Chi Wu's abilities. They enter the second hall and all they hear is that some guy did something shameful. They say that the opponent just knelt down, and some say that this is normal when you meet opponents of the level of Yujing Chi Wu. Xin Wulan doesn't understand what happened and the director tells him that he thought someone was just spreading rumors, but that's not the case. Yujing Chi Wu is standing in the arena and some guy is sitting on his knees. He asks him for forgiveness and asks him to let him go. He says that he will not fight anymore and gives up. He tells him that everyone who fought against him was crippled and he does not want to fight against him. he again asks to let him go. Yujing Chi-woo looks very unhappy, and he looks angrily at the guy who is kneeling in front of him. It was said in the crowd that Yujing's opponent Chi-woo surrendered at the very beginning and immediately began to beg for mercy. The guys in the crowd say he's understandable, but you can't just walk away from a fight unless it's a special occasion. Yujing's opponent Chi-woo cries and asks for mercy again. He never stops asking for it. He says that Chi-woo's spiritual power is equal to 1023 points, while his is only 645 points, and again says that he is giving up. Yujing Chi-woo silently looks at him and emits a very scary aura. He looks very annoyed. He tells his crying opponent that according to the rules, a contestant cannot be eliminated as long as they can fight. He gives him an angry look and puts his hand behind his back. It looks like he's about to do something. He quickly draws his weapon and hits the ground, his opponent rising from his knees. He raises his weapon upward and lifts his opponent into the air with a single swing. His opponent holds onto the weapon, which is pressed against his throat, and simply makes sounds of pain due to his weakness and fear. Yujing Chi-woo tells him that he must use all his strength to attack him or he will get worse. He tells him that if he doesn't use his full power, he will just kill him and throws him away. The guy flies to another part of the ring and thinks about what he can do. Chi-woo just looks in his direction. The guy, in tears, decides that he must do something to protect himself and summons his spirit by blowing up. The crowd is surprised by his sudden zeal and understands that he was simply driven into a corner, and because of this he seemed to have gone crazy. He runs towards Yujing Chi-woo on all fours and screams uncontrollably, unable to stop crying. He approaches Chi-woo and shouts, and Yujing Chi-woo himself takes the handle of his weapon. He moves towards the attacker and brings his weapon forward to defend against the attack. He hits him in the stomach with a very fast lunge, and the opponent's spirit dissipates and he coughs up blood. Yujing Chi-woo takes another swing and makes circular strikes, constantly hitting his opponent. Each blow hits the crying guy and breaks his jaw. He just flies away from Chi-woo. Yujing Chi-woo stops and says that military heroes like this crying guy are simply useless. He says that guys like him will simply betray their country if war comes. The crying opponent falls to the arena floor and appears defeated, no longer able to continue his fight with a broken jaw. The crowd sees this and starts shouting that he's amazing and he did a really good job. He raises his arms above him and behind his back. He puts away his two weapons and the fight ends. He turns to the inspector and says that it seems to him that the fight can already be considered completed. The checking judge stands a little surprised and after some silence says that this is indeed so. He announces that Yujing Chi-woo from Lifeng College is winning the match and the entire crowd rejoices at his victory. Xian Wulan is furious that he is so popular and seems to be preaching to everyone. Duo Shen Chi-shi tells him that he is wrong, because Chi-woo is really strong and should not underestimate him. He asks Xian Wulan to notice that Yujing Chi-woo didn't even use his martial spirit. The director tells him that they should not underestimate the big three, because they really do have a lot of power. Xian Wulan is furious about all this and says that he will defeat everyone and it doesn't matter to him who it is. Rogue stands silently and thinks that Shang Gongshi, Zhai Shi and Yujing Shi are really strong and should not be underestimated. He thinks about what would have happened if Zhai Wan fought him. He doesn't know if he could defeat him. The director and Xian Wulan hear a voice that says that Yujing Chi-woo is very angry, because he smashed his opponent's jaw into pieces. They turn their heads to see Moon Byung behind them, waving at them. The director sees him and immediately becomes furious. He asks him where he was, because he disappeared immediately after he entered the arena. Moon Byung ignores him and congratulates all the students for winning the first match. The principal gets even more angry at being ignored. The next fight is announced and number 58 Xian Wulan is called. He is invited to the arena. Xian Wulan is happy that he will finally be able to fight, because he has been waiting for this fight for a very long time. The director looks angry and tries to support him in this state. He tells him that he must defeat the guy from Lifeng, and Xian Wulan does not understand why the director is angry with him. The director asks him to be quiet while Rogue and Chi-shi stand behind him, as well as Moon Byung waving happily. Xian Wulan approaches the arena and the inspector. He says that he is number 58. The inspecting judge looks at him and sees a very angry director Luogi in a beaming, kind Moon Byung nearby. The inspecting judge sees this strange picture and tells Xian Wulan that it is indeed his turn. He grabs the railing and climbs over it, standing on the arena floor, ready for battle. He stands very confidently and casts his evil gaze at his opponent, who has also already entered the arena. His opponent is also looking at him. He is Ka Shi from Lifeng College and his spiritual power is 806 points. He tells him that he remembers Xin Wulan, because he was one of those guys who fought at the entrance, despite the rules. Xin Wulan gets angry at the pointless talk and says that only brats follow the rules and tells him to shut up. He wants to start a battle. His opponent also gets angry and asks him if everyone at Luogi College is so stupid and turns to all the students from Luogi. He says that he will throw Xin Wulan out of the arena in less than a minute. Xin Wulan turns around and the director shouts at him that he should fight and not stand still, and the evil Wulan says that nothing has started yet and he should stop making noise. The checking judge announces the participants in the battle. The first he announces is Xin Wulan from Luogi College. The second he announces is Ka Shi from Lifeng College. Both students stand in stances and radiate spiritual energy. The checking judge lowers his hand and announces that the fight has begun and the students can begin to fight. Xin Wulan immediately provokes college student Lifeng and tells him that he will show him his sharp claws and tear him to pieces. The fight begins and each of the fighters stands ready to attack. Xin Wulan stands and looks at his opponent with a satisfied smile. He simply tortures with spiritual energy and says that he has been waiting for a very long time to teach a lesson to those who put themselves above others. Ka Shi tells him that Xin Wulan takes too much on himself, because they behave this way only because they are like frogs in two wells who do not see their problems and it seems just funny to them. He smiles and provokes Xin Wulan. He asks him to come to him since he is so brave. Xin Wulan agrees and says that he just thinks that his opponent will have to beg on his knees in fear for mercy. He rushes towards Ka Shi and says that his mouth just smells and he can correct it. He screams angrily and uses Angry Tiger's roar and directs this attack towards his arrogant opponent. His attack is directly aimed at his opponent, and he gets into some strange stance. He's going to do something. Ka Shi stretches his hands forward and tells Xin Wulan that he was wrong to think that he could provoke him with such words and calls him an idiot. He says that he will show him what people who put themselves above others can do to the frogs at the bottom of the well, and from under his feet some dark aura flies off and heads towards Xin Wulan. The aura stops under Xing Wulan and he does not understand what is happening. His legs seem to have fallen into some kind of abyss. Ka Shi looks frightening and crazy. He says that Xin Wulan will now flounder in his swamp of atonement, because it is intended precisely for such sinners. He uses Deep Confining Lake, which creates a small circle around Xin Wulan. Dark swamp hands appear in front of him, heading towards him. All these arms are wrapped around his body from all sides, and he can no longer move. It looks as if he is already doomed to failure. Xin Wulan gets scared by all this and screams in confusion. He asks his opponent what is happening. Ka Shi begins to laugh furiously and says that now the tiger is more like a cattle that lacks discipline and invites everyone to see how he can get out of his swamp. He says that no one can get out of his swamp, because as soon as you fall into it, you immediately become a corpse. The swamp's arms completely enveloped Xin Wulan's body. Xin Wulan tries to do something, but nothing works. He doesn't understand why he can't move. Rogue worries about his comrade, and the director realizes that this is most likely a shape-shifting skill. Moon Byung explains to Rogue that the strength of military heroes is based on their fighting spirit, and in particular, spiritual abilities are more common than physical ones. He says that Xin Wulan himself uses Tiger's Roar to attack his enemies. He says that the guy from Lifeng uses his spirit to create things and change their shape, and this ability belongs to the type that changes the shape of objects. Moon Byung says that there are many different types and their appearance and strength also depend on the owner. The director says that it was Xin Wulan who met Ka Shi and he is at a disadvantage, because it was the tiger who ended up in the swamp. Rogue looks at all this and thinks that he does not know what kind of abilities his fighting spirit is hiding. The director loses his temper and shouts that he demands that Xin Wulan stand up immediately and calls him an asshole. Xin Wulan himself tries to resist plunging into the swamp and tells the director that he is too noisy. The director keeps getting angry and says that he is a useless idiot, and Rogue says that he thinks that director Lala is extremely interested in Xin Wulan. Rogue says the director tries so enthusiastically to encourage him and help him every time. Chi-Shi is surprised by what Rogue is saying and realizes that he doesn't know something that happened between the director and Xian Wulan. He tells Rogue that it was the director who met Xian Wulan himself at Luogi's door. He reveals that he is actually an orphan and that is why his character is simply terrible and that is why no college accepted him. He tells Rogue that the headmaster took him to Luogi and taught him everything he knows with his own hands. The director again calls him an idiot and says that he should calm down and calm his head. This is the last thing Xian Wulan hears before he falls into the abyss of the swamp that has enveloped him. Ka-Shi laughs at him and says that even if he is a tiger, he is very stupid in this situation. He again says that he was able to catch him and again calls him cattle. He tells the tiger that this is not the end. He forms a triangle with his palms and thumb and index finger. He uses triangle shackles. The swamp begins to seethe and a large pyramid appears from it, inside of which is Xian Wulan. Ka-Shi says that Xian Wulan will not be able to do anything about this and says that he will suffocate in his cage and calls him cattle. He says that it is impossible to get out of his cage and the entire pyramid is filled so that any creature there would suffocate. Ka-Shi looks in his direction and asks him why he didn't just give up in the beginning. He turns towards the inspector and tells him to announce the result, because then he will have mercy and will not leave Xing Wulan to die in a cage. The examining judge does not know what to do. Rogue asks the director if they should give up, because if this continues, their student may not be able to stand it. The director tells him that Ka-Shi stepped on the tiger's tail and that this happened will play a bad joke on him. Ka-Shi never hears the results being announced and says that in this case they will just wait until he suffocates. Suddenly, something starts to happen inside the cage and some blue claws come out of it. Ka-Shi does not understand what is happening and cannot even imagine what will happen in a moment. Ka-Shi's cell explodes and a blue glow pours out of it and Ka-Shi looks at it all in horror. The director grins contentedly and says that now he will experience something that he will never forget in his life. He says that Ka-Shi will now experience the fear that the prey feels in front of the hunter. A huge blue tiger appears above Xian Wulan and now Ka-Shi will experience hellfire. He uses Hell Tiger Roar. Xian Wulan stands in a fighting stance and uses the infernal technique. The roar of the infernal tiger in his face looks different from before, somehow sad. Ka-Shi doesn't understand what happened and is covered in sweat. He screams and asks how he managed to escape from his triangular shackles and no one has ever managed to escape them. Xian Wulan looks at him and says that just because no one has been able to get out of his shackles yet, that doesn't mean it's impossible and calls him an idiot. He gives him an angry look and says that Ka-Shi should shut up and think about how hard a tiger can shake water from its fur. Ka-Shi is horrified. He only thinks that the feeling from Xian Wulan's spirit has changed a lot. Rogue decides to ask Director Lala what Xian Wulan's fighting spirit is hiding in the first place. The headmaster tells him that his fighting spirit has several forms and at the beginning of the fight, provoked by several insults, he carelessly used his condition to attack and fell into a trap. He says that fortunately, he managed to go into his Hell Tiger state in time when he was pulled into a deep pond. He tells him that during a hunt, wild animals will stalk and watch to reveal the tracks and weaknesses of their prey. The director says that usually after such research, the moment comes to attack the victim. Ka-Shi goes crazy and shouts that Xian Wulan is just lucky, because he does not believe in the strength of this weakling and tries to attack him again. Xian Wulan reacts to his attack and uses Swift Tiger Roar to defend himself. His huge blue tiger transforms into a huge red tiger, which looks much stronger than at the beginning of the round. Xian Wulan says that since he can't get caught in the quagmire, he will have to use all his speed to avoid it. He begins to quickly and swiftly dodge absolutely all of Ka-Shi's attacks. He is not going to fall into its abyss again. He dodges all his attacks and quickly approaches Ka-Shi, because now he knows his attacks. Ka-Shi cannot accept being played like this and makes another attempt to attack. He uses the phantom hands of the deep pool. An abyss with a bunch of fists appears and heads towards Xian Wulan and Ka-Shi says that they will see how he deals with it. He is confident and smiles fearfully. He says that he will send Xian Wulan to hell again and calls him trash. Xian Wulan looks confident as the abyss approaches him with fists and prepares to defend himself. He concentrates and calms his breathing. When he opens his eyes they turn red. His tiger turns bright red and he uses Hungry Tiger Roar. he says that he will show his opponent what an angry tiger looks like. He pushes off from the ground and a bright red beam is directed towards the abyss attacking him. Xian Wulan says that Kashi has no right to compare himself with the great strength of the tiger and he is trying in vain. The tiger's paws follow the hands of its owner, and he confidently says that he will tear his offender to pieces. He makes 2 tiger swings that create a cross on the abyss attacking him. His 2 swings, apparently, are enough and golden lightning begins to stretch across the abyss, destroying the abyss. Kashi sees all this and cannot believe what is happening, because he has never met such an opponent before. His abyss, which he so hoped for, is torn into small pieces and will disappear from 2 attacks from Xian Wulan. From the torn and destroyed abyss, Xian Wulan can be seen preparing for his next attack. He concentrates some of his spiritual energy in his hand and says that a hungry tiger is catching its prey. He quickly approaches Kashi and ends up behind him. Everything looks like he walked through him. Crosses from the tiger's attacks appear on Kashi's back and front torso, and he loses his balance. He coughs up blood and falls to the floor of the arena. He calls Xian Wulan a brat and, as he falls, he does not believe that such a loser could beat him. Xian Wulan says that the tiger cannot be a brat and he must remember that the tiger is first and foremost the king of all animals. It is announced that Xian Wulan from Luogi College wins the duel and he returns to his team. Rogue tells him that it was a very good fight and he is impressed. Xian Wulan says that it couldn't have been any other way. He turns away and says that he got hurt in the battle anyway and is upset about it. The director glares at him and says that he was just lucky not to disgrace their college. Xian Wulan tries to tell him that this is not so. Moon Byung smiles and says that it is still good that he finished his fight quickly, because if his opponent had dragged out his match, it would not have been so easy to defeat him. Xian Wulan thinks about it and says that his opponent's abilities were indeed problematic and if the fight had continued, he really could have lost. The director once again says that he is really lucky and thinks about who they fight next. Chi Shi raises his hand and tells the director that he should fight next. The whole team goes to the site of Chi Shi's battle and Xian Wulan says that he must beat the Zhenhong student to death for him and Chi Shi tells him that he will try. Meanwhile, Zhaiwan comes out from his hall. Xiao Bao tells him that his fight was wonderful and even lasted less than 1 minute. He turns his head and his gaze finds something that frightens and shocks him, disturbing his constant calm. He sees his family's second son and his brother Zhai Luo, who tells him that he heard that his brother was at the tournament and therefore came to meet him. He takes off his glasses and begins to clean them, while he tells him that his father wants to know when he will return home. Zhai Wan's face returns to normal and he doesn't answer his brother, but just looks at him. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao bows and greets her second son. She calls him second young master. Zhai Wan looks away from him and asks him if there is anything else he wants to tell him. Zhai Luo tells him that he left home to study and his father is not against it, but he went to the worst college in Luogi and he had to think about the fact that their family would be disgraced. Zhai Wan smiles at his words and asks him again if he heard correctly that the family will be disgraced and chuckles. He turns around and is about to walk away. He says that such questions do not interest him at all. Zhai Luo puts his glasses back on and turns to his brother. He is not going to let him go so easily. Spiritual energy gathers in his fingers and some threads are directed towards Zhai Wan, which immediately binds him. Zhai Wan turns around and asks his brother what he needs from him this time. Zhai Luo approaches him and says that no matter what happens, the blood of the Zhaisher family still flows in his body. He tells him that he has no right to lose, because this way he will lose Zhaisher's face. Zhai Luo scatters his threads and says that his brother is still very hot-tempered and very stupid. He tells him that he wants him to find a chance to get close to Rogue and become friends with him. He tells him that after this he must find an opportunity to take his soul stone and get rid of it. These words shock Zhai Wan. Meanwhile, Chi Shi's battle begins and he fights against Dr. Lier from Shanggong Luo Luoya's team. Xian Wulan and the director angrily support Chi Shi. They tell him that he must definitely defeat and cripple his opponent. Chi Shi calmly agrees with them. On the other side, they see the evil team of Shanggong Luo Luoya and Hui says that this is really Luogi and calls them an uncouth team. She says that their team member Dr. Lier will easily defeat their fighter Chi Shi. This makes Xian Wulan very angry, but the director tells him that he shouldn't argue with them, because they shouldn't expect anything more from such nasty types. The principal of the enemy college says that Principal Luogi's mouth is good at throwing out insults and they should just wait for their defeat and see if they can continue laughing like that. Dr. turns to Qi Shi and says that he understands that his rival Duoshan Qi Shi, who is ranked 4th in the ranking table, is next to Lei Ling. He says he hopes that Luogi College will not use any sneaky tricks such as bribing employees or replacing their fighting spirit. Qi Shi smiles and adjusts his bandages on his hands. He tells him that they are honest people, unlike them. His opponent gets angry at this and says that for a group of losers like them, even 4th place in the rankings would be trash. Qi Shi bows to him before the fight and brings his hands together. He wishes him good luck. He is very polite to his opponent. Dr. says that wishing for good luck is useless, because it cannot affect the strength of the spirit. He says that their noble Zhenhong College will teach them how to fight and says that the trash can only rely on luck. Duoshan Qi Shi looks very intimidating, and he seems to be looking at his opponent with hatred. The checking judge announces the start of the battle. Dr. takes spray paint cans into the rivers and tells Qi Shi that he wants to see the strength of the 4th rank. He uses crazy jumping field and instantly flies into the air, heading towards Qi Shi. He rolls over and points his spray paint towards the killer. He shoots the paint out. He says that he will be the one who will make him lose his sight and will finish him off while he is blind. The entire arena is covered in smoke, making it impossible to see anything of what is happening in the arena. Xian Wulan is angry that he can't see absolutely anything that's happening in the arena. The director says that the war heroes who use the tools are quite an interesting shot, because he uses the spirit to increase the power of the object. Moon Byung interrupts him and says that everything is far from so simple and he should look more closely at what is happening in the arena. Qi Shi stands in the middle of a cloud, due to which he cannot see anything around him. He is waiting for an attack. He hears them tell him that although his spirit of war is strong, the college does not rely on spirit level alone to defeat them. He says that his spirit is strong, but he doesn't think Qi Shi can fight properly and a fist appears from the cloud. Qi Shi sees this and tries to hit him back, but his opponent's fist simply disappears into thin air. He tells the killer that he is underestimating his jumps and should be more careful. He uses circle of fists and a bunch of fists appear around Qi Shi, aimed at him, which appear straight out of the cloud. Qi Shi cannot do anything about this and simply protects her head in order to somehow protect herself from the blows. Qi Shi remains unharmed and hears a voice from the cloud saying that he has not finished his attack yet. He uses multi-section dance floor jumps and starts moving very quickly in the cloud area. He asks if Qi Shi has ever seen such a flexible dance move. Duoshan Qi Shi moves away from where his opponent is dancing and thinks about what he must do in order to make a counter-attack. He sees his opponent and realizes that now there are 4 of him due to the fact that he moves very quickly. He takes a stance and prepares to counterattack his opponent from the enemy college. He stands on his hands and feet and takes a bridge position, thereby unexpectedly dodging the attack. He pushes off with his foot, which remained on the ground, and tries to hit Dr. but he disappears. He gets to his feet and sees 3 more opponents in front of him, heading straight for him. He hits the Dr. clone closest to him, and he too dissolves into thin air. He does the same with the second clone. He kicks him, and he, too, simply disappears into thin air. He quickly turns around, standing on the toe of one foot and rises into the air to hit the last remaining opponent. He hits the last opponent with a precise kick and fights off the attack of 4 at once. He jumps back and expects an attack and suddenly an opponent appears from below and is about to hit him with both legs. He calls Qi Shi a sneaky guy and asks him to eat his blow. Qi Shi puts out his arms and blocks Dr.'s strike, but college student Zhenhong continues his strike by moving forward with spray paint. Dr. jumps back to the cloud and says that Qi Shi is not bad, because he was able to break his multi-section jumps. Qi Shi stands in the cloud and says that this really annoys him, although he himself doesn't look annoyed. Qi Shi reaches into his belt and takes out his nunchucks, now looking determined. He tells his opponent that now he too will take this fight absolutely seriously. Dr. sees that he has pulled out a weapon, but doesn't look too surprised by it. He reaches behind him and says that even with a gun, he can't hope to change the fact that he's a loser. The crowd begins to talk about how the entire arena is filled with a cloud and nothing is visible. They discuss the fact that one is from Zhenhong College, and the other is in 4th place in the ranking and they were hoping to watch the battle. Rogue looks at all this and says that he is wondering how Chi Shi is doing and is worried about him. Moon Byung says that Chi Shi is rank 4 in Spirit of War after all, so they have nothing to worry about. The director says that this is indeed true, and before Chi Shi arrived in Luogi, he was on the run due to his involvement in gruesome murders. Rogue is a little surprised and asks the director to tell him more about this. The director tells him that he heard that there was a conflict with a certain gang. He says that there was a large group of more than 10 people, and at that time they passed by the village of Chi Shi and wanted to set up a base there. He says that in that group there were those who simply wanted to violate the women of his village. He says that while they were all killing and committing atrocities in the village, Chi Shi returned and saw all this hell. Then he flew into a rage and killed 10 people and wounded several more, and the whole gang immediately ran away. Moon Byung listens attentively and says that he likes such stories and he loves this kind of thing. The director says that Chi Shi did not expect that the gang had support, and they discovered him and demanded his arrest for his murders. He says it was after these events that he went on the run and eventually arrived at Luogi College. Sun Wulan is very angry about what he just heard and says that they are just a bunch of rotten people. Rogue speculates that this is how he got his nickname, the Polite Butcher. The director confirms his words and says that underestimating Chi Shi is a grave mistake. He says that even Gao's grandmother called him not just a fighter and not a student, but the genius of battles. Chi Shi concentrates on his weapon and a huge spiritual statue materializes behind him, holding nunchucks just like him. He calls this statue his Spirit of War, namely the Motionless King, and now he is really serious. Duoshan Chi Shi stands and simply looks at his opponent, holding his nunchucks in his hands. Dr. Laer sees his war spirit and thinks that he feels very strong pressure from him, and Chi Shi begins to act. Chi Shi begins to spin her weapon and begins to create vortices that slowly dissipate the cloud. He creates such a large vortex with his own powers that Dr. Laer understands that his cloud territory is about to be destroyed. Chi Shi releases her whirlwind, and it completely dispels all the smoke and cloud that college student Zhen Hong created. The crowd sees this and is happy that the smoke has finally cleared. They assume that they managed to collide a couple of times in this fog. Dr. Laer is not going to lag behind him and also listens to the huge container that he has been carrying on his back all this time. He jumps on it and calls it a setup. He also concentrates and calls on the creator. A huge green, humanoid-like creature appears behind him, holding various amulets. His skin is covered with some marks and says that he does not care what strength Chi Shi has, because in front of his creator he must be prepared for despair. He jumps up and calls it liberalism. He is going to attack Chi Shi with some new move. He lands back on his setup and lowers the spray of the large can. He says he wants to see how pathetic Duoshan Chi Shi really is. After he lowers the spray can and the creator spits out a bunch of colored blasts. All these colored projectiles are heading towards Duoshan Chi Shi and he just stands there, waiting to meet them. The attack does not attack him directly and simply envelopes him in a colored field, which again encloses Chi Shi in some sort of cage. Dr. Laer says that everyone should look at this, because this is his fighting spirit Laer creator. The colored field transforms into 4 humanoid smoke creatures and are ready to attack. Director Zhen Hong explains that Dr. Laer's type of morale control is long-range fighting. He talks about how he attacks without letting the enemy get close to him, and this is especially frustrating for those who use melee as their main strategy and they can't counter anything. Another guy from Zhen Hong's team says that the enemy can only give up when they meet Laer's abilities, because when training with him, he was always defeated in this way. The director says that this is why Laer is able to fight those whose fortitude is many times stronger than his. He says that he really wants to see the disappointed faces of all those who believe in Luogi's victory. Rogue is surprised by what is happening and thinks that Laer summoned the creature, but Moon Byung says that this is not the case and he is simply using the martial spirit ability to enhance his own abilities. Moon Byung tells Rogue that this is not how real summoning actually works. Laer takes out 2 cans and waves his hands, so he gives the command to his creatures to attack. The creatures react to this and begin circling Duoshan Chi Shi to beat him up. Chi Shi reacts to this attack and tries to get closer to college student Zhen Hong. His opponent says that this is a very pathetic attempt and he is blocked by a quick and accurate strike on the ground. Chi Shi quickly jumps back and dodges the attack, but now this is Dr. Laer's territory. A huge palm appears above Chi Shi and is about to strike him with that huge hand. A huge hand falls on Qi Shi and he disappears under it. Rogue and Xian Wulan worry about their comrade and think that he is finished. Principal Luogi says that Laer is really a good student, because for young war heroes, this type of attack is really intolerable. Moon Byung says that using teams to control such huge offensive and defensive forces is commendable and is considered a really high level among such young fighters. Rogue and Xian Wulan look at the huge hand that fell on Qi Shi and do not believe that he managed to dodge this. Country State Councilor Li is standing on the balcony and says that this part of the competition is really worth watching. A representative of the Li country stands next to him and says that this is indeed so, because not only the three largest clans have joined, but also Lei Mi Ling Na from the Lei Mi clan. They also say that there is another candidate and are looking towards Rogue, as he is very interesting. The state councilor chuckles and says that this made the tournament really much more interesting. He asks the representative what their next plan should be, and she tells him that he just needs to be a little more patient. She says that they will talk about it later, namely this evening, and he should just wait. Moon Byung notices the two of them and discreetly looks at the two government representatives who are standing so casually on the balcony. Meanwhile, the Laer chimeras swing for their next strike at the place where Qi Shi was supposedly hit. They bring their heavy hands down on this place and it looks as if Qi Shi has already lost the battle. Laer laughs and says that he overestimated himself simply because his fortitude was strong. He says the game is already over, but something happens that makes him wonder if the fight is even over.